Chapter 1 I don't have an illegitimate child living outside. Tingwan, have you seen the photos online? As soon as Yu Tingwan came out of the kitchen, she received a call from her good friend Shi Chang, whose tone sounded a little anxious. Yu Tingwan held the phone between her shoulders while placing the tableware. What photo? Someone put your son's picture online. Yu Tingwan's fingertips froze. Shi Chang's voice continued, now Anan is famous, and many people are digging up your information. Yu Tingwan felt the warmth from her fingertips quickly fade away. With a ding sound, my friend sent me a screenshot at the right time. That was the hot search page on Weibo, and the first Weibo post with a red suffix caught my eye with 6 words. Hashtag super cute baby in the restaurant hashtag. The background of the photo is in a restaurant. Gu Yan is wearing a small suit and a black bow tie on his chest. His hair is slightly curly and his facial features are a bit profound of a foreigner. He is concentrating on eating, looking like a little figurine. Yu Tingwan remembered this place. This was the restaurant where she took Gu Yan out for dinner 2 days ago. But she didn't even know when she was secretly photographed. Clicking on Weibo, this picture has been reposted 6 figures, and tens of thousands of comments are all discussing Gu Yan. She's so pretty, I'm so jealous. I was planning to look like this when I was reincarnated. Please ask some mothers to come and see the real child model dog head. The child is so beautiful, I can't imagine how good looking his parents must be. Where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the address? Looking at the heated discussion in the comment section, Yu Tingwan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy that her child was about to become famous. It was as if something had left her body and was floating far away. Shi Chang's voice continued, I have contacted the person who posted the photo. Although she promised to delete the photo, it has been circulated too widely and is no longer useful. Shi Chang's voice became lower and lower, I'm sorry, Tingwan. In the era of mobile phones for all, the speed of internet communication has always been very fast. A small piece of news can spread across the country in less than half an hour. Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and said, it's none of your business. I didn't know I was secretly photographed. Shi Chang was a little angry. Do those people understand privacy? They just casually put a photo of a child on the internet. There was no response, and the only sound from the other side was Yu Tingwan's heavy breathing. Shi Chang couldn't continue speaking. For years ago, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yan away from the United States and returned to China to settle down. Over the years, the mother and son have lived a relatively peaceful life. It was not broken until today. But it was broken in this way. As a good friend of Yu Tingwan, Shi Chang naturally knew what she was worried about, and whispered to comfort her, don't worry too much, he shouldn't watch these videos. Besides, you two are not in the same city. Yu Tingwan subconsciously clenched the phone, yeah, you're right. She knew the man very well and had never been interested in anything on the internet. What's more, one of them is in Jinggang and the other is in Shanghua, more than 2,000 kilometers apart. Thinking of this, Yu Tingwan felt a little relieved. Mother! A childish voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Yan came out of the room, holding a toy car in his hand, and said in a baby voice, Mom, I'm hungry. Yu Tingwan quickly calmed down and said, Anan is down. I'll have dinner with him first. I won't talk to you anymore. Shi Chang understood, okay, I'll see if there is any other way. Yu Tingwan didn't hold much hope, but she was still very moved when she heard Shi Chang say that. Thanks. After hanging up the phone, Yu Tingwan adjusted his mood by looking at the reflection in the window in front of him. When he turned around again, he had regained his smile. Okay, let's eat. The food on the table was fragrant. Yu Tingwan and Gu Yan sat around the table. The dim light shone on them, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. After dinner, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yan upstairs to sleep. Gu Yan lay on the bed obediently, letting Yu Tingwan cover him with a blanket. Suddenly he said, Mom, someone asked about Dad in kindergarten today. Yu Tingwan paused as she tucked in the quilt for him. Gu Yan looked at her with round eyes, Mom, where is Dad? Why doesn't he come to see us? Yu Tingwan adjusted her mood and said softly, Didn't Mom tell you that Dad had passed away? Gu Yan's face was a little disappointed, but I haven't even seen what my father looks like. I really want to see him. Yu Tingwan felt a little bitter in her heart. She touched Gu Yan's head and said, Mom is already looking for Dad's photo. I'll show it to Anan when I find it, okay? Only then did Gu Yan nod his head obediently, close his eyes and go to sleep. Looking at his furrowed brows, Yu Tingwan felt a little uncomfortable. Ever since Gu Yayan was old enough to understand, he often asked Yu Tingwan where his father was. Other children have parents, only Gu Yayan comes from a single-parent family. But Yu Tingwan couldn't tell the truth to Gu Yayan. If that person knew about Gu Yayan's existence, he would never let him live in this world. She didn't dare take risks with Gu Yayan. After finally coaxing Gu Yayan to sleep, Yu Tingwan quietly left the room. Looking at the Weibo post on her phone whose popularity continued to rise, she could only comfort herself that she and Inan had not been discovered for so many years, so nothing should happen. At the same time, in the underground parking lot of Gu Group, there was a sudden knock on the car window. The driver was startled and turned around to see Gu Wenyan standing outside. He quickly put away his phone, got out of the car and opened the door for Gu Wenyan. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I was checking my phone and didn't notice you coming." Gu Wenyan sat in the back seat and glanced at the phone on the passenger seat. "What are you looking at so intently?" The driver returned to the driver's seat and started the car, explaining, "Today there was a kid who became popular on the internet, and I was looking at his pictures." He mentioned it casually, "By the way, that child looks a lot like you." After saying that, the driver showed Gu Wenyan the pictures he saw on Weibo. Gu Wenyan glanced at the screen. He does look somewhat similar to him when he was a child. Especially the eyes and nose. "Mr. Gu, do you think he looks alike?" The driver said with a smile, "I was shocked when I saw him. I thought he was your son." Gu Wenyan retracted his gaze and didn't take it seriously. "There are so many people like him in the world." The driver agreed, "Yes. Wasn't there a kid who looked a lot like a popular star and became an internet celebrity because of that? But this child is too similar to Gu Wenyan. They look like they were carved from the same mold." But the driver didn't dare say this in front of Gu Wenyan. Everyone knows that Gu Wenyan hates people trying to make connections with others, especially those with unknown backgrounds. After returning to the villa, Gu Wenyan took a shower. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he saw the WeChat message sent to him by his good friend Jimian. "Jimian, do you know what I just saw on the internet?" "Gu Wenyan, I don't know, I'm not interested." "Jimian, I don't care what you think, I care what I think." Then a photo was sent to Gu Wenyan's mobile phone. The photo was not unfamiliar. It was the popular little boy on the internet that the driver showed him in the car tonight. Gu Wenyan's brows knitted slightly. Why did everyone send him photos of this child today? The next second, Jimian called. A nonchalant male voice sounded from the other side. "I saw this on Weibo today. Don't you think this kid looks a lot like you? When I first saw it, I thought it was a photo of you as a child that was circulated." Gu Wenyan wiped his dripping black hair and said nonchalantly, "I don't have any illegitimate children living outside." Chapter 2. Maybe I can see the child. If Jimian didn't know Gu Wenyan's character well, he would have really thought that it was the child he left outside. But the probability is approximately 0. Even if all the men in the world have illegitimate children, Gu Wenyan would definitely not have one. Jimian half-jokingly said, "Could it be that your father gave birth to a brother for you outside?" Gu Wenyan raised the corners of his lips. "If he can still have children at such an old age, I don't mind raising him for him." He threw the towel into the laundry basket and said, "You called me just to talk about something as boring as this?" "I'm just curious, aren't I?" Jimian asked half doubtfully, "Is this child really not related to you?" Gu Wenyan was too lazy to pay attention to him. "If you are bored, go to sleep and stop bothering me." Seeing that he was about to hang up, Jimian quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment. I heard that you are going to Shanghua on a business trip in a few days?" Gu Wenyan hummed calmly, investigating a project. Jimian said with a sly smile, "I saw someone in the comments section found out that the restaurant the kid ate at was in Shanghua. Maybe you can see him when you go there this time." Gu Wenyan was too lazy to deal with such nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Looking at the little boy on the screen, Gu Wenyan curled the corners of his mouth. Illegitimate child? It really opens my mind. Gu Wenyan threw his phone onto the bedside table and went to bed to rest. Ever since learning that Gu Yayan had become popular online, Yu Tingwan has never stopped feeling uneasy. She just hopes the heat will pass quickly so she can return to normal life. Fortunately, the following days were calm and nothing she worried about happened. Yu Tingwan's heart, which had been hanging in the balance for days, finally settled down a little. Shi Chang came home that day. When Gu Yayan saw her, he immediately dropped his toys and rushed over happily. "Godmother, you're here." Shi Chang was embraced and kissed Gu Yayan's soft little face. "Baby, do you miss your godmother?" Gu Yayan hugged Shi Chang's neck and said in a baby voice, "Yes. Godmother missed you too, and bought you a toy. Shi Chang took out the toy, which was the recently popular beast-shaped robot. Do you like it? Gu Yan's eyes lit up. I like it. Shi Chang rubbed Gu Yan's head and said, take it and play with it. Gu Yan said thank you to his godmother, and immediately went to play with the toys happily. Yu Tingwan said helplessly, why are you buying him toys again? The toys you bought for him over the years are almost full at home. Shi Chang snorted, can't I pamper my godson? When Yu Tingwan was pregnant with Gu Yan, Shi Chang couldn't wait to claim her as her godmother. When they first went to the United States, it was Shi Chang who supported them and their son. Looking at Gu Yan, who was happily taking apart toys, Shi Chang lowered her voice and said jokingly, I told you, nothing will happen. Can you rest assured now? She was referring to Gu Yan's popularity on the internet. Yu Tingwan nodded, and for the first time in so many days, she showed a relaxed smile. You're right, I was overthinking it. At that time, she was worried that Gu Wen would see the photos at the banquet, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. That person is so busy with all kinds of things that he has no time to pay attention to such a small matter. Shi Chang hesitated for a moment, but you really don't plan to take him in to meet him? Yu Tingwan paused, and the words the man had said at that time emerged in her mind. Memories came flooding back to her. She lowered her eyelashes and shook her head gently. He won't recognize Anan. If he knew that I secretly gave birth to Anan, he might try to find a way to solve his problem. That person is like a pyramid. How could he allow the stain of being an illegitimate child to appear on him? Shi Chang thought about the reason why they broke up and didn't continue the topic. It was a rare occasion for Shi Chang to visit their home, so Yu Tingwan planned to cook for herself, and the three of them went to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries. Shi Chang and Gu Yan played and joked along the way, and the atmosphere was warm. Looking at the backs of the two people talking and laughing, Yu Tingwan showed a faint smile on his face. She only hopes that Gui can grow up safely. That's enough. Shi Chang was responsible for buying vegetables from the vegetable area, while Yu Tingwan brought Gu Yan to the fresh food area. Just as the mother and son were standing in front of the fish tank, carefully choosing fish, Yu Tingwan caught a glimpse of a dazzling light flashing behind the shelf. She subconsciously turned her head and saw a girl in high school uniform holding a cell phone towards her. Seeing Yu Tingwan looking at her, the female student immediately put away her phone, lowered her head and walked away quickly. Yu Tingwan was still frightened by the last experience, and when she saw the other party's guilty expression, her first thought was that she was being secretly photographed. Just at this moment, Shi Chang came back pushing a shopping cart. She immediately handed Gu Yan to her and subconsciously chased after him. What are you doing? Hey, Yu Tingwan. Before he could finish his words, Yu Tingwan had already run out of the supermarket. However, when Yu Tingwan came outside, the female student was nowhere to be seen. Soon, Shi Chang heard the noise and ran out holding Gu Yan. What happened? Yu Tingwan's expression was somewhat serious. It seemed like someone was secretly taking photos of Anan just now. Shi Chang looked around and didn't see anyone suspicious. Are you sure? Maybe you saw it wrong? Yu Tingwan didn't see it clearly just now, so she wasn't sure whether the other party was really filming them. Seeing Yu Tingwan's expression, Shi Chang comforted her. Maybe they are just filming something else, don't think too much about it. After hearing what Shi Chang said, Yu Tingwan was a little shaken. Maybe she really was just a frightened bird. Looking at the passers-by hurrying around, Yu Tingwan suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said, maybe I'm really overthinking it. Shi Chang patted her shoulder and said, okay, let's go. If we're any later, all the fresh vegetables will be sold out. Yu Tingwan turned and walked towards the supermarket, looking back from time to time, appearing a little absent-minded. Not long after they left, a figure walked out from the corner with lingering fear. The female student patted her chest in fear and took out her cell phone from her pocket. On the screen was the photo of Gu Yan that she had just taken secretly. The female student suppressed her excitement and edited a Weibo post. Family members, who knows, today I not only encountered the cute little kid who became popular in the restaurant, but also saw the kid's biological mother. At this time, the female student had no idea how big a stir the photo she posted would cause later. Chapter 3: How can you have a son without marriage? After returning from the supermarket, Yu Tingwan seemed a little absent-minded. Knowing that she was still worried about what had just happened in the supermarket, Shi Chang comforted her, don't think too much. The city is so big, how could it be such a coincidence that you just happened to run into someone who knew Anan? Many people around me don't know that Anan has become popular. Although Gu Yan became popular on the internet, so many days have passed. What's more, he is not a star, so how could it be possible that people would recognize him wherever he goes? Thinking of this, Yu Tingwan suppressed her uneasiness, washed her hands and cooked. While eating, Shi Chang suddenly remembered something. By the way, last time when I helped you contact the person who took the photo to delete the Weibo post, they also asked me if I wanted to make an internet celebrity? After all, it's easy to make money on the internet now. Just take an advertisement and you can make a lot of money. Yu Tingwan refused without a second thought. I just want him to live a normal life. This is what Yu Tingwan has always hoped for. She only hopes that Gui can grow up safely. Shi Chang said hesitantly, in fact, as long as you don't show up, he shouldn't find out. After all, that person didn't know about Gu Yan's existence. And Shi Chang said this for Yu Tingwan's sake. Because she was worried about her identity being exposed, Yu Tingwan didn't dare to look for a job outside and could only take some design work at home. But if Gu Yan really became an internet celebrity, Yu Tingwan wouldn't have to work so hard. Yu Tingwan shook her head slightly. She couldn't take any chances even if there was the slightest possibility. Seeing that Yu Tingwan had made up his mind, Shi Chang didn't say anything more. When Yu Tingwan suddenly disappeared, it was said that the man had turned the entire Beijing and Hong Kong upside down, and the incident caused a sensation. It's always better to be cautious. After dinner, Shi Chang was about to go back. Yu Tingwan originally wanted to let her stay for one night, but Shi Chang had to go to work the next day and couldn't stay here overnight. Yu Tingwan had no choice but to go to the airport with Gu Yan. You don't have to send me off. Shi Chang said helplessly, I can go back by myself. Yu Tingwan curled her lips and said, it's not me who wants to give it to you, it's An who insisted on giving it to you. Gu Yan nodded seriously. Shi Chang was amused and reached out to scratch the tip of his nose. After godmother leaves, you have to listen to your mother at home. Got it? Gu Yan puffed out his chest and said, Godmother, I understand. Shi Chang rubbed his little head lovingly. Yu Tingwan sighed, now that you're gone, we don't know how long it will take for us to see each other again. Shi Chang was also a little reluctant. Yes, if you were in Beijing and Hong Kong, we could see each other every day. A hint of sadness flashed across Yu Tingwan's eyes. She also wants to return to Beijing and Hong Kong. But that person was there too. If I really move back, I might run into him someday. While the two were talking, Gu Yan saw a balloon in the hand of a child not far away. His eyes lit up and he ran after him. At the same time, a tall figure appeared at gate number 4 of T1. Gu Wenyan followed the crowd out, his tall and straight figure wrapped in a well-tailored suit, his bones three-dimensional, his contours sharp, every part of him seemed to be meticulously crafted to perfection, standing out in the crowded airport. The person in charge who had been waiting for a long time came forward and flattered him, Boss Gu, you are here. You must have been tired after sitting on the plane for such a long time. I have already arranged a hotel. Why don't you have someone take you back to rest first? Gu Wenyan did not refuse the proposal and strode forward. Just then, he suddenly felt something hit his calf. Gu Wenyan lowered his head and saw a little boy about 3 or 4 years old, who sat down on the ground because he couldn't stand steadily. Hey kid, why are you running around like that? Don't you even look where you're going? The person in charge was frightened and rushed to help the little boy. If Gu Wenyan got injured because of this, they couldn't afford it. If it were any other child, he would have started crying long ago, but the little boy did not cry or make a fuss. After being helped up, he rubbed his little butt in pain. When he raised his head, Gu Wenyan frowned slightly. The person in charge was stunned for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth between Gu Wenyan and the child, and he said cautiously, Mr. Gu, is this your son? Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that Ji Mian's bad words would come true. No. Gu Wenyan's voice was calm. I'm not even married, so how can I have a son? The person in charge reacted belatedly. Yes, he had never heard of Gu Wenyan's marriage, let alone children. Besides, who would bring their own children on a business trip? The person in charge looked at Gu Yan's face carefully, and his tone could not hide his surprise. This child looks so much like you. At first I thought he was your son. This is the third person to say this. Do they really look that alike? Gu Wenyan thought distractedly, could it be that the old man really gave birth to a younger brother for him outside? When he lowered his head, he found that Gu Yan was also looking at him with his big round eyes. This uncle looks so familiar. But Gu Yan couldn't remember where he had seen the other person for a moment. Seeing that Gu Yan didn't react, the person in charge thought that he had fallen and gone mad. He squatted down and asked in a gentle voice, Kid, what's your name? Gu Yayan came back to his senses and said in a baby voice, Anan? The person in charge asked curiously, where are your parents? Didn't they come out with you? Gu Yayan pursed his lips, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I only have a mother, my father passed away. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows twitched. The person in charge didn't expect that the child was from a single-parent family, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for his life experience. Then do you know where your mother went? Gu Yayan shook his head. My mom sent my godmother on a plane, and I saw the beautiful balloons, so I came here. Gu Yayan gets angry when this is mentioned. If it weren't for those two annoying uncles, he would be able to see the beautiful balloons. The person in charge thought that the child's mother was really careless. She didn't even need to keep an eye on the child at an airport with such a large flow of people. If you encounter human traffickers, you're done for. Then do you know your mother's phone number? The person in charge said gently, I can call your mother. Gu Yayan raised his head proudly, I know. Mom had asked him to memorize her cell phone number a long time ago. Gu Yayan memorized the numbers one by one, and it took him most of the day to finally memorize a string of mobile phone numbers. The person in charge then pressed the call button. Beep. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. The person in charge called again, but still couldn't get through. I guess the parents didn't check their phones. The person in charge looked at Gu Wenyan with some embarrassment. Mr. Gu, look at this. Gu Wenyan glanced at his watch and said impatiently, hand the child over to the staff and ask them to contact the child's parents to pick him up. Chapter 4, The Woman Who Disappeared for 5 Years Appears. After saying this, Gu Wenyan walked away without stopping for a moment. The person in charge was forced to take on this hot potato and had to say, can I take you to find your mother? Gu Yayan nodded obediently and let the person in charge lead him away. As he walked, he couldn't help but look back at Gu Wenyan's receding figure. This uncle looks really familiar. Soon, the person in charge found the airport staff and handed Gu Yayan over to them. This child is missing. Please contact her parents. They should still be at the airport. Okay, sir, leave it to us. After saying goodbye to Gu Yayan, the person in charge did not dare to delay for a moment and hurried to chase Gu Wenyan. As for Yu Tingwan, she watched Shi Chang go through security check. When she turned around, she found that Gu Yayan was gone. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. She looked around but didn't see Gu Yayan. Without having time to think too much, Yu Tingwan hurried to look for someone while calling Gu Yayan's name. The huge airport was crowded with people and Gu Yayan was nowhere to be found. Just when Yu Tingwan was getting extremely anxious, a prompt sound suddenly came from the radio above her head. Gu Yayan's parents, please go to the lost and found office immediately after hearing the broadcast and bring the child back. When Yu Tingwan arrived at the lost and found office, Gu Yayan was sitting on a bench eating a lollipop. The staff on the side were trying to calm him down. Unknown. Yu Tingwan ran over and hugged him in shock. Where did you go just now? The staff member asked, Miss, are you his mother? Yu Tingwan calmed down and replied, I am. The child just got lost at the airport, and a gentleman brought him to us. Yu Tingwan paused, Sir? The staff member explained, the gentleman said that he couldn't get through to you, so he asked us to help contact you. Upon hearing this, Yu Tingwan took out his cell phone, only to find that there were several missed calls. She turned on silent mode when she went to bed last night and forgot to turn it back on, so she didn't answer the call. Yu Tingwan asked, Excuse me, do you have the contact information of that gentleman? I would like to thank him in person. I'm sorry, that gentleman didn't leave any contact information. Yu Tingwan showed regret. It seems I'll have to thank him again some other time. Yu Tingwan squatted down, looked directly into Gu Yayan's eyes, and said seriously, You are not allowed to run around casually in the future, do you understand? Gu Yayan also knew that he had made a mistake, and he lowered his head in a lack of confidence. I know, Mom. His eyelashes are long and thick, and his big watery eyes are misty, which makes people feel pity. Yu Tingwan felt a little soft-hearted and couldn't bear to say any more harsh words. She is also responsible for Gu Yayan's disappearance. Fortunately, nothing happened to Gu Yayan, otherwise she didn't dare to think about the consequences. After thanking the staff, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yayan and left the airport. As night fell, Gu Wenyan finished inspecting the last project and the group came to the poolside. The music in the box was deafening and the colorful lights were changing unpredictably. Gu Wenyan was leaning casually on the sofa, with two buttons of his shirt collar undone, revealing his collarbone. His profile was sharp and elegant, and his face always showed a hint of alienation. At this time, the person in charge came over and rubbed his hands. "Mr. Gu, I heard that the service here is very good. How about I call a few people in to accompany you?" Looking at the meaningful smile of the person in charge, Gu Wenyan understood and drooped his eyelids lazily. "No need." The person in charge thought that Gu Wenyan disliked the uncleanness, so he assured him, "Boss Gu, don't worry, it's absolutely clean." Gu Wenyan turned his watch, his expression casual and indifferent. "I'm not interested in this." The person in charge couldn't help but think of the rumors he had heard before. It is said that Gu Wenyan has always had someone he likes in his heart, and he even supported the woman after she divorced. Many people say that Gu Wenyan loves women so much that he would rather be the scapegoat. "I am very self-disciplined and never go to those indecent places." It seems that the rumors are true. Since Gu Wenyan didn't want anyone to accompany him, others naturally didn't dare to ask anyone else, so they could only drink and sing. Gu Wenyan suddenly asked, "Did the child's parents go to pick him up?" It took the person in charge a while to realize that Gu Wenyan was referring to the little boy they met at the airport today. As if he had not expected Gu Wen to bring up this matter at the banquet, the person in charge stammered, "This. I am not very clear about it either. Why don't I call and ask now?" "Forget it." Gu Wenyan interrupted, "I was just asking casually." He couldn't explain why he cared about the child. Perhaps influenced by Ji Mian, he mentioned the child in front of him every other day, and he also took it to heart. The person in charge couldn't figure out Gu Wenyan's thoughts and regretted not finding out earlier. It would not be worth it if Gu Wenyan was upset over such a small matter. But who would have known that Gu Wen would take the child whom he had only met once to heart? The music in the box was deafening, so Gu Wenyan simply got up and went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. The cool water flowed through her fingers, soaking the ring on her index finger. Gu Wenyan lowered his head to wash his hands, and at this moment the bathroom door behind him opened. Two men with unsteady steps walked in, reeking of alcohol. "Don't tell me, this woman is prettier than those in the entertainment industry. It's a pity that she doesn't work here, otherwise I would have ordered her to stay for one night." Another person said frivolously, "What's the point of being beautiful? You already have a child." The man said disdainfully, "So what if I have a child? I'll take him in too. I'm lucky to have a son for free." He staggered away to urinate, while another person came to Gu Wenyan to wash his hands and casually placed his cell phone on the table. The sound of water stopped abruptly when Gu Wenyan withdrew his hand. He casually tore off the tissue and wiped his fingers slowly. The moment he turned around, Gu Wenyan's eyes inadvertently swept across the mobile phone on the table. However, when his eyes swept across the screen, they paused suddenly. The next second, Gu Wenyan took the man's cell phone without warning. "Hey, what are you doing?" When the man saw Gu Wenyan snatching his phone, he immediately started yelling in dissatisfaction. Gu Wenyan turned a deaf ear to him, staring at the screen in his hand. Just this afternoon, someone posted the latest photo of the popular little boy. Hashtag "the cutest and most handsome kid" appears in the supermarket hashtag. The background looks like a supermarket or something like that. A little boy is lying in front of a fish tank. His big watery eyes are carefully selecting fish. His little face is wrapped in a soft hood, making him look like a cute little hamster. There is a woman in the corner of the photo. The woman was wearing a dazzling red dress, with soft long curly hair falling over her shoulders. Her skin was very white, and the radiance from her skin made the gorgeous decorations around her pale in comparison. However, what is more dazzling than the red dress is the woman's appearance. Her cold and elegant face is like a rose in the dark night, enough to captivate everyone. I don't know what she said to the child, but there was a faint smile on the woman's lips. When Gu Wenyan saw the woman's appearance clearly, he felt like he was thrown into an endless cold deep ocean, and the blood in his body froze. Yu Tingwan. The woman who had disappeared for 5 years finally showed up. Chapter 5: Identity Exposed. This Weibo post caused heated discussion as soon as it was uploaded, and it seems to be even more heated than the last time. The entire comments section was discussing this beautiful mother and son. Crazy, does this kind of beauty really exist? This is the kid's mother, she's so beautiful, I'll lick her. I'm saying, the child is so good looking, the mother must be a beauty. Can I have both a child and a mother? I am willing to work 10 jobs a day to support them. The above poster, why don't you ask the child's father if he agrees? If it were me, I would definitely stay at home all day to watch over the mother and child. Gu Wenyan tightened his fingers little by little, and because he was pressing too hard, they made a creaking sound. He pulled out his cell phone and called his assistant. Go check right now to see where the mother and son on the trending search are now. After hanging up the phone, Gu Wenyan looked at the little boy standing next to Yu Tingwan on the screen, whose face looked more than 90% similar to him. At this moment, a bold idea emerged in Gu Wenyan's mind. His fingertips clenched little by little, and something seemed to be about to burst out in his heart. In the box, the person in charge saw that Gu Wenyan had not returned for a long time and was worried that something had happened, so he went to the bathroom to check the situation. He had just reached the door, and before he touched the door handle, the door in front of him suddenly opened. The person in charge was shocked. Gu Wenyan walked out against the light. His handsome face was as cold as ice, and the cold aura emanating from his body enveloped his entire body. At this time, the person in charge noticed that there was blood on Gu Wenyan's hand and was immediately shocked. "Mr. Gu, are you injured?" Gu Wenyan's low and cold voice sounded faintly, "It's okay." After saying that, he strode away. The person in charge was a little confused when suddenly a painful wail was heard from behind him. Through the half-open door, he saw two men lying on the ground, their faces covered in blood. On the other side, Yu Tingwan didn't know that she was on the hot search, and took Gu Yayan back home. Yu Tingwan sat by the bed, covered Gu Yayan with a blanket, and said softly, "Anan, don't run around like you did today. Mom will be worried if she can't find you. Do you understand?" Gu Yayan said weakly, "Mom, I understand." Yu Tingwan raised her hand and touched his little face. Gu Yayan suddenly said, "Mom, I have seen the uncle at the airport." "Uncle?" Yu Tingwan blinked, thinking that Gu Yayan was talking about that kind-hearted man. "Where have you seen that uncle?" Gu Yayan grabbed the corner of the quilt with her little hands and pouted, "I can't remember." Yu Tingwan heard from the staff that the man was wearing a suit and tie and should be a business person. Maybe he's been on TV in this city. The two of them lived in Shanghua for 4 years, so it was normal for Gu Yayan to have met them. Yu Tingwan didn't take it to heart and comforted him. "Next time we meet that uncle, we can thank him in person, okay?" Gu Yayan said After tossing and turning for a whole night, Yu Tingwan was tired. After Gu Yayan fell asleep, she went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Yu Tingwan got up and prepared breakfast. Shi Chang sent her a message early this morning, saying that she had arrived home. After Yu Tingwan replied, there was no response from the other side. Probably at work. While waiting for the water to boil, Yu Tingwan browsed Weibo out of boredom. She had never used these social software before, and only downloaded Weibo after Gu Yayan became popular online. At this moment, a push notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Yu Tingwan was about to row away when his fingertips suddenly paused. Looking at the words "cute kids in the restaurant" on the push, her eyelids twitched for no reason. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Tingwan pressed the screen. When she saw the contents of the photo clearly, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she lost her grip on the plate and it fell to the ground. The sharp and crisp sound was like a hammer hitting Yu Tingwan's heart. The color quickly drained from her face and the hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. The thing she feared most happened. The scene displayed on the lit screen was exactly the scene when Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan went to the supermarket to buy things. She was not mistaken that day, someone was indeed taking pictures of them. Not only did they take secret photos, they also uploaded them to social media. The worst thing was that not only Gu Yayan was in the photo, but she was also in it. "Mother?" A childish voice suddenly sounded in front of him, bringing Yu Tingwan back to his senses. She raised her head and saw Gu Yayan walking out of the room rubbing his eyes. There was a curled hair on the top of his head and a sleepy look on his fair little face. Yu Tingwan's face was so pale that she didn't even notice it. She hid her phone behind her back and raised the corners of her mouth stiffly, and then, "Are you awake?" Gu Yayan said in a milky voice, "Mom, I'm hungry." "Okay, Mom will be ready soon, just wait a moment." Worried about scaring Gu Yayan, Yu Tingwan squatted down to pick up the debris on the ground. "Perhaps because I was too nervous, the sharp glass fragments accidentally scratched my fingertips." Blood immediately gushed out. Yu Tingwan gasped in pain. The uneasiness seemed to be cut off by a hole, growing more and more intense, almost drowning her heart. "Mom, you are bleeding." Gu Yayan looked at Yu Tingwan with his big round eyes, a hint of fear appearing on his face. Yu Tingwan endured the pain, raised her head and forced a smile. "Mom is fine." "And then, go outside and wait for your mother first." Gu Yayan nodded timidly, turned around, and walked towards the dining table. Yu Tingwan looked at the photos on the screen, her heart beat like a disordered drumbeat, the rhythm chaotic and rapid. The last time he was secretly photographed, there was only Gu Yayan in the photo. Even if that person saw me, I could still explain it as a coincidence that we look alike. But this time she appears in the photo together. Plus, Gu Yayan looks so much like him. Yu Tingwan didn't dare to think about it anymore. The first thought in her mind was to leave here. Regardless of whether that person has seen this photo or not, she must take Gu Yayan away from here first and avoid this limelight. Without bothering to clean up the broken glass on the ground, Yu Tingwan quickly walked over to Gu Yayan and squatted down. And Mommy forgot to buy some ingredients, let's go out for dinner today. Mom will buy you your favorite fried dough sticks and soy milk, okay? Children are the most innocent and simple. Upon hearing this, Gu Yayan immediately agreed happily, okay. Yu Tingwan used the excuse of going upstairs to get money, packed her luggage as quickly as possible, and then took Gu Yayan to the airport in a taxi. Chapter 6 Arrested at the Airport. Boss Gu, I found out what you asked me to look for. I found the supermarket through the location in the photo. According to the supermarket owner, Miss Yu often went there to buy groceries and lived in a nearby community. In the bright carriage, the assistant gave the information he had found to Gu Wenyan for review. Gu Wenyan looked at the information on the tablet, his dark eyes gradually darkening. The assistant's voice rang in my ears. Miss Yu came back from the United States 4 years ago. I have lived here ever since. I heard that Miss Yu didn't go out to work, so she just took some design drafts at home. Gu Wenyan couldn't help but clench the tablet. No wonder he couldn't find Yu Tingwan no matter how hard he looked. It turned out that she had gone abroad early in the morning. At this time, the assistant thought of something. Oh, by the way, the child went to the airport with Miss Yu yesterday, apparently to send a friend to take a plane. Gu Wenyan frowned. Friend? The assistant spoke with a little more caution. She is the only daughter of the Shi family, Shi Chang. A cold light flashed in Gu Wenyan's eyes. Does Yu Tingwan know Shi Chang? He had no idea about this. There was a chilling light in Gu Wenyan's eyes, and a strong aura of hostility emanated from his entire body. So when Yu Tingwan suddenly disappeared, did Shi Chang also help? What about that child? Gu Wenyan's knuckles creaked because he squeezed too hard. What's her relationship with him? I've asked around, and he's the child's father. The assistant hesitated, but the strange thing is, no one has seen him. Gu Wenyan was silent for a moment. How old is that child? The assistant glanced at the information and said, 4 years old. Gu Wenyan's calm heart suddenly surged with waves. At this moment, a certain idea in his heart was completely confirmed. 4 years old. And Yu Tingwan disappeared exactly 5 years ago. At the same time, Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan arrived at the airport. Gu Yayan sat obediently on the chair, unaware of what was about to happen, and said in a purring voice, Mom, where are we going? Yu Tingwan lowered her head and rubbed Gu Yayan's head. Mom will take you to see Man, okay? Gu Yayan's eyes lit up. Man? Yes. Yu Tingwan had a faint smile on her face. Didn't you say before that you wanted to go back to the United States to find Man? Mom will take you back to see him today. Gu Yayan shouted happily and danced with joy. Looking at Gu Yayan's excitement, Yu Tingwan couldn't feel happy. She wasn't sure if she was making a big deal out of nothing. But it's always better to be cautious. If everything is really fine, she will bring Gu Yayan back after she has avoided this storm. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yayan to check their tickets. Just as she was about to hand the ticket to the ticket inspector, 2 staff members suddenly came over. Excuse me, is this Miss Yu? Yu Tingwan nodded blankly. I am. What's wrong? The staff member said, we suspect that you are carrying prohibited items in your bag. Please accept our inspection. Contraband? Yu Tingwan was stunned. Didn't we check all of them during the security check just now? She had been on so many flights and this had never happened before. The staff explained, we also received a report. Out of responsibility for the safety of passengers and aircraft, we can only act in accordance with the rules and regulations. Yu Tingwan glanced at the team in front of him and said hesitantly, but the plane I'm on is about to take off. We will do it as soon as possible. The staff said considerately, if it really affects your boarding, we can change your ticket for free and provide you with an upgrade service. Seeing that Yu Tingwan was hesitant, the staff member said in a tougher tone, if you don't accept the investigation, we can't let you board the plane. So for safety reasons, please cooperate with the investigation. Seeing the staff's firm attitude and the eager looks from people around, Yu Tingwan had no choice but to follow the staff and leave. Gu Yayan held Yu Tingwan's hand, tilted his head back, and blinked his innocent eyes. Mom, aren't we going to look for Man? Yu Tingwan was worried about scaring Gu Yayan, so she said in a gentle voice, the aunties at the airport lost something and asked Mom to help find it. After they find it, we can go find Man. Gu Yayan nodded, not quite understanding. The staff led the two people for a long distance, and the surroundings gradually became quiet, with only a few people to be seen. Inexplicably, the closer they got to their destination, the more uneasy Yu Tingwan felt. She couldn't tell where the uneasiness came from. How long will the inspection take? Yu Tingwan looked at the staff walking in front of him and couldn't help asking, "We have something urgent to do. We have to leave today." The staff member did not turn around and said, "We will let you go after the inspection is complete. Please be patient." As they were talking, they came to a room and the staff member raised his hand and knocked on the door. Seeing the staff's action, Yu Tingwan felt something strange in his mind. Isn't it an inspection? Is there someone else in there? After a while, a deep voice came from inside. Because it was pressed too low, I could only hear a male voice. As the door opened, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yayan's hand and walked in behind the staff. The room was dimly lit. A man in a neat suit stood in front of the control panel with his back to them. His figure was tall and straight. At this time, she heard the staff say, "Mr. Gu, the person you asked for is here." When Yu Tingwan heard the words Mr. Gu, his fingertips froze. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in front of him slowly turned around. He had a superior bone structure, clear and deep facial features, and a pair of dark eyes that were like thick ink that could not be dissolved. When he saw the face that couldn't be more familiar, Yu Tingwan subconsciously took a step back, and his calf hit the cold shelf. A chill rose from the soles of her feet and completely enveloped her like a bone-chilling tide. Gu Wenyan? How come he is here? Chapter 7 He is my son. Gu Wenyan looked at the woman in front of him. 5 years have passed, and Yu Tingwan's appearance has not changed much. She is still as bright and charming as ever. But the girl's childishness and agility have been lost, and a sense of charm and seduction has been added. Yu Tingwan did not notice Gu Wenyan's aggressive look. The color on her face quickly faded and her mind was in a mess. She never expected that she would meet Gu Wenyan here after not seeing him for 5 years. Considering the abnormal behavior of the staff just now, no matter how dumb she was, she could guess that it was a trap set by Gu Wenyan. The first thought that came to her mind was to escape. Yu Tingwan picked up Gu Yayan and wanted to leave, but it was too late. The door behind him was suddenly closed from the outside, and the staff member had left without knowing when. Yu Tingwan pulled the door handle hard, but the door in front of her didn't move at all. Gu Wenyan's dangerous and hoarse voice sounded behind him, as if coming from the deepest darkness. "Yu Tingwan, where else do you want to escape to?" Yu Tingwan's legs felt a little weak, and she turned around slowly like a rusty doll. She saw Gu Wenyan walking towards her, his eyes and brows looking mysterious and dangerous in the shadows. Yu Tingwan's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she subconsciously hugged Gu Yayan tightly in her arms. "Uncle Balloon?" Gu Yayan in his arms suddenly spoke. Yu Tingwan was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Gu Yayan pointing at Gu Wenyan excitedly. "Mom, it was this uncle who asked Fatty Uncle to take me to the airport to find my sister last time." Yu Tingwan looked up at Gu Wenyan, her heart pounding. The kind-hearted person who picked up Gu Yayan last time was Gu Wenyan? Gu Wenyan was also looking at her, his cold dark eyes filled with bursts of bright light. Gu Yayan raised his little face and said, "Uncle Kind-hearted, why are you here?" Gu Wenyan's gaze moved away from Yu Tingwan's face and fell on Gu Yayan's chubby little face. "I'm here to find someone." Gu Yayan blinked and said, "Looking for someone?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids and glanced at Yu Tingwan meaningfully. "Find someone who has been on the run for 5 years." Yu Tingwan felt like a pair of huge hands were squeezing her heart and she couldn't breathe. Gu Yayan said innocently, "Why did that person run away? Did she steal Uncle's things?" Gu Wenyan took in the panic that flashed across Yu Tingwan's eyes and dragged out his words, "Then we have to ask that person what he stole from me." After saying that, he extended his hand towards Gu Yayan. Just as he was about to touch Gu Yayan, Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat and he immediately pulled Gu Yayan behind him. "What do you want to do?" Yu Tingwan was like a cat whose fur stood up due to stress, with an undisguised look of defensiveness on her face. Gu Wenyan's hand stopped in mid-air. Looking at the frightened face in front of him, he withdrew his hand and put it back into his pocket. "I just want to see the child." "What are you afraid of? Do you have any secrets that you cannot tell anyone?" Only then did Yu Tingwan realize that her reaction was too excited. But she couldn't help but be afraid. Gu Yayan looked so much like him. She tried to cover Gu Yayan's little face, but it was too late. She didn't know that Gu Wenyan had already seen Gu Yayan's photo on the internet and had seen him in person. Gu Yayan's dark eyes moved between Yu Tingwan and Gu Wenyan. Although he was young, he could tell that something was not right between his mother and the uncle in front of him. "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to thank the kind uncle?" Gu Yayan blinked his big eyes and said in a childish voice, "Now that the kind uncle is here, should we thank him?" Yu Tingwan tried hard to force a smile, but failed. "You're right." She suppressed the panic in her heart and said calmly, "Mr. Gu, thank you for saving my son last time. We have something else to do later, can you please let us go first?" Yu Tingwan still held on to a last glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps their meeting here was just a coincidence. Maybe Gu Wenyan didn't discover anything. Gu Wenyan's dark eyes concealed a bottomless dark river, and his voice was also dangerous. "You are in such a hurry to leave, are you worried that I will find something?" Yu Tingwan's heart rose to her throat. "No." "No?" Gu Wenyan lowered his eyelashes, his eyes fell on the little face that looked 90% similar to him, and said word by word, "Whose child is this?" Cold sweat instantly soaked Yu Tingwan's back, and fear grabbed her like an invisible big hand. Gu Wenyan's next words were like a sharp needle, piercing her heart accurately. "He is my son, right?" "No." Yu Tingwan raised her head abruptly and immediately denied, "This child has nothing to do with you." Gu Wenyan's eyes were shrouded in darkness. "No, then how do you explain why he looks so much like me?" When he saw the photo, he thought the similarity between the two was just a coincidence. Unexpectedly, the little boy who became popular on the internet was Yu Tingwan's son. Yu Tingwan swallowed a handful of sand in his throat and was unable to speak. "Yu Tingwan, do you think I'm a fool?" Gu Wenyan's hard jawline screamed out a deadly anger. "Or do you think I will be fooled by you again like you did 5 years ago?" Yu Tingwan's breath was choked, and a layer of mist covered his wide-open eyes. Gu Wenyan knows everything? Boundless panic enveloped Yu Tingwan's heart. At this moment, she was like a rabbit on a chopping board, struggling in vain. "This child really has nothing to do with you. He just happens to look like you." Seeing that Yu Tingwan was still quibbling, Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes slightly and said, "We'll know if it's my child after a paternity test." Seeing that the bodyguards around Gu Wenyan were about to come and take Gu Yayan away, Yu Tingwan immediately held him in his arms. "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." Gu Wenyan grabbed her wrist, his cold breath was aggressive. "Yu Tingwan, is this child mine?" Yu Tingwan didn't say anything. She was shaking like a rose in a rainstorm, with her eyelashes trembling violently. Seeing that Yu Tingwan was slow to answer, Gu Wenyan completely lost his patience and winked at the bodyguard. The next second, Yu Tingwan's arms felt empty, and the bodyguard forcefully carried Gu Yayan away. "Mother! Bad guys, where are you taking me?" Gu Yayan was frightened by this scene and began to struggle using his hands and feet. Yu Tingwan's heart sank as she saw the bodyguards about to take Gu Yayan out of the room. She knew that she could no longer hide the secret. Even if she doesn't admit it now, Gu Wenyan will still know the truth after the paternity test results come out. Yu Tingwan seemed to have made up her mind. She closed her eyes and said desperately, "Yes, he is your son." The whole room suddenly became quiet. In an instant, all the doubts in Gu Wenyan's mind were resolved. Gu Wenyan said in a cold tone, "Sure enough, you suddenly disappeared 5 years ago because you were pregnant with my child." Chapter 8 Dad is dead. Late one night 5 years ago, Yu Tingwan suddenly disappeared. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth, with no trace of him anywhere. No one knows where she went. Some people said that Yu Tingwan had hooked up with someone richer and more powerful than Gu Wenyan, while others said that Yu Tingwan was kidnapped by Gu Wenyan's enemies and was already dead. Some people even speculated that it was because when she returned to China and wanted to be with her, so Gu Wenyan sent someone to get rid of Yu Tingwan. In short, all kinds of rumors are emerging one after another. The only thing Gu Wenyan never thought of was that Yu Tingwan secretly left her because she was pregnant. Seeing Gu Wenyan's increasingly gloomy expression, Yu Tingwan didn't dare to think about how she would react after he knew that she had secretly given birth to Gu Yayan. Will snatch Gu Yayan away? Or let someone get rid of him? Yu Tingwan's voice was filled with a hint of weakness and pleading. "Gu Wenyan, I will take Nin away from here and never come back. I promise that we will never appear in front of you again, and no one will know about his relationship with you. Let him go, he is innocent." Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and tightened his grip on her wrist little by little. "Do you think I will let you go this time?" Yu Tingwan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Gu Wenyan asked quietly, "Why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant?" Yu Tingwan didn't say a word to him and disappeared with the baby in her belly. If Gu Yan hadn't accidentally become popular on the internet this time, he would still be kept in the dark. Yu Tingwan's eyes were empty and distant. If I tell you, Anan has been beaten up now, right? Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened. Do you think I will let you abort the child? Wouldn't it be possible? Yu Tingwan raised the corner of her mouth. I asked you at the beginning, what would you do if I got pregnant? Do you remember what you said? Gu Wenyan said, except for my wife, I will not allow anyone to give birth to a child for the Gu family. If you are really pregnant, I will send you to the hospital to have an abortion. These two sentences completely dispelled Yu Tingwan's idea of confessing. There was no way she could become Gu Wenyan's wife. They will only be forced to abort the child. So Yu Tingwan made a bold decision. On the night when she came back, she resolutely left the Gu family. She will have to leave sooner or later anyway. Instead of being driven away, it is better for her to leave on her own initiative and leave the baby in her belly behind. Fragments of memories flooded into his mind, and Gu Wenyan's expression became a little more complicated that he couldn't quite identify. He had no idea that Yu Tingwan was pregnant at that time. Yu Tingwan lowered his voice, if we leave, it will only be good for you. If you are worried that I will use the child to threaten you in the future, we can sign an agreement to sever the father-son relationship. You have a top-notch legal team. Don't worry that I will regret it later. Hearing Yu Tingwan's eager attitude to cut off ties with him, Gu Wenyan's heart felt like it was burned by a nameless fire, and his anger burned uncontrollably. Yu Tingwan, you sound so nice, but why did you keep the child? Yu Tingwan's eyelids twitched, and Gu Wenyan's voice sounded faintly in her ears. Do you like me? There was a buzzing sound in Yu Tingwan's ears. She subconsciously avoided the gaze on her and turned her head to the side. No. I kept this child because I thought I could marry into the Gu family by relying on the child's status. As a result, Miss Wen suddenly came back. I knew I had no chance of getting promoted, so I planned to use this child to extort money. Then I thought, it would be easy for someone of your status to get rid of me, and I don't want to take the risk. But by the time I figured it out, the baby couldn't be aborted, so I had to give birth to the baby and raise it myself. Yu Tingwan spoke frankly, and his expression didn't seem like he was lying. Gu Wenyan felt like something was blocking his chest. For a moment, he thought Yu Tingwan liked him. Mr. Gu, I just want to live a good life with Anan now. You don't have to worry about me causing trouble for you. Otherwise, I would have gone back to blackmail you in those 4 years. Yu Tingwan said in a weak tone, so please let us go. Gu Wenyan's cold voice mercilessly shattered her last hope. Don't even think about it. I won't let you leave this time. Yu Tingwan's expression was like a broken glass jar, which quickly cracked. She murmured, why? You don't want this baby anyway, do you? It's not someone else's turn to have something I don't want. Gu Wenyan's voice was extremely cold. Don't even think about taking our Gu family's seed and recognizing another man as your father. The light in Yu Tingwan's eyes dimmed instantly like a blown-out candle. It turns out this is what Gu Wenyan is concerned about. Gu Wenyan squatted down and looked into Gu Yayan's eyes. Come here. Gu Yayan looked at Gu Wenyan timidly. Perhaps it was Gu Wenyan's behavior at the airport last time that made him feel that the man in front of him was not a bad person. Gu Yayan moved his short legs and walked slowly in front of Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan looked at him. What's your name? Gu Yayan responded softly, Gu Yayan. When he heard that the child's surname was Gu, the calm string in Gu Wenyan's heart seemed to be plucked, and he raised his eyelids and glanced at Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan did not catch the turmoil that flashed across his eyes. All she had in her eyes was Gu Yayan's safety. He was afraid that Gu Wen would take the opportunity to harm Gu Yayan at the banquet. Uncle Balloon, why do you bully me and my mom? Are you a bad guy? Gu Yayan suddenly said. Gu Wenyan raised his hand and rubbed his thumb across his soft little face. I'm not. But Mom is about to cry. Gu Yayan pouted and said unhappily, Mom has never cried before. Uncle Balloon is a bad guy. Gu Wenyan's frown relaxed a little. That's because your mother is so happy to see me. Gu Yayan tilted his head. Why is Mom so happy? Does Uncle Balloon know Mom? Gu Wenyan smiled wryly. Not only do we know each other, we are also very familiar with each other. He deliberately emphasized the word very familiar, and Yu Tingwan couldn't help but tremble. Gu Wenyan's dark pupils seemed to be able to swallow her whole. He continued, did your mother ever tell you why your last name is Gu? Gu Yayan confidently put his hands on his hips and said, yes. Mom said that my dad's last name was Gu, so my last name is Gu too. Gu Wenyan's eyes unconsciously showed some gentleness. Have you met your father? Gu Yan's little face drooped instantly and his head shook like a rattle. I never saw Dad. There was a hint of sadness in Gu Yan's childish voice, and his voice became lower. He is standing in front of you now. Gu Wenyan lowered his voice, with extreme appeal. When he heard that his father was coming, Gu Yan immediately turned around and looked around, but besides Uncle Balloon and his mother, the only person in the room was the bodyguard who was about to take him away. Gu Yan blinked his eyes, as if he had a premonition of something in his little head, and then looked at Gu Wenyan in front of him. Gu Wenyan uttered 6 words from his thin lips, I am your father. Gu Yan opened his eyes slightly and his mouth opened wide. Dad? Gu Wenyan rubbed his head, what's wrong? Don't you believe it? Gu Yan shrank his neck and muttered softly, are you really my father? Of course. Gu Wenyan said calmly, why would I lie to you? Gu Yan's eyes flashed with confusion, but Mom said that Dad is dead. Chapter 9 Dealing with this stain. The veins on Gu Wenyan's forehead throbbed. Dead? Gu Yan nodded seriously. Gu Wenyan turned to look at Yu Tingwan, his eyes as cold as ice. Yu Tingwan actually lied to the child like this. Yu Tingwan bit her lip and avoided the oppressive gaze. Ever since Gu Yan grew up to understand things, she often asked Yu Tingwan why other children had fathers but she didn't. Yu Tingwan had no way to say that Gu Wenyan didn't want him, so he could only make up a lie and said that his father had passed away. This is how he deceived Gu Yan. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would meet Gu Wenyan. As if seeing through Yu Tingwan's thoughts, Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly, then retracted his gaze. Your mother is lying to you, I'm not dead. Gu Yan pouted in grievance, then why don't you come to see me and Mom? Gu Wenyan's narrow eyes were filled with darkness, and his voice became a little deeper, because I don't know where you and your mother are. Really? Gu Yan was half believing and half doubting, and was a little wary of the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and claimed to be his father. Are you really my father? Are you lying to me? Gu Wenyan gently brushed the ends of his hair. Of course it's true, your last name is Gu, and mine is Gu too, your last name comes from me. If you don't believe me, I can show you a photo of your mother and I when we get back. Seeing Gu Yan's somewhat shaken expression, Gu Wenyan reached out and held him in his arms. I promise, I will never be separated from you again. Feeling the warm embrace, Gui raised his little face and looked at Gu Wenyan, his big watery eyes showing helplessness. Does he really have a father? Although he was very scared, Gu Yan still pretended to be calm and stretched out his hand. Then make a pinky promise with me. His serious look is somewhat similar to Gu Wenyan at work. Gu Wenyan raised the corners of his lips and made a pinky promise with him. Pin it down, for 100 years, no change. A liar is a puppy. Seeing Gu Yan's gradually blooming smile, Gu Wenyan coaxed him, let's live together in the future, okay? Gu Yan was quickly overwhelmed by the good news of having a father, and nodded rapidly. Good. Not good. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously spoke out to stop him. She didn't know why Gu Wenyan said that. Do you want to trick them back and then consider how to deal with Gu Yan? When that cold gaze came over, Yu Tingwan mustered up her courage, but her last words betrayed her panic. We won't go back with you. The rare faint smile on Gu Wenyan's face completely disappeared. I'm not discussing this with you. Yu Tingwan clenched her fingertips and said, and in his mind, it has nothing to do with you. I'll decide whether to go back with you or not. Yours? Gu Wenyan's calm eyes suddenly stirred up a wave, and his voice was terribly deep. Yu Tingwan, he is my child. Seeing that Yu Tingwan wanted to say something, Gu Wenyan just threw out a sentence. Don't you care about Shi Chang's life or death? Yu Tingwan's body seemed to be frozen, and she looked at Gu Wenyan in disbelief. Gu Wenyan even found out that she had contact with Shi Chang? She couldn't stop panicking. What did you do to Shi Chang? What I will do to her is up to you. Gu Wenyan's lips curled up into a cold and charming smile. If you want her to get into trouble, you can go against me. Yu Tingwan's hands and feet grew colder and colder, like a cat whose fragile tail was stepped on, and he suddenly became silent. She could ignore herself, but she couldn't implicate Shi Chang. Shi Chang has helped her so much. Watching Yu Tingwan's head lowering inch by inch, Gu Wenyan sneered, picked up Gu Yan and left the room. On the way back, the car was silent. Gu Yan hadn't recovered from the shock of suddenly having a father. His big dark eyes stared at Gu Wenyan, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Are you really my father? Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and looked at him. Of course. Gu Yan pinched his leg hard. Ouch. It hurts so much. He is not dreaming. He really has a father. Gu Yan suddenly puffed up his face and said angrily, Mom is a big bad guy. Dad is obviously not dead, but Mom said that Dad is dead. A dark light flashed across Gu Wenyan's eyes, and he turned to look at Yu Tingwan in the corner. Since getting on the car, Yu Tingwan hasn't said a word, staring out the window. No one knows what he's thinking. Gu Wenyan's eyes turned a little colder. Is Yu Tingwan so reluctant to go back with him? Come over. After handing Gu Yan over to the assistant, Gu Wenyan spoke coldly. Yu Tingwan's body was stiff, and he sat there without moving. The next second, her wrist was grabbed and she was pulled over with great force, falling into the strong and oppressive chest. Gu Wenyan's cold voice sounded above his head, permeated with an invisible threat. No matter what you are thinking, it's best to give up the inappropriate thoughts. If you dare to disappear from the child, you know what I will do to Shi Chang. Yu Tingwan bit her tongue calmly, and the wind blowing on her skin suddenly became colder. She had seen Gu Wenyan's methods and knew he was capable of doing such a thing. And not only Shi Chang, but the Shi family will also be implicated. Yu Tingwan pursed her lips and couldn't help but speak up. It has nothing to do with Shi Chang. She knows nothing. Gu Wenyan interrupted coldly. Do you really think I don't know about your disappearance and what role she played in it? If it weren't for Shi Chang, how could Yu Tingwan have gone abroad so smoothly? And not even a trace was left. When he thought about how Shi Chang had obstructed him and caused him to look for Yu Tingwan for 5 whole years, Gu Wenyan's ink black eyes seemed to be about to be filled with a violent storm. If you don't want to implicate her, you'd better obey. Yu Tingwan's hands and feet were cold, and his back felt chilly. Feeling the slight trembling of the person in his arms, Gu Wenyan stroked her soft waist with his fingers. He had already begun to miss the touch of that waist. What are you going to do with him after we get back? Yu Tingwan closed his eyes and suddenly said, Are you going to kill him? Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved slightly. What did you say? Yu Tingwan raised the corners of her mouth, with a hint of sarcasm in her smile. Could it be that your Gu family would want an illegitimate child? Gu Wenyan said that only his wife was worthy of giving birth to the Gu family's offspring. Then the only possibility for him to take the 2 of them back was to resolve the stain of Gu Yan. Gu Wenyan's tone was terribly low. Who said I wanted to kill him? Yu Tingwan paused, the sound of a brewing storm continuing in his ears. If I want to finish him off, do I need to take him home? I could have strangled him to death in the airport. Yu Tingwan's heart was beating a little faster. She slowly raised her head and met those pure black eyes. Isn't Gu Wenyan going to deal with Gu Yan? Then what was his reason for bringing the 2 back? Gu Wenyan's deep eyes met hers, and he spoke word by word. Yu Tingwan, stay by my side like before. Chapter 10 Your mother sleeps with me. Yu Tingwan's heart felt like it was sinking into an ice cellar, and his eyes were completely swallowed by darkness. Gu Wenyan wanted her to continue to be his bed partner? The sun was scorching outside the window, but Yu Tingwan felt very cold. She heard her own voice coming from far away. Mr. Gu, a successful man like you should not be short of women, right? As long as Gu Wenyan beckons with his finger, many women will come to him. She didn't understand why Gu Wenyan refused to let her go. Gu Wenyan's burning palm moved all the way down, causing a slight shudder. After so many years, I'm still used to your body. Yu Tingwan's drooping eyelashes trembled like a butterfly in a storm, and she smiled at herself. It turns out to be a habit. Gu Wenyan said calmly, besides, the children of our Gu family cannot be left outside. Every word he spoke was like an invisible needle piercing Yu Tingwan's chest, making her feel a little breathless. Because Gu Wenyan needed a bed partner, and considering Gu Yan's status, he brought the 2 of them home. She still had a glimmer of hope just now. Maybe Gu Wenyan really liked Gu Yan. Yu Tingwan laughed at himself. 2. With Gu Wenyan's status, he could choose any lady from an aristocratic family. He had all the high-quality bloodlines he wanted. How could he take a child born to his bed partner seriously? Yu Tingwan raised her head, her eyes reddening without her noticing. Boss Gu, you suddenly brought an illegitimate child back home. Aren't you afraid of being talked about? Gu Wenyan's rough thumb brushed across the corner of her eye. Who dares to say a word? The nonchalant tone seemed as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Given his status, no one dared to say anything about him. It seemed as if something in Yu Tingwan's heart quickly melted and flowed into the boundless darkness. What about Wensi? Yu Tingwan asked suddenly, can she accept the existence of me and the child? There was a flash of coldness in Gu Wenyan's eyes, and his tone became colder. This is not something you should consider. What he said was tantamount to admitting that he was with Wenxi. But there's nothing surprising about it. Gu Wenyan has liked Wenxi for so many years, and she finally got divorced. How could he miss this opportunity? They should be together now. Maybe they have already been married. Yu Tingwan closed her eyes and said, Boss Gu, I don't want to be a mistress. Gu Wenyan turned a deaf ear to him and said, just accompany me like before. Other things are not within your consideration. In the past, there was no other woman around Gu Wenyan, so Yu Tingwan could stay with Gu Wenyan with peace of mind. But it's different now. When she is back. Yu Tingwan mustered up the courage to ask, what if I refuse? Then you can think about Shi Chang's fate. With just one word, Yu Tingwan was completely silent. So be obedient. Gu Wenyan rolled her hair with his fingers. You could do it before, and you can do it now. Yu Tingwan didn't say anything else. She turned her head and looked out the window, but the sunlight coming in through the glass could not warm her heart. I don't know how long it took, but the car stopped in front of the villa. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, Yu Tingwan felt dazed. She lived here with Gu Wenyan for 3 whole years. It was the first time that Gu Yan saw such a big house. His eyes widened. Mom, what a big house. Yu Tingwan twitched the corner of his mouth. Yeah. The house where Gu Wenyan lives is naturally not bad. It is said that this manor was purchased for a full 1.4 billion yuan, and it was purchased in the year Gu Wenyan was born. Gu Wenyan put his big hand on Gu Yan's head and said, you and your mother will live here from now on. Upon hearing this, Yu Tingwan suddenly looked up at Gu Wenyan. Did Gu Wenyan intend to let her live under the same roof with Wenxi? Yu Tingwan pinched her palm with her fingertips, feeling a surge of pain. You let me move in, but what about Wenxi? Gu Wenyan turned the ring on his index finger and said, she doesn't live here. Yu Tingwan was stunned. Wenxi doesn't live here? She remembered that before she left 5 years ago, Gu Wenyan asked her to move out of the villa to make room for Wenxi, who was returning home. Didn't the two of them end up living together? Yu Tingwan's thoughts were in a mess, but Gu Yan didn't notice the unusual atmosphere. She opened her pink lips and looked up at Yu Tingwan. Mom, is it true? Are we going to live here from now on? Yu Tingwan came back to his senses and forced a smile. It's true. Gu Yan shouted happily, I will have a big house to live in the future. Yu Tingwan raised her head and inadvertently met that slightly deep gaze. She avoided the gaze and pretended to stare at the whirl of hair on Gu Yan's head. There was an indecipherable meaning in Gu Wenyan's deep eyes. Entering the villa, the housekeeper Uncle Zhang came to greet me. Mr. Gu, you're back. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Zhang caught a glimpse of Yu Tingwan behind Gu Wenyan and could not hide his surprise on his face. Miss you? Yu Tingwan smiled at him. Uncle Zhang, long time no see. Uncle Zhang is an old man in the Gu family. He had been working here during the 3 years when Yu Tingwan was kept by Gu Wenyan. Uncle Zhang only heard that Gu Wenyan brought a woman back, but he didn't expect it to be Yu Tingwan. The child they are talking about. Just as he was distracted, he saw a little face that looked exactly like Gu Wenyan. Even though he knew it in advance, Uncle Zhang was still shocked. This child and Gu Wenyan looked like they were cut from the same mold. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth and said, is this the young master? He looks so much like you. The housekeeper has watched Gu Wenyan grow up since he was a child, and this child looks exactly like Gu Wenyan when he was a child. Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and looked at Gu Yan. A faint smile flashed across his eyes very quickly. Yeah. Gu Yan looked at Uncle Zhang curiously. Grandpa, who are you? Uncle Zhang was amused by this title. Master, I am the housekeeper of this family. From now on, I will take care of your food and daily life. Gu Yan was confused and tilted his head. Gu Wenyan said calmly, have you cleaned up the room I asked you to clean up? The housekeeper came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Boss Gu, as you said, I have already cleaned up the second bedroom for the young master to live in. Gu Wenyan hummed. At this time, Yu Tingwan suddenly said, and NNI's luggage is still in the rental house. I want to go back and get it. Gu Wenyan turned his head to look at her, with an inquiring look as if he could see deep into her heart. Yu Tingwan suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if her thoughts had been seen through. After a while, Gu Wenyan retracted his gaze and returned to his distant and cold expression. I'll ask my assistant to do it. Yu Tingwan opened her mouth, as if she was still trying to argue, but Gu Wenyan interrupted her, his voice as cold as ice. Yu Tingwan, I haven't settled the score with you for your 5 years of disappearance, don't make me angry. Yu Tingwan suddenly fell silent. She knew Gu Wenyan too well and he was already angry at this time. Gu Wenyan withdrew his gaze and took Gu Yan upstairs. Only Yu Tingwan and Uncle Zhang were left in the living room. Uncle Zhang said with emotion, "Miss you, I thought I would never see you again." Yu Tingwan smiled bitterly. She also thought that she would never return to this place again. "But it's good that you're back," Uncle Zhang said with a smile. "You don't know, after you left." A warning voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Uncle Zhang, you talk too much." Gu Wenyan stopped at the corner of the stairs and looked at him expressionlessly. The butler realized that he had crossed the line and quickly shut up. Yu Tingwan was a little confused. The housekeeper seemed to want to say something to her just now. Before she could think about it, she heard Gu Wenyan say coldly, "What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come up?" Yu Tingwan clenched her palms, nodded to Uncle Zhang, and followed him upstairs. The original second bedroom was converted into a children's room, with the words "children's room" printed on a sign at the door. As the door opened, the white marble floor reflected the gorgeous crystal diamond chandelier, and a whole wall of toys came into view. They are all the most popular cartoon characters at the moment. Among them is the animal-shaped robot that Gu Yan likes. Gu Yan yelled and immediately rushed over happily. Looking at the carefully prepared room in front of him, Yu Tingwan felt a little complicated for a moment. Was all this prepared by Gu Wenyan? Why? Doesn't he care about Gu Yan? Gu Wenyan didn't seem to notice Yu Tingwan's complicated expression. He patted the back of Gu Yan's head and asked, "Do you like it?" Gu Yan hugged the robot lovingly and nodded repeatedly, "I like it." Gu Wenyan curled the corners of his lips. "This will be your room from now on." Gu Yan opened his eyes slightly. "Really?" Gu Wenyan nodded slightly. Gu Yan subconsciously looked at Yu Tingwan and said ignorantly, "Then will Mom live in this room with me too?" Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered a word with his thin lips, "No. Your mother sleeps with me." Chapter 11. Why pretend to be a chaste heroine? Yu Tingwan clenched her fingertips in her sleeves, turning slightly white from squeezing so hard. Gu Yan's big round eyes moved between the two of them. He seemed to understand something and smiled secretly with his hands covering his mouth. Maybe in his eyes, Dad and Mom both like each other very much. Only Yu Tingwan knew that the truth was not at all what he had imagined. But seeing Gu Yan's happy expression, Yu Tingwan said nothing in the end. Coming out of the children's room, the corridor was silent. There was an oppressive silence in the air. "Tell the child that I'm dead." "What? Are you planning to find him a stepfather in the future?" Gu Wenyan's cold voice pierced the silence like a sharp needle. He didn't know when he stopped and was looking at Yu Tingwan. His gloomy eyes were colder than the night. Yu Tingwan pinched her fingertips and whispered, "I haven't thought about it that way." She never thought about starting a family with another man. Gu Wenyan stared deeply into Yu Tingwan's eyes, as if trying to find evidence that she was lying. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It's better not to." His words were blunt and cruel, as if leaving no room for any illusions. "Yu Tingwan, don't forget who you are, and whose child Gu Yan is." Yu Tingwan slowly lowered his head and stared at the carpet under his feet in a trance. Of course she wouldn't forget. She was just Gu Wenyan's lover for venting his emotions. As for Gu Yan, he was just a product created accidentally by Gu Wenyan. At the end of the corridor is the master bedroom. The decoration in the room has not changed much and is still the same as when Yu Tingwan left. When Yu Tingwan saw her belongings in the cloakroom, she was stunned. Didn't Gu Wenyan throw away her things? Noticing her gaze, Gu Wenyan lowered the corners of his eyes, his pupils became darker, and then he called Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang soon heard the noise and rushed over. "Boss Gu, what's wrong?" Gu Wenyan said coldly, "Didn't I tell you to throw these things away a long time ago?" Uncle Zhang followed his line of sight and saw Yu Tingwan's things in the cabinet next to him. He was about to say something when he was suddenly met with those bottomless pupils. Uncle Zhang swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, maybe someone under my command forgot. How about I throw it away now?" The last sentence was tentative and cautious. Yu Tingwan tried to smooth things over. "No need, Uncle Zhang, these can still be worn, it would be a shame to throw them away." Uncle Zhang subconsciously looked at Gu Wenyan's reaction. After all, if Gu Wenyan asked him to throw it away, he wouldn't dare not. Gu Wenyan turned the watch on his wrist and did not respond. "If you can't even handle such a small matter next time, you can go home and retire." Uncle Zhang nodded apprehensively, "Yes." Yu Tingwan's eyes dimmed as she listened to Gu Wenyan's cold tone. It was just such a small matter, but Gu Wenyan actually wanted to fire Uncle Zhang. It seems that Gu Wenyan really hates her. In that case, why do you have to have her come back? Was it just to humiliate her? After coming out of the master bedroom, Uncle Zhang stood at the door and scratched his head. When did Mr. Gu tell him to throw away the clothes? At this time, Uncle Zhang recalled an incident that happened a few years ago. At that time, a servant accidentally soiled Yu Tingwan's clothes while cleaning the room, and did not come to work the next day. After that, no one could enter the master bedroom, including Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang was worried and continued to do his own thing. After Uncle Zhang left, the room returned to peace. Worried that Gu Wenyan would vent his anger on Uncle Zhang, Yu Tingwan took the initiative to say, "Let me move the things away." Gu Wenyan glanced at her calmly. "Where do you want to put it?" Yu Tingwan was stumped by the question. This is not her home, and she doesn't even have a room of her own. Gu Wenyan turned his eyes away and said indifferently, "It has been put aside for so many years, so this little time is not a big deal." In fact, Yu Tingwan felt something was strange just now. Even if Uncle Zhang forgot, but Gu Wenyan has lived here for so long, didn't he notice it? Or did he not live here before? However, Gu Wenyan owns more than a dozen properties, so it is normal for him to spend the night somewhere else. Yu Tingwan didn't think any more about it. It couldn't be that Gu Wenyan was reluctant to throw away her things, right? Yu Tingwan laughed at herself. She was not so self-indulgent as to be so self-indulgent. Coming out of the cloakroom, Yu Tingwan inadvertently noticed the white medicine bottle on the bedside table. Before she could see clearly, Gu Wenyan strode over and put the medicine bottle away. Yu Tingwan vaguely guessed something and asked hesitantly, "Is that a sleeping pill?" Her mother used to take sleeping pills for long-term insomnia, so she recognized it. Gu Wenyan paused for a moment while closing the drawer. Yu Tingwan stared at the back of his head and spoke with a little more caution, "Are you taking sleeping pills?" Gu Wenyan slowly turned his head, his eyes were extremely cold, and his tone was inaudible. "Yu Tingwan, stop pretending to care about me." Yu Tingwan blinked, a feeling of soreness welled up in her eyes, she pursed her lips and stopped talking. Soon, Uncle Zhang came up to announce that dinner was ready. In the brightly lit restaurant, 3 people sat around the dining table, with a plate of delicious and fragrant food in front of them. This was the first time the 3 of them sat together for dinner. Gu Yan's appetite also improved and he ate a full bowl of rice. This was the first time Yu Tingwan saw Gu Yan take the initiative to eat. Gu Wenyan suddenly asked, "When did you get to know Shi Chang?" His tone did not reveal his emotions, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Yu Tingwan paused holding the chopsticks, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know what Gu Wenyan's intention was in asking such a question. "Do you want to cause trouble for Shi Chang?" Yu Tingwan bit her lower lip and told the truth. "It was when I attended Ji Xiao's birthday party. 5 years ago, Ji Mian invited many people to his birthday party, including Shi Chang. At that time, Shi Chang mistakenly thought Yu Tingwan was the person who seduced her boyfriend, and the two got to know each other." Gu Wenyan sneered, "You've kept it a secret quite well." Yu Tingwan unconsciously clenched the chopsticks in her hand. "This matter really has nothing to do with Shi Chang. I asked her for help. Don't bother her." Gu Wenyan said meaningfully, "Whether I cause trouble for her or not depends on your performance." There was no disguise of threat in his words. Yu Tingwan lowered his eyes and looked at the food in front of him, and suddenly lost his appetite. After dinner, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yan back to the children's room first. Gu Yan had never lived in such a big house and was so excited that he couldn't sleep. "Mom, are we really going to live with Dad from now on?" Gu Yan lay obediently on the bed, holding the quilt with his little hands, and the light of the crystal chandelier on the ceiling was reflected in his clear and clean eyes. Yu Tingwan touched his head and asked, "And really wants to live with Dad?" Gu Yan nodded vigorously, pouted and said, "Other children have parents living together, I want one too." A trace of loneliness flashed across Yu Tingwan's face. She didn't know how to tell Gu Yan. Gu Wenyan will get married sooner or later, and then he will have other children. They can't live together forever. Seeing that Yu Tingwan was still silent, Gu Yan lowered his voice, "Mom, are you unhappy?" Yu Tingwan forced a smile. "Of course Mom is happy." Gu Yan secretly glanced at the door, then suddenly sat up and leaned close to Yu Tingwan's ear and whispered, "Mom, I know where I saw Dad." Yu Tingwan was stunned, and then heard Gu Yan say, "Mom has secretly seen Dad's photo before." When at the airport, Gu Yan felt that the uncle looked very familiar. "Now I finally remember that my mother used to secretly take out my father's photo and look at it for a long time when he was sleeping. At that time, my mother even wiped away her tears secretly." Yu Tingwan didn't expect that the child would see her looking at Gu Wenyan's photo in the middle of the night. She held Gu Yan's hand and said, "Anan, don't tell Dad about this." Gu Yan's eyes were filled with confusion. Why? Yu Tingwan thought, because she couldn't let Gu Wenyan know that she liked him. On the first day of being kept, Gu Wenyan said that I should not develop any feelings for him. During those 3 years, Yu Tingwan always kept this in mind. But in the end, she couldn't help but fall in love with Gu Wenyan. If she hadn't been so deeply involved at the time, perhaps things wouldn't have developed to this point. Yu Tingwan came back to his senses and pretended to be relaxed, because Dad will laugh at Mom, and then wants Mom to be laughed at? Gu Yan immediately shook his head. Yu Tingwan smiled reluctantly, so promise Mom not to tell Dad, okay? Gu Yan was a smart kid. He raised his hand to his mouth and made a zipper gesture, and promised, Mom, I will never tell Dad. If he grew up a little more, he would find that there was no happiness on Yu Tingwan's face at this moment, only loneliness. It's a pity that Gu Yan doesn't understand anything now. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Yan finally got tired of playing and fell asleep holding his toy. I don't know what he dreamed about, but his lips curled up slightly and he muttered Dad. This was the first time Yu Tingwan saw Gu Yan so happy. In the past, because he was from a single-parent family, Gu Yan was always depressed in kindergarten. Yu Tingwan was worried. She covered Gu Yan with a quilt, kissed him on the forehead, and then got up and left the children's room. Arriving at the door of the master bedroom, Yu Tingwan hesitated to push open the door. For some reason, she didn't want to go in. The next second, the door in front of him suddenly opened and Gu Wenyan appeared at the door. What are you standing here for? Gu Wenyan stared at her expressionlessly. He was casually wearing a bathrobe with a belt loosely tied around his waist, revealing his strong abdominal muscles. Yu Tingwan groaned, I'm worried that Anan might not be used to the new environment, so I'd better sleep with him tonight. She turned around and was about to leave when her wrist suddenly tightened. The next second she was dragged into the room and pressed against the cold wall. Gu Wenyan's tall shadow pressed down oppressively. Their faces were so close that they could clearly feel the burning breath sprayed from each other. Why, are you afraid of what I might do to you? Yu Tingwan's body became stiff and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Gu Wenyan's eyes were filled with undisguised mockery. It's not like you haven't done this before. Why are you pretending to be a chaste heroine? You've been out there all these years. I don't know how many men you've slept with, right? Chapter 12, The Beast is so afraid to attack his own child. The heartache came without warning, like being hit by a stone suddenly in the heart. Yu Tingwan slowly raised her head, her pupils were covered with mist, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her lips. You're right, I've slept with many men, so many that I can't even remember them all. The hand pinching his waist suddenly tightened, and Gu Wenyan's dark eyes seemed to be filled with danger and turbulence, as if stones were thrown into them. Can you say that again? Facing the oppressive gaze in front of her, Yu Tingwan raised her head stubbornly, her fair neck stretched out like a swan, so if Mr. Gu wants to vent, he should go to Miss One. She's clean, after all. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows suddenly turned cold, and he spoke word by word, Yu Tingwan, who are you mocking? Yu Tingwan was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Wenyan's face which was surging with coldness. She realized belatedly that Gu Wenyan thought that she was divorced by Yin Yang, and when Yu Tingwan felt a burning pain in his heart. She just mentioned when she's name and Gu Wenyan got so angry. But Gu Wenyan could insult her at will. Even if when she is divorced, it's not your turn to point fingers. Gu Wenyan's deep voice was filled with broken ice. Don't let me hear you say this again. Yu Tingwan didn't even notice her fingertips sinking into her palms. Her smile was a little strained. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I said the wrong thing, but even if Miss One is divorced, she is the most pure and innocent in your heart, unlike a casual woman like me. So you should let Anan and I go, so that we won't be an eyesore here. Looking at the slightly red corners of Yu Tingwan's eyes under the light, Gu Wenyan felt an inexplicable stuffy feeling in his chest. His voice was cold and hard. Letting you go? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about leaving my side until I get tired of playing with you. Without looking at Yu Tingwan's expression, Gu Wenyan let go of her with a sullen face and went to the bathroom. The moment he turned around, Yu Tingwan's shaky smile could no longer hold on and was completely replaced by sadness. Looking at Gu Wenyan's back with hint of anger, and then looking at the door behind him, she hesitated whether to take this opportunity to go out. As if sensing her thoughts, Gu Wenyan's low and dangerous voice suddenly sounded behind her, You dare to go out and try? I wouldn't mind taking you back. Yu Tingwan's toes, which had just taken a step forward, suddenly stopped. Thinking of the children's room just across the wall, she finally gave up the idea. She didn't want to wake Gu Yan. When Gu Wenyan came out of the bathroom, he saw Yu Tingwan lying on the bed with her back to him. She had changed into an old nightgown that she had left in the cloakroom. The silk suspenders outlined her curvy figure. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long hair spread on the pillow, like an exquisite statue of a Greek goddess. Gu Wenyan's restlessness was half calmed down, and he lifted the quilt and went to bed. He stretched out his big hand and pulled Yu Tingwan in front of him, feeling the person in his arms become stiff. Wensi is already having a hard time after her divorce. Don't rub salt into her wounds. Gu Wenyan's voice was not as cold and hard as before, and there was an indistinguishable meaning in the darkness. Yu Tingwan stared at the white wall in front of him in a daze. No matter how difficult Wenxi's life was, as long as she said a word, Gu Wenyan would clear all obstacles for her without hesitation. As Yu Tingwan's response was still not coming, Gu Wenyan felt unhappy and hugged the slender figure in his arms even tighter. Yu Tingwan, be obedient. As long as you stay by my side like before, I can give you whatever you want. Yu Tingwan closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. Gu Wenyan could never give her what she wanted. That night, Yu Tingwan dreamed about the past. She had just turned 18 that year and was working in a high-end club to earn tuition fees. Because of her outstanding looks, she was often pursued and harassed by customers. That night, a guest who had been pursuing Yu Tingwan for a long time wanted to ask her out for dinner. When she rejected him, he became angry and wanted to use violence. At the critical moment, Gu Wenyan appeared. Gu Wenyan smelled strongly of alcohol, which almost covered up his own woody scent. He glanced at the man blocking his way, and with just a glance, someone stepped forward and dragged the man away. Gu Wenyan didn't even look at Yu Tingwan and walked past her. Later, Yu Tingwan found out that night was Wenxi's wedding day. That's why Gu Wenyan was in a bad mood. When I opened my eyes again, it was already bright outside. Gu Wenyan was no longer by his side. Recalling what happened last night, Yu Tingwan sat on the bed in a daze, her head lowered, her curly hair scattered on her shoulders. The sunlight pouring in from the floor-to-ceiling windows made her figure even slimmer, revealing a broken beauty. You already knew that Gu Wenyan liked Wenxi, right? What's there to be disappointed about? Yu Tingwan rubbed her face, calmed herself down, got out of bed and went to the children's room next door. "Nen, wake up." Yu Tingwan pushed open the door and stopped talking unfinished. The bed covered with soft fluff was empty. She was a little confused. "Nen got up so early? An?" Yu Tingwan looked around the room but didn't see Gu Yayan. I shouted several times, but no one responded. In the past, at home, Gu Yayan liked to stay in bed the most, and no matter how Yu Tingwan called him, he couldn't be woken up. How come you disappeared so early this morning? Perhaps it was because the situation was too abnormal. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but think of Gu Wenyan who left early in the morning, and Gu Yayan who suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a terrible thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Gu Wenyan wanted to secretly attack Gu Yayan while she was still asleep? Thinking of this, Yu Tingwan's heart began pounding. She immediately rushed out of the room and ran downstairs. In the sunlit restaurant, Gu Wenyan and Gu Yayan were sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, with English news playing on the tablet in front of them. Looking at this scene, Yu Tingwan suddenly stopped and his heart beat rapidly. "Dad, I can speak English too." Gu Yayan raised his little head proudly, with an expression that looked like he was asking for praise. Gu Wenyan looked down at him and raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Gu Yayan nodded his head and said, "Mom would say that, too, because we lived in America." The little guy didn't notice that when he said the word America, Gu Wenyan's eyes flashed with anger. When he was about to speak, a small black shadow occupied the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw Yu Tingwan standing at the door of the restaurant, her face still pale. Yu Tingwan seemed to have come down in a hurry. Her hair was slightly messy, and the waist straps of her nightgown were loose and hanging on both sides. She was as panic-stricken as a small animal being chased by a wild beast. "Mom, are you awake?" When Gu Yayan saw Yu Tingwan, his eyes suddenly became bright and he raised his hand to greet her. Yu Tingwan came back to his senses, quickly calmed down, and raised the corners of his mouth. "Yeah." Gu Yayan snorted, "Mom, you are such a lazy pig. Dad and I were almost full when you came down." Yu Tingwan didn't know how forced her smile was at this moment. "Sorry, Mom overslept." Seeing Gu Yayan safe and sound, her heart finally settled down. As my gaze moved, it met a pair of bottomless eyes. Gu Wenyan took in her expression and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are so anxious, are you afraid that I will do something to the child?" Having his thoughts seen through, Yu Tingwan's eyes flashed with guilt. "No. Gu Wenyan stared at her closely, his tone unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. I'm not such a beast as to harm my own child. Yu Tingwan bit her bloodless lips slightly. She couldn't help thinking that Gu Yayan was born secretly without telling Gu Wenyan. Maybe Gu Wenyan had wanted to solve this problem for a long time. Just when the atmosphere became solemn, the appearance of the assistant broke the undercurrent in the air. The assistant came to deliver Yu Tingwan's things from her rental apartment. Looking at the full box, Yu Tingwan thanked the assistant. Thank you for your hard work. Assistant, Ms. Yu, you're welcome. Uncle Zhang saw that the box was too big and was worried that Yu Tingwan couldn't move it, so he took the initiative to say, Miss Yu, let me help you move your things to the room. Seeing Uncle Zhang wanted to help her carry the box, Yu Tingwan quickly said, No need, Uncle Zhang, I can do it myself. The nervousness in her eyes did not escape Gu Wenyan's eyes. Open the box. Gu Wenyan suddenly spoke. He wanted to see what Yu Tingwan was hiding from her. Yu Tingwan froze. Gu Wenyan stared at her, his tone irresistible and tough. Do you want to open it yourself, or do you want me to open it for you? Yu Tingwan bit her lip, and after a few seconds, she reached out and tore open the sealing tape on the box. The items inside are all women's and baby products, nothing special. Yu Tingwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Maybe her assistant accidentally missed it when she was helping her pack up. However, just as Yu Tingwan put the things back, a photo slipped out of her clothes and fell at Gu Wenyan's feet. Yu Tingwan's eyebrows jumped violently. Just as she was about to reach out to pick it up, a hand picked up the photo before her. The background of the photo seemed to be in a park. The sun was bright and warm. Yu Tingwan was standing in the park holding 5-month-old Gu Yayan and smiling brightly at the camera. Next to her stood a tall man, whose face was blocked by passers-by, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, one could tell from his clothes that he was very good at dressing up. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows darkened, and his tone became cold. Who is this person? Chapter 13. Gu Yayan is not the only son. Yu Tingwan's heart was like a ship that suddenly stopped at the harbor. Before she could speak, she heard Gu Yayan say, Dad, he is Man's dad. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved. Man? Gu Yayan said in a baby voice, Man is my good friend. Gu Wenyan shifted his gaze from Gu Yayan to Yu Tingwan's face and threw the photo in front of her. Don't you want to explain? Yu Tingwan knew that this would be Gu Wenyan's reaction at the banquet, so she didn't want him to see it. But in the end, the photos were discovered by Gu Wenyan. Yu Tingwan had a complicated expression. He is a friend I met in the United States. Gu Wenyan smiled. Friend? Seeing that he didn't believe her, Yu Tingwan bit her lip and explained, He is my neighbor. We met because an accidentally ran to his house before. And he already has a child. Seeing that Yu Tingwan didn't look like she was lying, and hearing the words he already has a child, Gu Wenyan's tense expression eased a little. He said coldly, It's better if there is nothing between you two. At this time, Yu Tingwan's cell phone rang and a text message popped up on the screen. Gu Wenyan glanced at the text message and saw that Yu Tingwan had not opened it yet. He asked in an ambiguous tone, Why, was it sent to you by your friend in the United States? Yu Tingwan thought, This can't be such a coincidence, right? Under Gu Wenyan's gaze, she gritted her teeth and clicked on the text message. The text message was from Shi Chang. She had worked overtime yesterday and only now had time to reply to her message. In the text message, she complained wildly about the deadly workload. Yu Tingwan turned the screen to Gu Wenyan. It was sent by Shi Chang. Listening to Yu Tingwan's words, Gu Wenyan lowered the corners of his eyes and caught a glimpse of the 3 words rose on the sender's name. The coldness in Gu Wenyan's eyes slowly faded away. Speaking of which, Yu Tingwan had not yet had time to tell Shi Chang the news that she and Gu Yayan had returned to Beijing, Hong Kong. Yu Tingwan hesitated for a moment. Can I go see Shi Chang? Gu Wenyan's words were filled with undisguised mockery and sarcasm. Why, do you want to ask Shi Chang for help again and ask her to help you escape like she did last time? Hearing the sting in his words, Yu Tingwan did not argue with him and whispered, She doesn't know yet that I'm back in Beijing and Hong Kong. I want to tell her. Gu Wenyan stared at her for a long while and said coldly, If you dare to run, you should know what I will do. Yu Tingwan's long and fine eyelashes trembled. Gu Wenyan lowered his head and looked at Gu Yayan, who looked confused. Dad has gone to the company. He will come back to play with you in the evening. A look of disappointment flashed across Gu Yayan's face, but he was very sensible and did not cry or make a fuss. He reluctantly said, Dad, then please come back early. And then we'll be waiting for you at home. Gu Wenyan raised his hand and rubbed Gu Yan's head. Okay. As he passed by Yu Tingwan, Gu Wenyan paused slightly, then strode out of the villa. When Gu Wenyan left the villa, Yu Tingwan showed a hint of relief. He came to the dining table and said to Gu Yan, "Anan, why didn't you tell Mom when you woke up this morning? Mom thought you were gone." Uncle Zhang brought her breakfast and explained, "Miss you, the young master woke up early and said he was hungry, so Mr. Gu brought him down for breakfast. After that," he added, "Mr. Gu might be worried about waking you up, so he didn't call you. So that's how it is." Yu Tingwan thought that Gu Wenyan wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Gu Yan, the illegitimate son. As if seeing Yu Tingwan's worry, Uncle Zhang said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu still likes the young master very much, otherwise he wouldn't have brought him back from outside." Yu Tingwan smiled gently, with a hint of bitterness in her smile. Gu Wenyan took Gu Yan back home because he was afraid that she would use the child to threaten the Gu family in the future. As for liking someone, who would like a child that they don't want at all? However, he didn't say such words in front of Uncle Zhang, he just smiled and passed it off. At this time, Yu Tingwan thought of the medicine she saw on the bedside table yesterday. She was moved and couldn't help but said, "Uncle Zhang, can I ask you something?" "You say." Yu Tingwan hesitated, "Is Gu Wenyan taking sleeping pills?" Uncle Zhang paused, and there was a hint of hesitation in his words. "How do you know?" Yu Tingwan whispered, "I saw his medicine bottle in the room yesterday." Seeing that she had discovered it, Uncle Zhang no longer hid it from her. Mr. Gu had some insomnia a few years ago, so he went to the hospital to get some medicine. Yu Tingwan blinked. Insomnia? She had been with Gu Wenyan for so many years, but she never knew that he had symptoms of insomnia. Yu Tingwan asked curiously, "When did it start?" Uncle Zhang hesitated. 5 years ago. Yu Tingwan's back stiffened. 5 years ago? She tightened her fingertips, and finally couldn't help asking the question that had been in her heart for a long time. "After I left, didn't Mr. Gu and when she get together?" Uncle Zhang seemed to have not expected Yu Tingwan to ask this question. He looked a little embarrassed. Seeing Yu Tingwan looking at him with clear eyes that seemed to be soaked in spring water, Uncle Zhang sighed and had to tell the truth. "Mrs. Gu does not accept Miss One." He didn't say anything else, but Yu Tingwan understood. Although when she is beautiful and highly educated, given the powerful background of the Gu family, it is impossible for them to accept a divorced woman into the Gu family. So this is the reason why Gu Wenyan suffers from insomnia, right? It seems that Gu Wenyan really likes when she, even because of her he suffers from insomnia and can only take medicine to fall asleep. Suppressing the dull pain coming from somewhere in her heart, Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes. "I know." Looking at Yu Tingwan's distraught face, Uncle Zhang was about to say something, but she had already turned around and went upstairs to change clothes. After receiving Yu Tingwan's call, Shi Chang's first thought was that she was lying to her. It was not until she saw Yu Tingwan in the coffee shop that Shi Chang believed that she was not playing tricks on her. "You're really trying to kill yourself by coming back here." Shi Chang was so anxious that she pulled Yu Tingwan and was about to leave. Yu Tingwan was dragged away by her and said helplessly, "Shi Chang, listen to me first. Let's talk about it when we get back," Shi Chang said as she pulled her towards the door. "I heard that Gu Wenyan is back from a business trip these 2 days. If you are caught by him, you won't be able to run away even if you want to." Yu Tingwan suddenly said, "I'm back." Shi Chang stopped moving suddenly. She turned her head slowly, and her whole body seemed to be slowed down 10 times. "What did you say?" Yu Tingwan repeated calmly, "I'm back in Beijing." Shi Chang's mind was in a mess. "What do you mean by that? Didn't you say that Gu Wenyan is here and you will never come back?" Yu Tingwan told her the whole story of what happened after Shi Chang left. Shi Chang opened her mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. "In other words, Gu Wenyan saw the photos on the internet, discovered your whereabouts, and also knew An's identity?" Yu Tingwan nodded. "Then why don't you run away?" Shi Chang was so anxious. "Don't you know what will happen if he catches you?" "Of course I know." Yu Tingwan sighed, "But I have no choice." Without waiting for Shi Chang to say anything, Yu Tingwan said, "He threatened me with you." With just one sentence, Shi Chang fell silent. After a while, Shi Chang swallowed her saliva and squeezed out a voice, "If he knows, then he knows. I'm not afraid of him." Yu Tingwan looked at her seriously. "Shi Chang, I can't let you get involved." Shi Chang pretended to be relaxed. "I won't be implicated that easily. Don't forget, my family is well known after all." Yu Tingwan said pokingly, "Didn't you say before that the Gu family is so powerful that even you can't afford to offend them?" Just one sentence made Shi Chang deflated. In fact, what Yu Tingwan said was right. Let alone the Shi family alone, even if 10 members of the Shi family were tied together, they would not be enough to defeat the Gu family. What's more, in Beijing and Hong Kong now, who can defeat Gu Wenyan? If Gu Wenyan really wanted to deal with them, the Shi family would be removed from the list of wealthy families in a minute. It's all my fault that I got you into trouble. Shi Chang lay on the table and suddenly looked like a wilted rose. Don't say that. It's none of your business. Yu Tingwan comforted her. If you want to blame someone, blame me for not being careful enough and letting someone take pictures of me. Shi Chang frowned slightly. Is there no other way? Yu Tingwan shook his head. You know, he has been looking for me for so long, he won't let me go so easily. Unless she can ignore the life and death of Shi Chang and the Shi family. But Yu Tingwan would not do such a wicked thing. Seeing Shi Chang frowning, Yu Tingwan pretended to be relaxed and said, but this is not a bad thing. At least Inen is very happy. You know, he has always wanted a father, and now he has finally got what he wanted. Shi Chang was not so optimistic, but there is no way Gu Wenyan would acknowledge him. Given the Gu family's power and status, it is impossible for them to accept Yu Tingwan, let alone her child. Of course Yu Tingwan knew it clearly, she had figured it out 5 years ago. So when she heard Shi Chang say that, she didn't feel any emotion. She lowered her head and looked at her faded nails. If they don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. I don't expect them to admit it. At worst, she could find a stepfather for Gu Yan. Given her conditions, it might be possible for her to find someone better. Shi Chang said cautiously, so what are your plans now? Yu Tingwan turned to look at the street outside the window and said, we can only take it one step at a time. At least she couldn't implicate Shi Chang. Maybe one day Gu Wenyan will get tired of her and let her go. By then, she will be able to take Inen away from Beijing and Hong Kong and live her own life. Yu Tingwan suddenly changed the subject. By the way, do you know why Gu Wenyan didn't live with Wenxi? As someone in the circle, Shi Chang should have heard a lot of things. Shi Chang paused. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Yu Tingwan's eyes flickered a little. I'm just curious. Even if Gu Wenyan's mother does not agree to let Wenxi marry into the family, it will not affect the two of them living together. Why didn't Wenxi move in the end? What's more, since even a bed partner like her could move in, the reason why the two of them didn't live together in the end was definitely not because Gu Wenyan felt that Wenxi was divorced and not worthy of him. It could only be due to some other reason. I'm not very clear about this, Shi Chang thought for a while. I only know that after when she returned to China, Gu Wenyan arranged another villa for her. But it could also be to avoid suspicion. After all, when she just got divorced. If she were to live with Gu Wenyan, who knows how much gossip would spread. This is the only explanation. Yu Tingwan nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing her like this, Shi Chang asked tentatively, have you seen Wenxi? Yu Tingwan didn't know why she suddenly asked this, and shook her head, not yet. Thinking of the rumor that was widely spread in the circle, Shi Chang hesitated to speak. Tingwan, actually. Yu Tingwan looked up at her with confusion in her eyes. Looking at her clueless face, even if Yu Tingwan really knew, it wouldn't change anything and would only make himself upset. Shi Chang swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said, forget it, it's okay. She just hoped that Yu Tingwan would never find out about it. It was a rare opportunity for the two of them to go out without having to hide, so Shi Chang dragged Yu Tingwan to a nearby shopping mall to go shopping, under the pretext of ensuring that she would not be at a disadvantage when she met Wenxi. Seeing Shi Chang seriously picking clothes and jewelry for her, Yu Tingwan felt a little touched. At least after returning to Beijing and Hong Kong, I can meet Shi Chang often. This is probably the only good news. It was almost dark when they returned to the villa. Yu Tingwan carried the bags that Shi Chang had forced upon him and said goodbye to her at the door. Shi Chang said reluctantly, if Gu Wenyan dares to bully you, you must tell me, I will send you away even if I have to fight him. Yu Tingwan smiled and said, don't worry, now that Inen is here, he won't go too far. Hearing this, a complicated expression appeared on Shi Chang's face. If Yu Tingwan knew that Gu Wenyan had more than one son. Chapter 14, A Beautiful Girl. At this moment, Uncle Zhang heard the noise and came out to pick up Yu Tingwan. Shi Chang immediately pointed the finger at him, go tell your Mr. Gu, if you dare to bully our Tingwan again, be careful or I will send her to America and he will never find her again. Uncle Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dared not answer. The young lady of the Shi family is still as tough as ever. After Shi Chang drove away in her sports car, Yu Tingwan smiled awkwardly, Uncle Zhang, that's just her personality. Don't take it to heart. Uncle Zhang said quickly, how could that be? Miss Shi is a straightforward person. I quite like her temper. Yu Tingwan did not expose Uncle Zhang's polite words. I'm afraid that few people in Beijing and Hong Kong can stand Shi Chang's straightforwardness. After all, he was the one who caught someone cheating in public over a disagreement. Even Yu Tingwan almost fell victim to this. Uncle Zhang helped to carry the things upstairs and put them away. He just glanced at them casually and recognized that they were all branded goods. He said with emotion, Miss Shi has a really good relationship with you. I think the things you gave her are very valuable. Yu Tingwan lowered his eyes, looking a little dazed. Shi Chang is very good to me. It was because Shi Chang was so good to her that she couldn't let anything happen to her. Uncle Zhang didn't notice that Yu Tingwan was not right, and said with a smile, Mr. Gu also knows this, so he hasn't bothered Miss Shi until now. Yu Tingwan paused slightly. Come to think of it, it seems that Gu Wenyan has indeed not taken action against Shi Chang until now, which is not consistent with his previous style. However, this idea was immediately dismissed. Yu Tingwan raised her head again, her glass-like eyes concealing all her emotions, and she said slowly, because I promised him that Anin and I would stay and he couldn't do anything to Shi Chang. It was just a transaction between the two of them. It's not because Gu Wenyan is so special to her. Seeing that Yu Tingwan's misunderstanding was so deep, Uncle Zhang, an outsider, didn't know what to say. Having been with Gu Wenyan for so many years, he is the only one who knows how he has been through these years. Uncle Zhang tactfully changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Gu just called back and said he won't be back for dinner tonight. It seems he has an appointment with Mr. Ji and the others. Hearing the words Ji Xiao, Yu Tingwan took a few seconds to react, then nodded belatedly, I understand. After Uncle Zhang left, Yu Tingwan stared at the luxury bag at his feet, and Shi Chang's instructions rang in his ears. In fact, there is no need to spend so much money. Gu Wenyan likes Wen Shi. Just based on this point, the other party has already won. No matter how beautifully she dresses up, Gu Wenyan will never like her. After calming down, when she went to the children's room to play with Gu Yayan. At the same time, in the noisy box, Ji Nian asked the waiter to pour the wine, what have you been busy with these 2 days? You didn't come out when I asked you to yesterday. This afternoon, Ji Nian called Gu Wenyan and asked him out for a drink, but was rejected again. In desperation, he threatened to block him at home, and only then did Gu Wenyan agree to come out. Gu Wenyan leaned casually on the sofa, with 2 buttons of his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his sexy collarbone, exuding an uninhibited sense of maturity, and said lightly, something happened at home. Ji Nian didn't care, what could have happened to your family? Gu Wenyan said lightly, a beautiful woman is hidden in a golden house. Ji Nian teased, don't come on, who else can you be like besides Wen Shi? Everyone in the circle knows that since when she returned to China 5 years ago and Yu Tingwan disappeared, there has been no woman around Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan said calmly, Yu Tingwan. Ji Nian couldn't believe his ears, who are you talking about? Gu Wenyan repeated calmly, Yu Tingwan. Ji Nian's eyes widened, his mouth opened in disbelief, Yu Tingwan is back? Gu Wenyan hummed calmly, not only her, there is also a child. Child? Ji Nian frowned, what child? Gu Wenyan glanced at him and said, my son. Ji Nian almost dropped the cup in his hand. 3 seconds later, he suddenly raised his voice, what did you say? Son. Gu Wenyan calmly moved aside and asked, are you really that excited? How can I not be excited? Ji Nian raised his voice, you went on a business trip and not only did you find Yu Tingwan, you also had a child. He didn't even bother to drink the wine, and urged, hurry up and tell me clearly what's going on. It seemed as if Gu Wenyan would not give up until he told the truth. Gu Wenyan took a leisurely sip of wine and told everything that had happened in the past few days. Ji Nian found it difficult to digest what he heard. In other words, the little boy who has become popular on the internet recently is Gu Wenyan's biological son? No wonder he felt strange when he saw the photo. How could someone look exactly like Gu Wenyan? It turned out that the child was Gu Wenyan's biological son. The direction of this plot is comparable to the melodramatic 8 o'clock plot in TV dramas. Ji Nian asked tentatively, so how do you plan to solve it now? Gu Wenyan heard the hidden meaning in his words and said casually, what do you want to solve? It's not like I can't afford to support him. Ji Nian's eyebrows twitched, are you planning to support Yu Tingwan and the child? Gu Wenyan let out a faint sound from his throat, sounding lazy, Ji Nian's expression became somewhat complicated. This is not like Gu Wenyan's style. In his understanding, Gu Wenyan would never cause any trouble for him. Aren't you afraid that she will use this child to threaten you in the future? Gu Wenyan didn't know what he was thinking about. He smiled coldly. If she really wanted to threaten me, she wouldn't have to wait until now. The year Gu Yayan was born, Yu Tingwan was able to bring the child home. But she didn't do that. Instead, she hid for 5 years. If Gu Yayan hadn't accidentally become popular on the internet this time, he would still be kept in the dark. Ji Neon thought about it and agreed. He asked curiously, what about when she? Does she know that you brought Yu Tingwan and the child back? Gu Wenyan placed one hand lazily on his waist, tapping his fingers intermittently. No. Ji Neon was not surprised. Gu Wenyan has never been a person who would report anything. At this moment, Ji Neon thought of something. By the way, does Yu Tingwan know about when she's incident? The red wine in Gu Wenyan's hand shook slightly, and the bright red wine created ripples and hit the wall of the glass heavily. The two knew exactly what Ji Neon was talking about. Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened slightly. I haven't mentioned it to her. Ji Neon frowned. Are you going to hide this from her? Gu Wenyan stared at the wine glass in his hand and said nothing. He only knew that this time he would never let Yu Tingwan leave him like she did 5 years ago. The two grew up together, and Ji Neon could tell at a glance what Gu Wenyan was thinking. If you don't tell Yu Tingwan now, what will happen if she finds out later? Gu Wenyan's mouth curled up in contempt, and he sneered, so what if you know? Without waiting for Ji Neon to speak again, he put the wine glass back on the table with a pop. Gu Wenyan's tall figure stood up from the sofa, straightened his suit, and said, let's go. Ji Neon looked up. So fast? Gu Wenyan walked towards the door without looking back. Go home and be with the children. Ji Neon couldn't help but complain that he had forgotten his brothers after having a child. Then I thought of what I just mentioned. If Yu Tingwan knew about that, there would probably be a big mess. It was already early morning when he returned to the villa. Gu Wenyan went upstairs and saw that the light in the children's room was on. The door was ajar, and a ray of light came through. Through the half-open door, Gu Wenyan saw Yu Tingwan holding Gu Yayan. The two of them fell asleep on the bed. Gu Wenyan looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. In order to avoid him, Yu Tingwan hid in the child's room. He opened the door, stepped onto the soft soundproof cushion, and walked towards the bed. Yu Tingwan felt someone picking her up in a daze. She opened her eyes sleepily and saw Gu Wenyan's deep and superior face. He blinked in confusion and immediately woke up from his sleepiness. Especially when she slowly realized that she was held in Gu Wenyan's arms, Yu Tingwan began to struggle subconsciously. Don't move. Gu Wenyan's calm and magnetic voice sounded above his head. Don't make trouble with me if you fall. Perhaps he had not yet regained consciousness. Yu Tingwan heard a faint smile in Gu Wenyan's words. Yu Tingwan seemed to be frozen in place, and her struggling movements slowly stopped. She leaned quietly in Gu Wenyan's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat in his chest. Her heartbeat seemed to be infected and beat a little faster. Gu Wenyan seemed to have drunk some wine, and the woody scent mixed with the sweet aroma of wine rushed into Yu Tingwan's breath. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her fingertips quietly clenching the hem of her pajamas. After being carried back to the master bedroom, Gu Wenyan put the person in his arms on the bed. His eyes fell on Yu Tingwan's face, which was slightly red in the dim light. Are you thinking that you can get away with it by sleeping with the child? Yu Tingwan muttered softly, I didn't know you were coming back tonight. Gu Wenyan took off his tie, his gestures revealing elegance. If I don't come back, where else can I go? A hint of sadness crept into Yu Tingwan's eyes, but her drooping eyelashes promptly concealed her emotions. She thought Gu Wenyan would go to Wenxi's place tonight. What did you talk about when you met Shi Chang today? Gu Wenyan's voice suddenly pulled Yu Tingwan back to her senses. She whispered, I just bought some things. Gu Wenyan followed her line of sight and saw a pile of luxury bags in the corner. He said with an unidentified tone, I thought you would take this opportunity to escape. Yu Tingwan heard the sarcasm in his words and lowered her eyelashes. And is still here, where can I escape to? Gu Wenyan pulled the corner of his mouth in an ambiguous manner. Speaking of which, Gu Wenyan hasn't said yet how to deal with Shi Chang. With his methods, if he really wanted to attack Shi Chang would definitely not be able to resist. Yu Tingwan mustered up the courage to say, I promised you that I would not leave, and you also have to promise me that you will not lay a hand on Shi Chang. Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu Tingwan, are you negotiating terms with me? His gaze was full of oppression. Yu Tingwan gritted her teeth and met his gaze. Yes. There was a dangerous undercurrent in the air, and the invisible confrontation continued stubbornly. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Wenyan finally looked away, his tone lacking emotion. As long as you stop running away, I can leave her alone. Gu Wenyan always does what he says. He said he would not cause trouble for Shi Chang, and he would never go back on his word. Yu Tingwan finally put her mind at ease. Before she had time to rejoice, she suddenly noticed that Gu Wenyan's eyes became dangerous and aggressive. She lowered her head following his gaze. The neckline of her nightgown was open at some point, revealing a vague outline that made people imagine a lot. Yu Tingwan quickly covered her chest and spoke with a stutter. I'm going to take a shower first. As soon as I stood up, my waist was pinched, and I was pressed back onto the soft bed like a butterfly with its wings grabbed. When did you get into the habit of taking 2 showers a day? Gu Wenyan glanced at Yu Tingwan's nightgown and ruthlessly exposed her clumsy lie. Yu Tingwan's cheeks turned red, and a blush quickly crept up to her earlobes. The tall body slowly approached, and the big hands grasped the soft and boneless lower back. Gu Wenyan's dark eyes were filled with strong desire, and the hot breath brought by his breath sprayed in her ears. I let you go once last night. Don't even think about getting away with it again today. Chapter 15. What are you planning? At the moment when Gu Wenyan's tall body was about to press down, Yu Tingwan suddenly reached out and pressed against that firm and hot chest. Remember to wear that. Gu Wenyan's eyes sank slightly. If Yu Tingwan hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten this important matter. Yu Tingwan raised the corner of her mouth. Mr. Gu, you probably don't want me to get pregnant with your child again. Her sarcastic smile seemed a little dazzling in Gu Wenyan's eyes. Whenever the two of them did that kind of thing in the past, Gu Wenyan would take safety measures, just to prevent Yu Tingwan from getting pregnant. But now it became Yu Tingwan who took the initiative to remind her, as if she didn't want to have her child. Her heart seemed to be blocked by something. Gu Wenyan stroked her chin with his fingers. What if I don't do as you say? Yu Tingwan looked past him and up at the ceiling, refusing to meet his gaze. Mr. Gu, although I'm just a bed partner, I also have my own bottom line. If you're not willing to take safety measures, then forget it. She stood up to leave, but before she could take the next step her wrist was grabbed. Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and looked at her. His dark pupils were surging with undercurrents, and his tone was calm. Don't worry, I don't want it either. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyelashes to hide the fleeting loneliness. Of course she knew that Gu Wenyan didn't care. If Gu Yayan had not been born, he would not have wanted this child at all. The moonlight poured into the charming room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and an electric shock-like feeling invaded every nerve. Yu Tingwan's white swan neck raised in a graceful arc, her hands buried deeply in the sheets. Every time she looked up impatiently, she was so gentle that even she herself could hardly detect it. Have you ever thought about me in the past few years since you left? Gu Wenyan's low voice drilled into his ears word by word, like ants gnawing at his reason. The corners of Yu Tingwan's eyes were slightly red, and her pupils were filled with a hazy light. She bit her lower lip tightly and did not make a sound. Say. Gu Wenyan's voice was low and tender, and his actions revealed a strength that was inconsistent with his status. Yu Tingwan held on to the last bit of rationality and shook his head gently. She couldn't reveal any of her thoughts in front of Gu Wenyan. No matter how Gu Wenyan pressed the issue, Yu Tingwan just pursed her lips and didn't answer. Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened completely. He stopped asking questions and expressed his dissatisfaction through actions. The pattern on the ceiling above her head gradually distorted into indistinguishable chaotic lines, her vision became moist, and Yu Tingwan was like a drowning flower, gradually being dragged into a vortex of sinking. The first rays of sunlight in the morning poured into the room, leaving a mess on the floor. Yu Tingwan woke up from her sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, and her whole body seemed to be torn apart and reassembled. There was something heavy pressing on his waist. Looking along the well-proportioned and strong arm, what came into view was Gu Wenyan's well-defined profile. The prominent brow bones and high nose bridge are a work that even God favors. The scenes from last night came to me like a tide, and my ears started to burn. Yu Tingwan stretched out his hand for some unknown reason, but at the moment when it was about to touch Gu Wenyan, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. She had fallen into it once and couldn't fall into it again. Yu Tingwan suppressed the urge to reach out and touch her, and slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, Gu Wenyan's eyelashes twitched, and then his deep eyes slowly opened. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. When Gu Wenyan opened his eyes, what he saw was Yu Tingwan's sleeping face. The blush on her face had not yet completely faded, and her exposed shoulders and neck were covered with red marks, as if she had been severely bullied. At this moment, Yu Tingwan's eyelashes were trembling slightly, and even though she was trying to control her breathing, a hint of instability still leaked out. 5 years have passed, and Yu Tingwan's acting skills are still so poor. In the past, Yu Tingwan liked to snuggle in his arms and pretend to sleep, and secretly kiss him when he wasn't paying attention. The pair of big hands under the quilt exerted a little force and held Yu Tingwan's waist closer. You're awake but still pretending to be asleep. What are you planning? Seeing that his attempt to pretend to sleep failed, Yu Tingwan had no choice but to open his eyes. There is moisture in her moist eyes, and her charm is revealed in the movement of her eyebrows, alluring people without her realizing it. Gu Wenyan's heart moved inexplicably, and he felt something coming back to him. Over the years, only Yu Tingwan could easily arouse his desire. Yu Tingwan felt something was wrong and stepped back uncomfortably. I don't have any plans. Gu Wenyan chuckled. Want to kiss me secretly again like before? Yu Tingwan's back stiffened and his eyes gradually dimmed. When she raised her head again, her expression had returned to normal. No. Mr. Gu already has a girlfriend, so it's not appropriate for me to do this. One sentence instantly extinguished the beauty of last night. The temperature in Gu Wenyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Yu Tingwan pretended not to see it and took the opportunity to break free from his arms. I'm going to brush my teeth first. The moment she touched the ground, her legs went weak and she almost lost her balance. She hadn't done this for a long time, and her body couldn't take it. Yu Tingwan's ears felt hot, and she tried hard to make sure that nothing seemed wrong with her steps, and quickly went to the bathroom. The mirror in front of him reflected Yu Tingwan's skin covered with scars. Just one glance could tell how fierce the battle was last night. I don't know how long Gu Wenyan has been holding it in. Can't when she satisfy him? Thinking of when Yu Tingwan lowered his eyes and smiled at himself. That's right, how could when she be the same as her? Of course, the person you like is treasured carefully, and only a bed partner is used to vent. When he came out of the bathroom, Gu Wenyan had already changed into a suit, and his cold face didn't look like the man who had been frantically demanding last night. Gu Wenyan didn't even look at her, he looked up and left the room. Yu Tingwan could see that Gu Wenyan was very unhappy at the moment. But she was telling the truth. In the past, when Gu Wenyan was single, she could seduce and tease him at will, but now that when she is back, there are some things that cannot be crossed. It is not only a reminder to Gu Wenyan, but also a reminder to herself. Yu Tingwan patted his face, gathered his spirits again, and followed Gu Wenyan out of the room. When the two went downstairs, Gu Yayan was already sitting obediently in the child's chair eating breakfast. Looking at Yu Tingwan and Gu Wenyan coming down together, he smiled secretly. Uncle Zhang was also pleased. The two of them got up so late today, it seems they have reconciled. While eating breakfast, Gu Yayan suddenly asked, Mom, what's that on your neck? Seeing him staring at her neck curiously, Yu Tingwan lowered her head following his gaze and saw the kiss mark in the reflection of the plate. Yu Tingwan's face flushed red, and she subconsciously covered her neck, pretending to be calm and said, Maybe I got bit by a mosquito while I was sleeping. Gu Yayan pouted angrily, Bad mosquito bit my mother, I'm going to hit it. Yu Tingwan raised her head and met Gu Wenyan's deep eyes. She avoided his gaze and pretended to lower her head to eat breakfast. Seeing Yu Tingwan deliberately avoiding his gaze, Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened. He thought about how he pressed her last night, but she was unwilling to say that she missed him. At this time, the assistant came in and broke the invisible low pressure at the dining table. He handed a file bag to Gu Wenyan. Mr. Gu, this is what you wanted. Gu Wenyan hummed solemnly. Push the file bag in front of Yu Tingwan and say, Open it and take a look. Yu Tingwan looked up blankly. What is this? She opened the file bag and found the information was about a kindergarten. Gu Wenyan's steady and calm voice was in my ears. Gu Yayan should go to kindergarten at this age. As the most famous aristocratic kindergarten in Beijing and Hong Kong, Yu Tingwan had naturally heard of this name. It is said that the children who can attend this kindergarten are either rich or noble, and they all come from powerful families. Yu Tingwan didn't expect Gu Wenyan to act so quickly and had already arranged for an in to go to school. In fact, Yu Tingwan had thought about finding a kindergarten for Gu Yayan before, but before she had the chance to register, she was caught by Gu Wenyan. If it weren't for Gu Wenyan, Gu Yayan would never have the chance to come into contact with a school like this. Yu Tingwan felt a little complicated for a moment. It seemed that Gu Wenyan cared about Anan more than she thought. Seeing that Yu Tingwan didn't say anything, Gu Wenyan tapped his slender fingers on the table. Why, do you think this kindergarten is not good? Yu Tingwan came back to his senses and shook his head gently. The tuition for this kindergarten should be very expensive, right? This is not something you should consider. Gu Wenyan said calmly, the children of the Gu family should naturally receive the best educational resources. The 5 words Gu family's child made Yu Tingwan a little dazed. Maybe not in the future. As a parent, Yu Tingwan certainly hopes that Anin can receive the best educational resources, not to mention that Gu Wenyan will never change his decision. It would be useless even if she objected. There is still more than a month before kindergarten starts, and Gu Yayan can still play to his heart's content during this period. In the next few days, after Gu Wenyan came back from the company, he would play with Gu Yayan. Watching the scene of the father and son getting along, Yu Tingwan would occasionally think that they were a family of three. However, after waking up, she put the thought behind her. It's just because Gu Wenyan doesn't have any children now that he is so nice to Gu Yayan. When Gu Wenyan and when she have their own children in the future, they might find Gu Yayan an eyesore. That evening, Yu Tingwan dialed a phone number in her address book that she hadn't contacted for a long time. Tingwan? The person on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised when he received her call. Why are you calling me suddenly? Yu Tingwan smiled and said, you said before that as long as I want to go back, there will be a place for me at any time. I wonder if this still counts. Are you planning to return to the station? The voice of the person on the other end turned pleasantly surprised. Of course. You don't know, you've become very popular on the internet. The station has always wanted you to come back, but we don't know your contact information. We didn't expect you to take the initiative to contact me. During the years that she was with Gu Wenyan, Yu Tingwan was still a well-known weather forecast host. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was once named the most beautiful host. However, for some unknown reason, in the third year of his work, Yu Tingwan resigned without any warning and disappeared completely. It was not until 5 years later that it reappeared in the public eye. And she is the mother of a popular cute baby. But there is no suitable position in the station right now. You finally came back, and I can't just give you a cold shoulder. I'll contact you when the time comes. Yu Tingwan was not in a hurry at this moment, as it was just right for her to spend more time with Gu Yayan. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. After a few pleasantries, Yu Tingwan hung up the phone. Just as she put away her phone, a soft and gentle female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Uncle Zhang, is Wenyan at home? The familiar voice made Yu Tingwan shudder all over. She slowly turned around and saw Wen Shi appear at the door. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Wen Shi is as elegant and charming as ever. The snow-white dress perfectly highlights her charming figure. Unlike Yu Tingwan's stunning facial features, she exudes an innate nobleness and arrogance. The moment when she saw Yu Tingwan, his smile froze on his face, and then a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Uncle Zhang didn't expect Wen Shi to come home at this time. He quickly glanced at Yu Tingwan and took the initiative to say, Miss Wen, Mr. Gu has gone out and hasn't come back yet. When she came back to his senses, quickly adjusted his expression, and smiled, so that's how it is. It seems I came at a bad time. Uncle Zhang smiled awkwardly. When she looked at Yu Tingwan again and took the initiative to greet her, Ms. Yu, long time no see. Perhaps she had already prepared herself mentally, so Yu Tingwan was not too surprised and nodded in response, Ms. Wen, long time no see. When did you come back? When she smiled and said, didn't I hear from Yen that you had left? Yu Tingwan said calmly, it was yesterday. Yesterday? The smile on Wen Shi's lips became stiff. Gu Wenyan never mentioned this to her. His eyes fell on Yu Tingwan's pajamas. When she vaguely guessed something, and his fingertips couldn't help but sink into his palms. He smiled with his face but not his heart. Before, I thought I would never see Miss Yu again, but I didn't expect that I would have the chance to meet again. Yu Tingwan thought to herself that she had originally thought that she would never see Wen Shi again. When she stared at her face, so you are back with Wenyan now? Yu Tingwan said frankly, I guess so. The fingertips under Wen Shi's sleeves slowly curled and tightened. At this time, Yu Tingwan suddenly noticed that Wen Shi was holding a little boy who was about the same age as Gu Yayan. She looked somewhat similar to Wen Shi. Noticing Yu Tingwan's gaze, Wen Shi lowered his head to look at the little boy beside him and said with a smile, I forgot to introduce him. This is my son. Yu Tingwan's eyelids twitched for no reason. Son? Wen Shi has a child? What Wen Shi said next was like a smashed fish tank, suddenly splitting in Yu Tingwan's mind. His name is Gu Lang. Chapter 16 Another Child. Yu Tingwan seemed to be frozen in time, and murmured, Gu Lang? This child has surname Gu? Seeing Yu Tingwan's face gradually losing its color, Wen Shi's eyes flashed with a smile. She raised her hand and rubbed Gu Lang's head, her tone becoming more meaningful. Well, he is 4 years old this year. Yu Tingwan felt dizzy. Gu Lang. Gu Wenyan. They all have the surname Gu. And he happens to be the same age as Gu Yayan. At this moment, a bold idea entangled Yu Tingwan's mind like a wildly growing vine. Could this child be Gu Wenyan's son? Instantly, Yu Tingwan felt a sharp pain in her chest. She opened her mouth and asked, "This child is?" A shy blush appeared on Wenxi's face, and she hummed in acknowledgement. Yu Tingwan felt dizzy, and Wenxi's smiling voice continued to reach her ears. Actually, this was an accident. We were all drunk that day and accidentally. I didn't expect to get pregnant with this child. By the time I found out, it had been almost 2 months. Speaking of this, Wenxi's face showed a happy expression. Fortunately, after Wenyan found out, he let me give birth to the child and said he would raise it with me. Yu Tingwan stood there in a daze, his remaining sanity shattered to pieces. Sure enough, this child was Gu Wenyan's biological son. Didn't Wenyan tell you? When she pretended to be surprised and said, "I thought you already knew." But it's true. You just came back, so Wenyan probably didn't have time to tell you. Looking at Wenxi's meaningful smile, Yu Tingwan closed his eyes, trying to dispel the disturbed thoughts in his mind, and then smiled. "You're right, he really didn't tell me. He never mentioned you and the child to me." Wenxi's smile suddenly froze on her face. The air seemed to freeze, and at this moment, a childish voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Mom, who is this auntie?" Gu Yayan walked down from upstairs holding the toy, looking curiously at the uninvited guest in front of him. Suddenly, I saw a child I had never seen before appear in the villa, and called Yu Tingwan Mom. Wenxi's expression changed slightly. Looking at the person in front of her who looked 90% similar to Gu Wenyan, she took a breath. This child looks so much like Gu Wenyan. Wenxi suddenly had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Uncle Zhang, who is this? The current situation is beyond Uncle Zhang's control, but Gu Yayan's identity will be revealed sooner or later. What's more, the father and son look so similar that even a fool can see the relationship between Gu Wenyan and Gu Yayan. Uncle Zhang sighed and had to tell the truth. It's Mr. Gu's child. When she pinched her palms hard to avoid losing composure, her smile was stiff. Why haven't I heard that Wenyan has other children? Uncle Zhang explained, Master Ren and Miss Wen lived outside before, and were recently taken back to the Gu family together. When she clenched the corner of her clothes with her fingertips, and she didn't even notice that her skirt was wrinkled. During those years when Yu Tingwan was away, she actually gave birth to Gu Wenyan's child? I am your only child, Dad. How come you have another child? Gu Lang at the side suddenly opened his mouth, and one could tell from the temper of a spoiled young master. The word dad was like a stone breaking through the ice, and Yu Tingwan's eyes darkened. Sure enough, this child is Gu Wenyan's biological son. Xiao Lang, don't say that. When she seemed to be reprimanding, but there was no trace of blame in his tone. That's right. Gu Lang was very unhappy. Dad and Mom are a couple. This aunt is here to destroy our family. Hearing the words destroy the family, Yu Tingwan's eyebrows jumped. She pulled up the corners of her mouth and said slowly, I have been with your father before your mother. So even if it's your mother who destroys my family, it should be your mother who destroys my family. After saying that, Yu Tingwan raised her eyelids and looked at Wenxi. What do you think, Miss Wen? The two looked at each other, and there was a faint light in Yu Tingwan's pupils as he looked at her calmly. Even though she was Gu Wenyan's kept bed partner, there was a first come first served basis. When she looked tense and unhappy, but he couldn't refute. Gu Lang didn't believe it and started yelling, impossible. My mom and dad have been together for a long time. He tugged at the corner of Wenxi's clothes. Mom, don't you think so? When she hid the coldness that flashed through her eyes, bent down and flicked Gu Lang's forehead. Mom taught you something before, you have to be polite outside. If you continue to behave like this, Mom will be angry. Gu Lang was unwilling to accept the result, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only vent his anger on Gu Yayan, glaring at him angrily. It's all because of this person that he got scolded by his mother and even took his father away. Gu Yayan felt that the people of his age in front of him were so fierce, as if they wanted to eat him. He looked up at Yu Tingwan and said cautiously, Mom, who are they? Yu Tingwan didn't explain. She said gently, Anan, go up first. Mom will go up and play with you later. Gu Yayan glanced at the hostile Gu Lang, then looked at Yu Tingwan, and went upstairs obediently with the toy in his arms. Following Gu Yayan's small back, when she smiled calmly, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, Miss Yu actually has a child. If I'm not mistaken, you left because you were pregnant, right? This also explains why Yu Tingwan suddenly disappeared. Seeing that Yu Tingwan didn't refute, when she smiled and said, "You suddenly came back now, are you trying to threaten Wenyan with this child?" Yu Tingwan did not show the expected embarrassment, but was very calm. "Let me correct you, it's not me who wants to come back, it's Mr. Gu who insisted on bringing me and the child back." When she's eyelids twitched suddenly. Was it Gu Wenyan who brought Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan back? How is that possible? Come to think of it, I actually want to leave here, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. Yu Tingwan smiled slightly. "If Miss Wen can get Mr. Gu to let me and the child go, I will thank you." To Wen Shi, these words sounded like a provocation. Her breathing became heavier, and her usually cold face could no longer maintain its usual calmness. At this moment, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor came from the door. Gu Wenyan walked into the villa in a dark suit and saw Yu Tingwan and Wen Shi standing in the living room. Chapter 17. Let's get out of here. Dad. Gu Lang broke free from Wen Shi's hand and happily threw himself into Gu Wenyan's arms. Gu Lang's word "dad" was like a sharp dagger, shattering Yu Tingwan's last hope. Her vision became blurry, and the man she had been with day and night for 3 years now seemed so strange to her. Looking at Gu Lang, who threw himself into his arms, Gu Wenyan frowned slightly. When he looked up, he met a pair of misty red eyes. At that moment, Gu Wenyan seemed to feel some real pain, but before he could see clearly, Yu Tingwan had already turned his head away, with no unusual expression on his face. Gu Wenyan ignored the flash of discomfort in his heart and turned his gaze to Wen Shi, his expression unchanged. "Why are you here?" When she said helplessly, "Lang Lang said he missed you and insisted that I bring him to see you." Gu Lang raised his head and held Gu Wenyan's legs tightly under his straight suit pants with both hands. "Dad, you haven't come to see me for several days." Gu Wenyan patted the back of Gu Lang's head and said, "I was on a business trip a few days ago." "I told him you were on a business trip, but he kept crying and saying you didn't take him with you. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen." Wen Shi sighed helplessly. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of Yu Tingwan beside her. Her heart moved slightly, and she deliberately added, "Who made him have a good relationship with you and your son? Even I, your biological mother, can't compare to him." "Mr. Gu." Yu Tingwan suddenly interrupted their conversation and said, "I won't disturb you three from reminiscing about the past. I'll go upstairs first." Before the mask on her face was completely removed, she turned and went upstairs, her straight back not revealing a trace of vulnerability. Yu Tingwan returned to the children's room as quickly as possible, locked the door, leaned his back against the cold and hard door panel, and breathed slightly faster. The scene of Gu Lang throwing himself into Gu Wenyan's arms and calling him daddy kept appearing in front of his eyes. He felt so embarrassed and ironic. It turns out that Gu Wenyan and Wen Shi already had a child of their own. She naively thought that at least Gu Yayan could enjoy complete fatherly love before Gu Wenyan got married. It seemed like she was just daydreaming. "Mother?" Gu Yayan, who was sitting on the carpet, was looking at her curiously. "Why are you crying?" Yu Tingwan forgot that Gu Yayan was still here. She quickly wiped her face and forced a smile. "Mom didn't cry, it's just that sand got into her eyes." Gu Yayan put down the toy in his hand, walked to Yu Tingwan and blew her eyes, standing on tiptoe, "And it will blow it for you and it won't hurt." Yu Tingwan felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. She hugged Gu Yayan unconsciously and buried her head in his milky chest. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Yu Tingwan looked up at Gu Yayan and said in a hoarse voice, "And if one day you were separated from your father, what would you do?" Gu Yayan looked confused. "Why do we have to separate from Dad?" Yu Tingwan didn't know how to explain to Gu Yayan. "Did Inan do something wrong? That's why Daddy is angry." Gu Yayan pursed his lips, tears welled up in his big eyes, and his voice was filled with tears. "Inan will be obedient. Mommy asks Daddy to leave Inan alone, okay?" Yu Tingwan felt sad and hugged Gu Yayan tightly in her arms. "Inan did nothing wrong, Mom was just talking casually." After only a few days of spending time together, Inan and Gu Wenyan have already developed feelings for each other. She didn't dare to think about how Inan would react if they were forced to separate one day. At the same time, in the living room downstairs, Gu Wenyan looked at Yu Tingwan's leaving back. Her red eyes kept appearing in front of him, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "Wenyan, when did Miss Yu come back?" Wen Shi's voice called Gu Wenyan back to his senses. He looked away, his voice unmoved. "Yesterday." When she scolded, "Why didn't you say anything?" If she hadn't brought Gu Lang to see Gu Wenyan tonight, did the other party intend to keep it a secret from her for the rest of her life? Gu Wenyan turned his watch and said calmly, "It's not a big deal, what's there to say?" When she smiled and said, "We already have a child, so it's not a big deal." Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved. "Did you see it?" When she pursed her lips and hummed. She hesitated and said, "Have you done a paternity test?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrow slightly. "Do you think that face still needs to be identified? What's more, Yu Tingwan has been with him for so many years, and she knows exactly which men are around him." Yu Tingwan didn't have the courage to betray him. When she said helplessly, "For such an important matter, it would be safer to do a paternity test." Gu Wenyan said casually, "No need, I know what I'm doing." When she couldn't help but pinch his fingertips into his palm, "So what are you going to do?" She paused at the end of her voice, with a nervousness and uneasiness that she didn't even notice. "Are you going to keep this child?" Gu Wenyan said lightly, "Our Gu family is not so poor that we cannot afford to raise a child." The two have known each other for so many years, and when she understands Gu Wenyan's temper very well. He will never allow his bed partner to give birth to his child. But for Yu Tingwan, he made an exception this time. When she stared at Gu Wenyan's nonchalant face and said hesitantly, "Wenyan, you wouldn't like Shang Yu Tingwan, would you?" Gu Wenyan paused for a moment, then slowly raised his eyelids. "You think too much." "Am I really overthinking it?" When she bit her lower lip. "You've been sending people to look for Yu Tingwan in the past 5 years since she disappeared." The twill tie was pulled down by the wind, and Gu Wenyan's voice did not change at all. "I looked for her because she left me behind." It had nothing to do with love. No one can end the relationship until he proposes to end it. Without waiting for Wen Shi to say anything else, Gu Wenyan restrained his expression and said, "You go back first." Wen Shi's smile froze for a moment. In the past, Gu Wenyan would never chase her away. When she concealed his emotions calmly and maintained a smile, "Okay, then Lang Lang and I will leave first." Gu Lang pouted, "Dad, won't you play with me?" Gu Wenyan rubbed Gu Lang's head and said, "I'll go over to accompany you when I'm not busy." When she said sympathetically, "Okay, don't bother Dad, let's go." Gu Lang then reluctantly let go of his hand and followed Wen Shi. After the two left, the living room returned to peace. Uncle Zhang said cautiously, "Mr. Gu, Miss Yu already knows that Miss Wen has a child. I think she is not in a good mood. Otherwise, you should go and explain it to her." Gu Wenyan raised his head and looked towards the second floor, his deep eyes filled with ambiguous emotions, but he said nothing. The master bedroom was pitch black, and there was no sign of Yu Tingwan. Gu Wenyan turned his gaze towards the children's room next door where light was coming through. He came to the door and saw Yu Tingwan sitting on the bed with her back to him. Gu Yan was already asleep on the bed with a doll in his arms. "He's asleep?" A familiar voice sounded behind her, and Yu Tingwan's back stiffened. She didn't turn around, but hummed softly. Gu Wenyan stared at Yu Tingwan's fair neck under the light. "Don't you have anything to say?" Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and turned to look at Gu Wenyan. "Why didn't you tell me that Miss Wen already had a child? If she knew, she would never bring an in back here." Gu Wenyan's tone was cold, and the look he gave her seemed to mock her for not knowing her own limitations. "Why should I explain my affairs to you?" Yu Tingwan was stunned, and embarrassment swept through his heart in an instant. Yes, why does Gu Wenyan need to explain to her? She was just a bed partner. Yu Tingwan lowered his head and laughed at himself. "You're right, I'm nothing, you really don't need to explain to me." Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved, and before he could speak again, Yuan raised her head again, as if she had made up her mind at that moment, and said coldly, "So let an in and I leave here." Chapter 18, Leaving the Child Alone. Gu Wenyan's eyes grew increasingly angry, with a sense of impending danger. "What did you say?" Yu Tingwan repeated word by word, "I want to leave here with an in, so that we don't have to disturb your family of 3. Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yu Tingwan, are you being mean to me?" Yu Tingwan wanted to laugh when he heard this. How could Gu Wenyan think that she had the right to throw a tantrum? Yu Tingwan had calmed down by now, and said calmly, "I'm not throwing a tantrum, I'm serious. I'm leaving, it's good for both you and Miss Wen. Miss Wen probably can't accept that you have an illegitimate child, right? No woman can accept her lover's illegitimate child hanging around in front of her all day long. Not to mention when she couldn't do it. So let me in and then go." Yu Tingwan lowered his voice, "Don't worry, I won't ask for anything, and I will never disturb your life again." Gu Wenyan's face became increasingly gloomy, and he suddenly sneered, "You said so much, isn't it because of Gu Lang?" Yu Tingwan's drooping eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes, and she said nothing. She didn't know before that Gu Wenyan and when she already had a child. Now that she knew this, she couldn't stay here any longer. Even if Gu Lang is here, it won't affect Anan. Gu Wenyan's expression was stern. "What are you worried about? It won't affect you?" Yu Tingwan looked up at him. Can you treat everyone equally? Even biological children will be biased, let alone two half-children with the same father. One was born to the woman he loved, and the other was a kept bed partner. It is clear at a glance which is more important. Yu Tingwan has always been self-aware and would not be so stupid as to think that she is more important than when she in Gu Wenyan's heart. Gu Wenyan frowned and said nothing. Yu Tingwan's heart sank, and he chuckled. See, even you can't say that you can treat everyone equally. Gu Wenyan stared at her. Are you negotiating terms with me now? Yu Tingwan shook her head. I know my own limitations and I don't dare to compete with Miss One. But Anin was born with great difficulty, and I don't want him to suffer any injustice. You already have a son, so you don't need Anin. Even if you let us go, you won't lose anything. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyelashes, almost showing weakness. Just consider it as a good deed for you. Let us go, okay? Gu Wenyan uttered a few cold words from his thin lips. Don't even think about it. Without waiting for her to say anything else, he reminded her coldly, Yu Tingwan, don't forget what you promised me. If you dare to leave, I can't guarantee what will happen to Shi Chang. Yu Tingwan closed his eyes and said, Boss Gu, is this the only thing you can do to threaten me now? The smile on her lips was full of sarcasm, as if she was mocking Gu Wenyan's dishonorable methods. Gu Wenyan's eyes were dark, and he couldn't see the bottom of them at a glance. What if I say yes? Yu Tingwan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and met those deep eyes. Then how can you be sure that I will wrong myself for Shi Chang? If I really want to leave, what does the life and death of Shi Chang and the Shi family have to do with me? Seeing that Yu Tingwan was determined to leave, the coldness in Gu Wenyan's eyes deepened a bit. Are you really going to leave? Yu Tingwan nodded without hesitation. Okay. Gu Wenyan said, I can let you go. Yu Tingwan paused and looked at Gu Wenyan in disbelief, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to this time. But the next second, Gu Wenyan's words were like a needle piercing her heart. But you have to keep Gu Yayan. Yu Tingwan froze in place, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. What did you say? Gu Wenyan said without any warmth in his tone, leave Gu Yayan here, and you will sever your mother-son relationship. You will have nothing to do with him in the future. Yu Tingwan felt cold all over. She never expected Gu Wen to make such a request at the banquet. Anin is my child, why should she stay? Gu Wenyan lifted her hair and rolled it between his fingertips. Do you think I would be stupid enough to let you take the child away and give you the opportunity to use him to blackmail me in the future? As long as you leave Gu Yayan here, you can go wherever you want. As for the child, I will give it to Wenshi to raise. Then you don't have to worry about treating everyone the same. The bright light shone on her body, but Yu Tingwan felt cold all over. Give it to Wenshi to raise? Don't you want to leave? Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows and said faintly, you can leave now. After you leave, I will take action against Shi Chang. Anyway, what happens to her and the Shi family has nothing to do with you. Yu Tingwan's body was shaking uncontrollably, and it felt like there were heavy stones tied to his feet, making it impossible for him to take even a single step. Catching the slight trembling arc of her body, Gu Wenyan sighed imperceptibly, stretched out his hand and hugged Yu Tingwan into his arms. Stop making a fuss, didn't you know that I like Wenshi a long time ago? What are you making a fuss about now? You were able to accept it before, why not now? Yu Tingwan stared at the wall in front of him absent-mindedly. Because Gu Wenyan was not with Wenshi before, and they didn't have any children. But it's different now. In the end, Yu Tingwan failed to leave. She couldn't possibly leave Gu Yayan alone and the Gu family and let Wenshi take care of him. One is her biological child, and the other is her lover's bedmate's child. She doesn't want to challenge human nature. In the dim room, two bodies were very close to each other, and the air was filled with an ambiguous and charming moisture. Gu Wenyan's gaze fell on the snow-white skin in front of him, his deep eyes filled with burning desire. Just as he was about to take a step further, Yu Tingwan suddenly raised her hand and pressed it against his chest. I don't want to do it tonight. The burning desire in Gu Wenyan's eyes suddenly faded away like the tide. Yu Tingwan pretended not to notice the burning gaze in front of her and turned her head away. She knew she shouldn't be pretentious. But she really couldn't help it. When she thought about how Gu Wenyan had treated Wenshi in the same way, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. Seeing the undisguised rejection in Yu Tingwan's eyes, Gu Wenyan said coldly, Are you still upset about Gu Lang? Yu Tingwan closed her eyes and said, I'm really tired. If you want it so badly, go find Wenshi. Chapter 19 Prostitutes also have the right to rest. As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them was suddenly filled with coldness. Gu Wenyan's voice sank. What did you say? Yu Tingwan pretended not to notice the oppressive gaze in front of her and whispered, "You are boyfriend and girlfriend, so it's normal to do this." Gu Wenyan saw that she was deliberately throwing a tantrum. His handsome face was covered with a thin layer of ice. "I said, even if Gu Lang is here, it won't affect Gu Yayan. How long are you going to keep throwing a tantrum?" Yu Tingwan let out a long breath. "I'm really not in a bad mood. I just want to take a break tonight. Is that not possible?" Without waiting for Gu Wenyan to speak, she raised the corner of her mouth with a sarcastic arc. "Boss Gu, even a prostitute has the right to rest, right?" Looking at Yu Tingwan's indifferent profile, Gu Wenyan's eyes seemed to be filled with crushed ice, and a frightening coldness emerged. He sneered and said, "You are really generous," then got out of bed, slammed the door and left. Looking at the tall figure leaving, Yu Tingwan silently wrapped herself in the quilt, curled up unconsciously, and a drop of wet vapor quickly evaporated in the air. Gu Wenyan did not come back that night. Yu Tingwan lay in bed with his eyes open until dawn. As soon as I closed my eyes, Gu Lang's face appeared in front of me. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" A childish voice sounded in her ears, and Yu Tingwan came back to her senses. She found Gu Yayan holding a spoon and looking at her curiously. Yu Tingwan pressed the corners of her eyes in an attempt to hide her guilt, and forced a smile. "Mama's fine, I just didn't sleep well last night." Gu Yayan said in confusion and continued eating breakfast. Uncle Zhang stood aside, hesitant to speak. "When I saw that Gu Wenyan didn't come down with them this morning, and then I saw Yu Tingwan's bloodshot eyes, I guessed that the two had a quarrel. As for the reason, you don't have to think about it to know that it must be because when she brought the children home yesterday." Uncle Zhang spoke carefully. "Ms. Yu, did you have a fight with Mr. Gu?" Yu Tingwan picked up the spoon and said, "No, I have no right to quarrel with him." Gu Wenyan was just angry unilaterally. Uncle Zhang sighed, "Although Miss Wen also has a child, I can see that Mr. Gu still cares about Masterin. Otherwise, Mr. Gu wouldn't have brought you and Masterin back here. Everyone knows that this villa is where Gu Wenyan lives, and even friends rarely set foot here. Maybe because she didn't sleep much yesterday, Yu Tingwan's eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't even lift them." She smiled and said, "He brought me back here, probably to vent his anger. Otherwise, how to explain why Gu Wenyan arranged her here, while when she and Gu Lang live somewhere else? They are obviously a family." When he raised his head again, Yu Tingwan's face had returned to normal. "I'm going to meet a friend later, so I won't be back for lunch." When we arrived at the coffee shop, Shi Chang had already arrived. Looking at Yu Tingwan's pale face, Shi Chang asked in surprise, "Why do you look so bad? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Yu Tingwan didn't say anything, just stared at Shi Chang. Shi Chang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her and touched her face. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yu Tingwan suddenly said, "You knew it a long time ago, didn't you?" Shi Chang paused. "Know what?" Yu Tingwan spoke word by word, the matter between Wen Shi and her child. Shi Chang almost choked and looked at Yu Tingwan in surprise. "You know?" Seeing Shi Chang's reaction, Yu Tingwan already had the answer in his mind. No wonder Shi Chang hesitated to speak last time. It turned out that she had known for a long time that Gu Wenyan and when she had a child. Yu Tingwan sighed. "Why didn't you tell me?" Shi Chang said guiltily, "I didn't hide it from you on purpose." She just didn't know how to talk to Yu Tingwan. Although Yu Tingwan seemed to have let go of the past on the surface, Shi Chang knew in her heart that she still had Gu Wenyan in her heart. Otherwise, Yu Tingwan would not have reacted like this after knowing that when she had a child. "I'm just afraid that you'll be sad if you find out." Shi Chang whispered, "Tingwan, I'm sorry." Yu Tingwan smiled and said, "You underestimate me too much. It's not like I just found out that he likes Wen Shi. In the first year with Gu Wenyan, she knew that he liked Wen Shi. Gu Wen supported her at the banquet in order to get out of the shadow of Wen Shi's marriage." Shi Chang whispered, "Liking Wen Shi and having a child with Wen Shi are different. If Gu Wenyan was only with Wen Shi, the impact wouldn't be that great. It just so happens that both of them already have children." Yu Tingwan bit the tip of his tongue calmly. "Tell me what else you know." She had heard before that when she had been married to her wealthy husband for 3 years but had not been able to conceive. The man was very unhappy about this and the two often quarreled, and once it got so serious that they even came to blows. For this reason, Gu Wenyan even flew abroad to rescue Wen Shi. She remembered it so clearly because that night was her birthday. Gu Wenyan had promised to celebrate for her, so she waited in the restaurant all night, only to receive a text message from Gu Wenyan saying that he had gone to Wen Shi's place. Her thoughts were entangled in memories until Shi Chang's voice brought her attention back. "I don't know much about it, but I heard that when she became pregnant not long after she returned to China. At that time, everyone said it was Gu Wenyan's child, and Gu Wenyan did not deny it. After the child was born, he was named Gu Lang. Although no one has acknowledged Gu Lang's identity, everyone in the circle knows it well. Before you came back, Gu Wenyan often took Wen Shi and Gu Lang to parties. Yu Tingwan's eyelashes trembled slightly, like a butterfly gently fluttering its wings. If it wasn't Gu Wenyan's child, why would he care so much about it? However, Yu Tingwan couldn't understand why Gu Wenyan didn't marry Wen Shi since they both had children. Gu Wenyan likes Wen Shi so much, and now that they have a child, he will definitely give her a legitimate status. Yu Tingwan's throat tightened. Then why didn't they get married? Shi Chang thought about it and said, I guess Wen Shi might have wanted to borrow this child to enter the Gu family, but Madame Gu did not agree. After all, Wen Shi is divorced, and her status is too different from the Gu family. Besides, Gu Wenyan can't go against his mother, otherwise Wen Shi won't have a good life after marrying into the family. So Gu Wenyan has been raising Wen Shi and the child outside for the past few years. Shi Chang observed Yu Tingwan's expression, worried that she would be sad, and comforted her, but even if she gave birth to a child, it would be useless. She still couldn't enter the Gu family. Yu Tingwan's drooping eyelashes half covered her crystal clear eyes. What's the difference between her and Wen Shi? At least Gu Wenyan really likes Wen Shi and the child. Unlike her and Gu Yayan, who have never been able to see the light of day in their entire lives. Shi Chang added, besides, the fact that Gu Wenyan took you back means that he cares about you and Inen. If you work harder, you might be able to snatch Gu Wenyan from Wen Shi. Yu Tingwan smiled and said, do you believe this? Shi Chang choked. Yu Tingwan lowered his eyes and stirred the coffee in the cup. I used to think so, but now I know my place. People should not desire things that they should not desire. This is the lesson she learned in those 3 years. It was already evening when Yu Tingwan returned home. The living room was quiet, with only Gu Yayan playing with toys on the carpet. At this time before, Gu Wenyan would already be at home with Inen. Miss Yu, you're back? Uncle Zhang came over and asked, would you like to have dinner now? Yu Tingwan said hesitantly, he hasn't come back yet? Everyone knew who he was referring to. Uncle Zhang looked a little embarrassed and hesitated to say, Bosku said, he will have dinner at Miss Wen's place tonight and won't be back for dinner. Yu Tingwan's body stiffened. Her expression quickly returned to normal, as if the momentary stiffness was Uncle Zhang's illusion. I understand. Uncle Zhang said cautiously, maybe Mr. Gu missed Miss Wen and the eldest young master because he hadn't seen them for a long time, so he went over to have dinner with them. Yu Tingwan smiled slightly. Uncle Zhang, you don't have to explain, I understand, they are a family, it is normal for Gu Wenyan to accompany them. Uncle Zhang couldn't tell what he felt. Yu Tingwan's reaction was obviously normal, but he felt as if she had cried. It was a rare occasion that Gu Wenyan didn't eat at home, so Gu Yayan started looking for him as soon as he sat at the table. Mom, where is Dad? Yu Tingwan hesitated and said, your father went to live with another little brother. Gu Yayan opened his big round eyes and asked, is that the little brother who came home yesterday? Yu Tingwan hummed softly, that's your father's other child. Gu Yayan scratched his head and said, but Mom, you didn't give me any brothers or sisters. Yu Tingwan's grip on the chopsticks tightened, that child wasn't born by my mother, but by another aunt. Gu Yayan's eyes were full of doubts, why did Dad want to have a child with another aunt? Yu Tingwan didn't know how to explain that the other aunt he mentioned was the one Gu Wenyan liked. As for the child, he was born with everyone's expectation. Yu Tingwan whispered, because that aunt is the one your father likes. What about Mom? Gu Yayan blinked, doesn't Dad like Mom? Yu Tingwan smiled and said, I like it too. It's just physical affection. Gu Yayan seemed to understand, but he felt that his mother's eyes seemed a little sad. After dinner, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yayan upstairs to take a bath and then told him a story. Mom, when will Dad be back? I want my dad to tell me a story. Yu Tingwan paused for a moment and said in a tone that pretended to be relaxed, Dad will be back when he's done with his work. Gu Yayan lowered his head in disappointment and played with his toys absent-mindedly. Where Gu Yayan couldn't see, Yu Tingwan's smile gradually faded. This, she thought, was just the beginning. This will become a common occurrence in the future. After finally coaxing Gu Yayan to sleep, Yu Tingwan returned to the room. She looked up at the clock on the wall and it was almost 11 o'clock. Gu Wenyan probably won't be back tonight. Yu Tingwan curled the corners of his mouth, turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, she felt the mattress sink a little while she was drowsy, and then a pair of hands hugged her from behind. The mind reacted a beat slower than the body. Yu Tingwan realized something belatedly. His body became stiff and he struggled subconsciously. The hand around her waist tightened, and Gu Wenyan's deep and magnetic voice rang in her ears, "Don't move, or I can't guarantee what I will do." In the darkness, the body's senses were infinitely magnified. Feeling the danger under the quilt, Yu Tingwan suddenly dared not move. "Are you still upset?" Gu Wenyan's voice was emotionless. Yu Tingwan slowly stopped struggling and said nothing. "I don't know if it was an illusion, but the person behind me seemed to sigh. I promise you, I will treat both children equally." Chapter 20. Kneel down and admit his mistake. Yu Tingwan's heartbeat seemed to be paused. The voice in my ear continued, and the tone was not harsh, but rather gentle, "So stop throwing tantrums, or you'll cross the line." The two have been together for 3 years, and Yu Tingwan is very clear that this is Gu Wenyan's biggest concession. And he always does what he promised. "I said I would treat everyone equally and I would not be partial to any one side." But that person was the person Gu Wenyan had liked for 10 years. She didn't believe that Gu Wenyan could really be fair and selfless. Yu Tingwan whispered, "You mean, if when she and Gu Lang made mistakes, you would treat them equally?" Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved slightly. "When she is not that kind of person." Yu Tingwan laughed softly, not knowing whether she was mocking herself or Gu Wenyan. She was unusually insistent on getting an answer. What if she really did that? "Would you treat her the same way?" Gu Wenyan said without hesitation, "I will." Yu Tingwan's heart trembled. "Are you relieved now?" Gu Wenyan stroked the smooth fabric of her nightgown around her waist. The soft touch made him a little distracted. Yu Tingwan's body had to admit that when she heard the words "I will," the tense string deep in her heart suddenly relaxed, and she felt a little hope that she shouldn't have. Maybe Gu Wenyan didn't lie to her this time? A cold breath suddenly swept over her body, and the big hand reached under the hem of her nightgown. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but tremble, and subconsciously said, "Wait a minute. Why? Still not satisfied?" There was no emotion in Gu Wenyan's voice, but Yu Tingwan inexplicably heard a hint of displeasure. Her eyelashes moved, and she slowly lowered her hands that were on Gu Wenyan's chest. Gu Wenyan was very satisfied with Yu Tingwan's understanding. He bent down and kissed the corner of her lips as if it was a reward. The rustling sound of fabric could be heard in the dim room. The wall lamp in the bathroom was dim in the corner, illuminating 2 tightly entangled figures. Just before being dragged into the abyss of desire, Yu Tingwan said in an inaudible voice, "Gu Wenyan, don't lie to me." The next morning, when Gu Yayan got up and saw Gu Wenyan at home, a smile immediately appeared on his chubby little face. "Dad, you're finally back." Gu Wenyan picked up Gu Yayan, who had thrown himself into his arms, and asked, "Do you miss me?" Gu Yayan pouted, "Dad, why did you take so long to come back?" Gu Wenyan patted his butt and said, "I went to your room to see you yesterday, and you were already asleep." Gu Yayan's eyes lit up. "Really? Did you come to see Anan?" Gu Wenyan curled his lips. "Of course it's true. Children's emotions come and go quickly." When Gu Yayan heard that Gu Wenyan came to see him last night, he immediately put his unhappiness behind him. This was the scene that Yu Tingwan saw when she came down from upstairs. Looking at the father and son getting along happily, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but think of what Gu Wenyan said yesterday. Maybe what Gu Wenyan said was true. What's more, even if she doesn't believe it, she can't leave Beijing and Hong Kong. While eating breakfast, Gu Wenyan's eyes like black grapes were looking at him, and his little face was full of anticipation. "Dad, will you come back tonight to have dinner with Anan?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids and looked at Yu Tingwan. "What about you? Do you want me to come back and have dinner with you too?" Being called unexpectedly, Yu Tingwan raised her head and met the man's playful eyes, feeling as if she was burned. She turned her head away uncomfortably, looked at Gu Yayan's expectant eyes, coughed dryly, and nodded. Gu Wenyan's lips curled up slightly. "In that case, I'll go home for dinner tonight." Yu Tingwan blinked blankly, while Gu Yayan beside him shouted "yeah" happily. When she reacted, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. After breakfast, Gu Yayan insisted on sending Gu Wenyan out. Gu Wenyan half knelt and hugged Gu Yayan to talk. He raised his head and saw Yu Tingwan standing at the door. Gu Wenyan raised his voice slightly. "Why, don't you come and see me off?" Yu Tingwan glanced across the collar of his shirt and muttered softly, "I don't have to wear a tie today." When the two were together in the past, every time Gu Wenyan went out, Yu Tingwan would see him to the door and tie his tie for him. This is a habit she has developed over the past 3 years. But now Gu Wenyan no longer needs her help to tie his tie. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Under Gu Wenyan's gaze, Yu Tingwan had no choice but to bite the bullet and move her feet slowly to come in front of him. The next second, Gu Wenyan grabbed her waist and with a little force, Yu Tingwan fell into his strong and hot chest. This posture made Yu Tingwan think of what happened last night, and the heat gradually rose to her ears. You don't need to wear a tie, but you seem to have forgotten something. Gu Wenyan's deep gaze swept across Yu Tingwan's soft pink lips. Yu Tingwan pretended to be dumb. What's the matter? Gu Wenyan curled his lips, you know. There was a burning sensation where her fingertips had wandered, and Yu Tingwan felt a little weak in the waist. She bit her lip and reminded him in a weak voice, and is still here. Gu Wenyan lowered his head and saw Gu Yayan tilting his head back, blinking his eyes and looking at them curiously. For the sake of the child's physical and mental health, Gu Wenyan regretfully pulled his hand back and twisted his fingertips. I'll let you go for now. Yu Tingwan was obviously relieved. Looking at her blushing cheeks, Gu Wenyan's heart moved slightly, and he said to Uncle Zhang beside him, Uncle Zhang, take the child in first. Yes. Uncle Zhang held Gu Yayan's hand. Masterin, let's go in and play first. Gu Yayan nodded obediently and waved to Gu Wenyan. Bye, Dad. Gu Wenyan reached out and scratched the tip of his nose. Bye. After Gu Yayan and Uncle Zhang entered the villa, Yu Tingwan showed a bewildered expression. Why did you suddenly let Uncle Zhang bring in an inn? Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes, his gaze fixed on her beautiful face. His pupils were extremely dark. Yesterday I promised you that I would treat both children equally. Yu Tingwan paused slightly and realized that the other party had something to say. What do you want to say? Gu Wenyan stopped beating around the bush and said, now that you know about the existence of Wenxi and Gu Lang, you know what to do and what not to do. Yu Tingwan looked like a clockwork being pulled out of his body. He slowly raised his head and asked, what do you mean? Literally. Gu Wenyan raised his hand and rubbed the corner of her lips. Wan, you are a smart person, you know what I am talking about. Yu Tingwan seemed to be losing heat bit by bit. She heard her own voice coming from far away. Are you afraid that I will cause trouble for Wenxi and the child? So in Gu Wenyan's eyes, she is such a vicious woman? I'm just reminding you. Gu Wenyan said deeply, don't do anything that will put you at a disadvantage. The vision in front of him gradually became blurred, and Yu Tingwan blinked hard twice, as if this could suppress the pain in his chest. She was actually moved last night by Gu Wenyan's words, treat the two children equally. That's ridiculous. Yu Tingwan's eyes were empty. Don't worry, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for me and I won't provoke her. Gu Wenyan said firmly, she won't. I know her. Yu Tingwan stopped responding and stared at the carpet under his feet. I don't know how long it was before I heard the sound of a car engine behind me. Not until the noise gradually faded away did Yu Tingwan raise her head and look at the car disappearing at the door. She absent-mindedly returned to the living room. Uncle Zhang was playing with Gu Yayan. He looked up when he heard footsteps and said, Ms. Yu, Mr. Gu is gone? Yu Tingwan nodded slightly. Uncle Zhang saw that she looked a little unhappy and couldn't help but feel worried. It was fine just now, what happened? Not long after, Gu Yayan wanted to go to the yard to play. Just as Yu Tingwan was about to follow him, she saw Wenxi walking in from outside, holding Gu Lang's hand. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but stop. Uncle Zhang subconsciously glanced at Yu Tingwan and took the initiative to step forward. Miss Wan, why are you here? When she said politely, Uncle Zhang, when I came here the day before yesterday, a ring fell here. Can you please help me find it? Uncle Zhang nodded. Okay, I'll ask someone to find it now, please wait a moment. When she smiled and nodded. After Uncle Zhang left, when she looked at Yu Tingwan, what a coincidence, Miss Yu is here too. She lowered her head and patted the back of Gu Lang's head. Xiao Lang, call someone. Gu Lang curled his lips. I won't scream. After saying that, he broke free from Wenxi's hand and ran out. Watching his back disappearing at the door, Wenxi sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, Xiao Lang is quite shy. Yu Tingwan just laughed it off. By the way, Gu Lang pestered Wenyan yesterday and insisted that he stay at home for dinner. I don't think you guys waited for him to come back for dinner, right? Yu Tingwan curled her fingertips, her expression unchanged. No. Wenxi seemed relieved. That's good. I was worried that you and the child would wait too long. Yu Tingwan smiled wryly. He's been with us for so many days, it's normal for him to accompany you. The smile on Wenxi's lips could no longer be maintained. Just then, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the yard outside. I am my father's son, and you are a bastard. Get out of my house with your mother. Gu Lang threatened Gu Yayan in front of him with great momentum. Gu Yayan held the toy and blinked his clear and bright eyes. I'm not an illegitimate child. Gu Lang snorted. It's said on TV that people like you are called illegitimate children, and your mother is the mistress who destroyed our family. Gu Yan was a little angry. Then why doesn't Dad live with you, but with me and Mom? So your mother is the mistress, and you are the illegitimate child. Seeing that he dared to talk back, Gu Lang reached out and pushed Gu Yan hard in anger. Gu Yan was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. Yu Tingwan, who came out after hearing the noise, happened to see this scene and her heart skipped a beat, and then she quickly ran over to help Gu Yan up, only to see that his clothes were covered in mud. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, so he was not injured. Gu Lang snorted coldly. This is what happens when you steal my dad. I'm telling you, stay away from my dad from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yu Tingwan's eyes seemed to be soaked in ice. She raised her head and looked at Wen Shi coldly. Miss Wen, is this your family's tutor? Wen Shi's face didn't look good. Xiao Lang, what are you doing? Apologize quickly. Gu Lang raised his face unconvinced. Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. He is an illegitimate child, and his mother is a mistress. It's all their fault. Dad hasn't come to see us lately. I hate them so much. When she frowned and said to Yu Tingwan apologetically, Miss Yu, Xiao Lang is still young and naive. I hope you won't bother with him. Yu Tingwan laughed. Being young is a reason to hit someone? According to what you said, next time Anan hits him, I can just say that he is young and don't care about it? When she pursed her lips and turned to look at Gu Lang, Xiao Lang, you are wrong in this matter. How could you do this casually? Apologize quickly, otherwise Mom will be angry. I'm not apologizing to a bastard. Gu Lang angrily pushed Wen Shi away and ran away. Xiao Lang. Looking at Gu Lang's angry back, Wen Shi took a deep breath and said, Miss Wen, I apologize to you on his behalf. I can agree to any compensation you want. Yu Tingwan sneered, how are you going to compensate me? When she hesitated, how do you want me to compensate you? Yu Tingwan blinked gently, if that's the case, then you should kneel down and admit your mistake on his behalf. Chapter 21 grows up to be a threat to society. Wen Shi's expression froze on his face. What did you say? Yu Tingwan stared at her, didn't you say you would compensate him? This is my condition. When she clenched her teeth unconsciously, Miss Yu, are you going too far? Yu Tingwan seemed to have heard a joke, isn't it too much for your son to hit Anan? When she looked unhappy and couldn't refute. Yu Tingwan raised the corner of his mouth, or is the compensation you are talking about just being polite? When Shi's hands hanging at his sides were clenched slightly, and his expression showed a hint of shame. Just as the air was stagnant and flowing silently, Yu Tingwan suddenly smiled. When she looked at her stiffly, what are you laughing at? Yu Tingwan said in a light tone, it's just a joke. If I really make you kneel, I guess Gu Wenyan will come to trouble me tonight, right? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yu Tingwan's smile, and he picked up Gu Yan and left. After taking 2 steps, she stopped and looked back at Wen Shi. By the way, Miss Wen, let me give you a piece of advice. Children should be disciplined from an early age, so that they don't become a threat to society when they grow up. Looking at Yu Tingwan's back as she left with Gu Yan in her arms, when she dug his fingertips deeply into his palms. What is Yu Tingwan's identity? Are you qualified to teach her a lesson? Taking Gu Yan back to the children's room, Yu Tingwan changed him into clean clothes. Gu Yan sat on the edge of the bed with his head down, looking unhappy. Anan, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Yu Tingwan touched Gu Yan's head worriedly. Gu Yan raised his head, his face full of grievance. Mom, why did he say you are a mistress and I am an illegitimate child? Gu Yan didn't know what mistress and illegitimate child were, but he could feel that they were bad words. Yu Tingwan paused. Gu Yan said in a low voice, did we really take Dad away? Yu Tingwan squatted down and looked into his eyes seriously. Anan, you just need to know that this is a matter between us adults and has nothing to do with you. So you don't have to blame yourself, got it? Gu Yan pursed his lips and nodded slightly. In order to prevent Gu Yan from being affected, Yu Tingwan specially played hide and seek with him. The mother and son played for a long time and finally made him happy. Soon, Uncle Zhang came up. Uncle Zhang had heard about what had just happened. Miss Yu, young Master Lang is spoiled, so he has a bad temper. Master Ren has been wronged. Yu Tingwan looked at Gu Yan's profile as he watched the animation seriously, with complicated thoughts. If it weren't for her, Anan wouldn't have to endure such harm. In the background sound of the animation, Yu Tingwan suddenly said, Uncle Zhang, does he love Gu Lang very much? Uncle Jean looked a little hesitant. Yes. After all, Mr. Gu has liked Miss Wen for so many years, and young Master Lang is her biological son. Mr. Gu almost always responds to requests and gives her whatever she wants. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes. No wonder Gu Lang felt that her and an S appearance had destroyed their family. Her eyelashes were pressed down to hide the emotions in her eyes, and she whispered, I know. Looking at her lonely and thin back, Uncle Zhang bent down slightly and left the room. The sound of a door closing was heard softly, and Yu Tingwan raised her hand and stroked Gu Yan's head. No matter what, she would not let anyone hurt Anan. As night fell, Gu Wenyan came to the underground parking lot and the cell phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the caller ID on the screen and picked up the phone. When she's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, Wenyan, will you come to my house for dinner later? I'll ask Auntie to prepare your favorite dishes. Gu Wenyan got in the car and said, no, I promised Anan that I would go home and have dinner with him today. When she couldn't help but tighten his grip on the phone, is that so? Xiao Lang was waiting for you to play with him. Gu Wenyan said calmly, next time. When she hummed softly, his tone unable to conceal his disappointment. At this moment, Gu Lang's dissatisfied voice came from the background, Dad, Mom has been bullied by them, and you still want to go home and eat with them. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows twitched slightly. When she stopped him in a low voice, Xiao Lang, don't talk nonsense. Gu Lang said unconvincedly, I didn't say that. I heard that bad auntie asking you to kneel down to her. Okay, kids, stop interrupting adults and go watch TV. When she put the phone back to his ear and said softly, Wenyan, that's not true. Don't listen to Xiao Lang's nonsense. Gu Wenyan asked in a low voice, what's going on? When she's tone was evasive, it's really nothing, don't ask. The more she hesitated, the more Gu Wenyan felt that she was hiding something from him. Don't hide anything from me. There was no fluctuation in Gu Wenyan's voice, but it gave people a feeling of oppression. When she's voice was a little hesitant, today I went to the villa to ask Uncle Zhang to help find something that was dropped there, and something unpleasant happened between me and Miss Yu. Without waiting for Gu Wenyan to say anything, when she hurriedly said, it's really nothing. It's all in the past. Don't blame Miss Yu. Gu Wenyan's deep eyes seemed to be tinged with the night. He had just reminded Yu Tingwan during the day, and the two had an argument in the evening. The timing was too coincidental. Recalling Yu Tingwan's reaction when he reminded her in the morning not to cause trouble for when she and her son, Gu Wenyan hung up the phone and told the driver to drive home. Yu Tingwan had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower when the door of the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wenyan walked in from outside against the light. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but recall what Gu Wenyan said during the day. She withdrew her gaze and pretended to lower her head to wipe her hair. What did you do to Wenxi today? Gu Wenyan's low and unclear voice sounded behind him. Yu Tingwan paused and slowly turned back to look at Gu Wenyan. What? Gu Wenyan's face was unclear in the dim light. You asked her to kneel down? Yu Tingwan's grip on the towel tightened little by little. Sure enough, when she went to complain. She turned around calmly and continued to wipe her hair. What did she tell you? Did she say that I bullied her? The next second, the towel in his hand was taken away, and his wrist was grabbed by a strong palm. Gu Wenyan's voice sank to the bottom. I warned you this morning not to cause trouble for them, why didn't you listen? Seeing Gu Wenyan's slightly blaming eyes, Yu Tingwan curled up the corners of his mouth. In your heart, am I the kind of person who will easily cause trouble for others? Gu Wenyan held her hand and tightened it slightly. You are not. Yu Tingwan's heart just wavered when she heard Gu Wenyan say, but when she is different. She gave birth to Gu Lang. Yu Tingwan pursed her lips, so? Gu Wenyan looked at her and said, you gave birth to Gu Yan. She and the child are a threat to you. Seeing Gu Wenyan's cold eyes, Yu Tingwan's heart sank. She curled the corners of her lips and said, since you believe that I bullied her, what else is there to ask? She struggled to break free from Gu Wenyan's hand, and at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Gu Yan walked in from outside and said cautiously, Dad, Mom, are you arguing? Yu Tingwan didn't expect the child to come in. She quickly put on a smile and said, no. Gu Yan pouted, is it because of that brother? Gu Wenyan's eyebrows moved, what brother? Gu Yan whispered, it was that aunt's child. He bullied Anan this morning. Gu Wenyan frowned and turned to look at Yu Tingwan, what is he talking about? Yu Tingwan smiled sarcastically, do you know why I treated Wenxi like this morning? Because Gu Lang pushed Anan and called him a bastard. Chapter 22 Apologized to Gu Yan. A complex emotion flashed across Gu Wenyan's face. He didn't know this was happening. Yu Tingwan smiled at him. Besides, it was Wenxi who said she wanted to apologize on his behalf. I didn't force her to do that. Or do you think that I should just pretend nothing happened? And just sit there and do nothing while Anan is bullied? The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the air became more and more solemn. Dad. At this time, Gu Yayan suddenly spoke up and whispered, Mom is really a mistress. Am I really an illegitimate child? Gu Wenyan's brows relaxed slightly, and he squatted down to look at him. Of course not. Gu Yayan pursed his lips. Then why did that brother say that Mom and I destroyed his family? He also asked us to get out. Gu Wenyan's tone was a little more profound that no one could understand. No one can drive you away here. Gu Yayan hung his head, looking a little unhappy. Seeing Gu Yayan's dejected look, Gu Wenyan rubbed his soft cheek with his fingertips. Dad promises you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Gu Yayan raised his head, his face full of doubt. Really? When did Dad ever lie to you? Gu Yayan then smiled slightly, his little fangs faintly visible. Gu Wenyan stood up and turned to look at Yu Tingwan. His solemn expression eased a little. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Yu Tingwan's face was expressionless. I said, will you help me? Maybe Gu Wenyan would think that she was making a big deal out of nothing and take the opportunity to cause trouble for when she and her son. She also wanted to act like a spoiled child like everyone else, but her identity meant that she could never do so. Do you remember what you said yesterday? Yu Tingwan whispered, you said that if Yu Tingwan and Gu Lang made mistakes, you would treat them equally. Gu Wenyan's expression turned serious and he said nothing. Looking at his reaction, Yu Tingwan already had the answer in her mind. Her eyes were obscured by the shadow of her drooping eyelashes, and she raised the corners of her lips in self-mockery. I knew I shouldn't have believed you. What do you mean by treating everyone equally? When Gu Wenyan really has to choose between her and Wenxi, he will still choose Wenxi without hesitation. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared, so she wasn't too disappointed. But somewhere in my chest I couldn't help but feel the familiar sour feeling. Why are you being so pretentious? Didn't you know this a long time ago? This isn't the first time this has happened. Yu Tingwan said nothing more, picked up Gu Yayan and left the room. Looking at the two people leaving, Gu Wenyan stood where he was, with ambiguous emotions surging in his deep pupils. Mr. Gu, aren't you going to eat at home? As soon as Uncle Zhang came in from the yard, he saw Gu Wenyan coming down from upstairs, looking like he was about to go out. Gu Wenyan looked deeply in the direction of the restaurant and left the villa without saying a word. Uncle Zhang looked at Yu Tingwan in confusion. Yu Tingwan seemed not to notice Uncle Zhang's gaze and slowly withdrew his gaze. Gu Wenyan went out at this time, probably to comfort Wenxi, right? That is true. After all, in Gu Wenyan's heart, Wenxi and Gu Lang were the ones who were wronged. Looking at the table full of delicious food in front of him, Yu Tingwan lost his appetite and never moved the chopsticks in his hand. In the brightly lit villa, Wenxi and Gu Lang were having dinner in the restaurant when Gu Wenyan walked in from outside in a suit and tie. A hint of surprise flashed across Wenxi's face. Wenyan, why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come over for dinner tonight? Compared to Wenxi, Gu Lang was much more excited. Dad. If he hadn't been sitting in a child's chair, he might have jumped down and pounced on him by now. Without time to think too much, Wenxi stood up and went to greet him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have asked Auntie to prepare a few more dishes. No need. Gu Wenyan interrupted her, I'm not here to eat. When she paused, and seeing that Gu Wenyan's expression was different from usual, she said cautiously, what's wrong with you? You look so bad. Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids and looked at her. Why did Yu Tingwan suddenly bother you this morning? When she gritted his teeth calmly and forced a smile, why do you suddenly ask this? It's just something unpleasant that happened. Gu Wenyan said in a deep voice, did Gu Lang do anything to Gu Yayan? When she's heart suddenly sank. Gu Wenyan knows everything? She bit her lip unconsciously, it's just a fight between children. When you say fighting, do you mean pushing Gu Yayan? Gu Wenyan's expression didn't change, but the temperature of the air around him dropped several degrees as he spoke. Without waiting for Wenxi to explain, he turned to look at Gu Lang, and every word he said was cold. Mistress, illegitimate child, Gu Lang, is this the tutor I taught you? It was the first time he spoke to Gu Lang in such a majestic tone, and Gu Lang couldn't help but shrink his neck. When she subconsciously spoke up for Gu Lang, Wenyan, Xiao Lang just saw that you didn't spend much time with him during this period, so he took action against misused child. He didn't mean it. Gu Wenyan cast a cold gaze over, that's not a reason for him to hit someone. when she seemed to be frozen by this look, and his hands and feet became numb. This was the first time Gu Wenyan spoke to her like this. Gu Lang retorted unconvincedly, "I'm not wrong, that woman is the mistress, and he is the illegitimate child." When she had a bad feeling and it was too late to stop it, Xiao Lang. She nervously observed Gu Wenyan's reaction. Gu Wenyan's dark eyes were cold and filled with a strong sense of danger. When she tried to change the atmosphere, Wenyan. Gu Wenyan did not give her a chance to speak, and said to Gu Lang, "Say it again." Gu Lang couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Gu Wenyan had never spoken to him so harshly before. It's all because of that mother and son. Only Dad would scold him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Gu Lang blurted out, "They were the ones who destroyed my family, why don't you blame them? I just hate them and I wish they'd get out." The cold aura on Gu Wenyan's body became even stronger. "It seems that I spoiled you too much before." Gu Lang wanted to say something, but when she stepped out to smooth things over, "Xiao Lang, shut up." Without giving Gu Lang a chance to speak again, when she hurriedly said, "Wenyan, Xiao Lang was wrong about what happened today, but he suddenly has a brother, so you should also understand that he can't accept it for a while, after all, he is still so young." While speaking, when she secretly winked at Gu Lang, and Gu Lang turned his head away unconvinced. Gu Wenyan seemed not to hear what she said, and said word by word, "Go and apologize to Gu Yayan." Chapter 23, I don't want to hear it a second time. Gu Lang's eyes suddenly widened. Wen Shi's expression was not much better. He almost bit his lip and his fingertips sank deeply into his palms. She didn't expect that Gu Wenyan would actually ask Gu Lang to apologize to Yu Tingwan and her son. Gu Lang said loudly, "I'm not apologizing to them. I didn't do anything wrong." Gu Wenyan turned his watch and said, "If you are unwilling to apologize, stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes for the next few days. When you have figured it out, then go out." Gu Lang had never suffered such an injustice before. He sat down on the ground and rolled around. "I won't apologize, I won't apologize." When she looked stiffly at Gu Wenyan, who was unmoved. In the past, whenever Gu Lang cried and made a fuss, he would compromise and give in. However, this time his attitude towards Gu Yayan's matter was so resolute. Just because Gu Yayan is his biological son? When she adjusted his mood and sighed guiltily, "Wenyan, you are right. Xiao Lang was wrong in this matter. He should apologize." She walked up to Gu Lang and said as if to instruct him, "Did you hear me? Go and apologize to Brother Inan." Just as Gu Lang was about to say why, he met Wen Shi's warning gaze. When she shook her head gently at him and said in a voice that only two people could hear, "Do you want Dad to lock you in the room?" Gu Lang couldn't help but shudder. He looked up at Gu Wenyan, and saw that his face no longer had the gentleness he had shown towards him before. He finally felt a little scared. He didn't want to be locked up. Seeing Gu Lang calm down, Wen Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her head again and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take Xiao Lang to apologize." Gu Wenyan's solemn expression softened slightly, and he said coldly, "I know you love your child, but I don't want to hear words like mistress and illegitimate child a second time." Wherever he heard it from. When she felt inexplicably tense when he looked at her with such a deep gaze. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Gu Wenyan's last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning. Wen Shi's palms were slightly wet, and she felt flustered for a moment. "I know. I'll tell Lang Lang." Gu Wenyan didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the villa. As soon as Gu Wenyan left, Gu Lang immediately yelled, "Mom, why should I apologize to that illegitimate child? I won't apologize." When she turned his head, his expression turned cold. "Don't you want your father to like you anymore?" Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Gu Lang fell silent. He knew that his father was very important to him. His mother said that everything he had now was because of his father. Seeing this, Wen Shi sighed, helped Gu Lang up from the ground, and brushed the dust off his body. "If you don't apologize, Dad will hate you and like Gu Yayan more. Do you want your dad to be taken away by them?" Only then did Gu Lang realize that he was scared and shook his head vigorously. If his father was taken away, he would no longer be able to have whatever he wanted. When she pinched his thin shoulders and said earnestly, "So you have to be obedient and apologize to Gu Yayan first to calm Dad down. Got it?" Gu Lang pursed his lips and nodded reluctantly. When she touched Gu Lang's head with heartache. When no one could see, the tenderness in her eyes faded away and was gradually replaced by a cramped coldness. There is still a long way to go, there is no need to rush. After dinner, Yu Tingwan accompanied Gu Yayan in the living room to play with toys. "Mom, you put the building blocks together wrong." Gu Yan looked up and said curiously. Yu Tingwan came back to her senses, looked at the 2 blocks of different colors in front of her, and laughed dryly. Oh, Mom, I saw it wrong. Gu Yan scratched his head, feeling that his mother seemed absent-minded today. Besides, Dad said he would stay home with him for dinner, but he didn't come back. Gu Yan originally wanted to ask his father why he didn't eat at home, but he could sense that his mother was unhappy, so he swallowed his words back. Mom always seems unhappy after she comes back. Gu Yan thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Yu Tingwan thought it was Uncle Zhang and subconsciously raised his head. When she and Gu Lang walked in, the latter looked reluctant and was almost dragged away by the former. As soon as he saw the 2 of them, Gu Yan stopped playing with building blocks and subconsciously hid behind Yu Tingwan, sticking out his little head and looking around curiously. Yu Tingwan frowned. Why is Wenxi here? And at this time, shouldn't Gu Wenyan be having dinner with them? Before Yu Tingwan could figure it out, when she had already brought Gu Lang to her. Yu Tingwan retracted her gaze, separated the wrongly assembled blocks in her hand, and said in a cold tone, Miss Wen, what's the matter? When she smiled slightly, Ms. Yu, I brought Xiao Lang here today to apologize to you. Yu Tingwan raised an eyebrow. Apologize? When she said sincerely, Xiao Lang was wrong about what happened today. He shouldn't have said those ugly words, and he shouldn't have hit your son. Yu Tingwan felt a little strange. During the day, when she was still trying to make a big deal out of a small matter, but after one night, she suddenly figured it out. As if seeing Yu Tingwan's confusion, when she explained, it was Wen Yan who asked Xiao Lang to apologize. Yu Tingwan was stunned. Gu Wenyan? She looked over Wenxi's shoulder and at Gu Wenyan who had just come in behind her. Gu Wenyan was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and a subtle atmosphere formed in the air. Could it be that Gu Wenyan went to find Wenxi just now in order to get Gu Lang to come and apologize? As soon as this thought came to mind, Yu Tingwan's heart began to surge. When she looked at Gu Lang beside him, Xiao Lang, apologize to your brother. Gu Lang hesitated and didn't speak for a long time. When she emphasized, Xiao Lang, you forgot what your mother just said. Looking at Wenxi's serious expression, and thinking of the scene where Gu Wenyan abandoned him, Gu Lang couldn't help but shudder. He opened his mouth with difficulty, and his voice was like the buzzing of a fly. I'm sorry. Gu Yan lowered his head and pretended to play with the building blocks in his hands. Gu Lang raised his voice reluctantly. I said sorry, is that okay? Gu Yan looked up hesitantly and looked at Yu Tingwan, as if seeking her opinion. Yu Tingwan touched his head and said, Anan, you are already a little man. You can make your own decision on this matter. Gu Yan pursed his lips, as if he was a little distressed, then glanced at Gu Lang's red eyes and said generously, then I will forgive you. Gu Lang snorted coldly and turned his head away. When she said sincerely, thank you for forgiving Xiao Lang's ignorance. I promise that this will not happen again in the future. Yu Tingwan had no intention of doing anything, she just wanted an apology. If when she could have made Gu Lang apologize in the yard during the day, this matter would have been over long ago. Yu Tingwan said expressionlessly, as long as Miss Wen and your son don't bother me again in the future, I will be thankful. Her words were so straightforward that when she felt like she was slapped in the face, she almost squeezed out a sound through her teeth. Don't worry, I will definitely educate Xiao Lang well in the future. Yu Tingwan stopped looking at her and lowered her head to continue playing with toys with Gu Yan. Gu Wenyan, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up, you go back first. Yu Tingwan's body stiffened, his face expressionless. Okay, then I'll leave first. She took Gu Lang away. Gu Lang looked back every few steps, looking at Gu Yan not far away, with a hint of jealousy and hatred in his eyes. Chapter 24 Don't Cry and Beg for Mercy. The villa returned to silence, with only the 3 of them left. Yu Tingwan looked a little unnatural. You went to see Wenxi just now just to make Gu Lang and apologize? Gu Wenyan looked at her deeply. What else do you think I'm going to do? Yu Tingwan bit her lip. She thought Gu Wenyan went to comfort Wenxi. As if seeing through Yu Tingwan's thoughts, Gu Wenyan said calmly, I promised you that I would treat both of them equally, and I will keep my word. Yu Tingwan's heartstrings were gently plucked, as if a small stone was thrown into the calm lake of her heart, causing ripples. She originally thought that Gu Wenyan was just talking casually. At this time, Gu Wenyan turned his gaze to Gu Yan, come here. After receiving Gu Lang's apology, Gu Yan's steps became much lighter. He trotted over to Gu Wenyan and said, Dad. Gu Wenyan picked him up and asked, are you happy now? Gu Yan nodded vigorously. Gu Wenyan's eyes fell on his elbow, which was covered by his clothes and he couldn't see anything. Does the wound still hurt? Gu Yayan said in a baby voice, it doesn't hurt anymore. Gu Wenyan rubbed his head and said, if someone bullies you again, tell daddy. Got it? Gu Yayan's eyes curved, he smiled, and said Looking at the scene in front of him, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but feel his heart beating. Does Gu Wenyan mean that he will support Anan in the future? After Uncle Zhang brought Gu Yayan back to the children's room, Yu Tingwan followed Gu Wenyan back to the room. Gu Wenyan took off his coat, and the well-cut shirt outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and his well-defined abdominal muscles were faintly visible, firm and strong. Yu Tingwan turned away as if she was scalded. You want to take a shower? Even without looking back, I could feel the deep gaze on me, as if I was being stared at by a wild beast. Yu Tingwan hesitated for a moment. Shall I get you pajamas? Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows, his tone teasing. Are you not going to be upset with me now? Yu Tingwan muttered softly, what's wrong with me? She just needs time to adjust her mood. But no one expected Gu Wenyan to personally step in to resolve the matter. Does this mean that Anan also has a place in his heart? Yu Tingwan's heart was surging. Even though she knew she shouldn't have any expectations, she couldn't control the thought. Gu Wenyan could just pretend that nothing had happened and let it go. Anyway, she couldn't do anything to the other party. Seeing Yu Tingwan staring at her feet, not knowing what she was thinking, Gu Wenyan sat at the end of the bed and patted his thigh. Come here. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, Yu Tingwan habitually obeyed Gu Wenyan's orders and moved his body slowly and walked over. As soon as I approached that tall body, a strong arm embraced me and pressed me down on his thighs. Gu Wenyan's slow voice sounded above his head. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble for her, I will take care of it for you. Yu Tingwan hooked her fingertips on the edge of her skirt and whispered, is this your guarantee? Yes. Gu Wenyan patted her waist, on the premise that you are not the one who is looking for trouble. A piece of ice in Yu Tingwan's heart slowly melted because of these words. She raised her head and looked at Gu Wenyan's well-defined face under the light. Her heartbeat slightly quickened. After a long while, she hummed softly. The lights in the room gradually dimmed, and a subtle feeling filled the air. Yu Tingwan was more proactive than usual tonight, and even Gu Wenyan noticed it. Gu Wenyan bit her earlobe and breathed into her ear. Are you so happy to have Gu Lang apologize to Anan? Yu Tingwan's earlobes felt numb and her drooping eyelashes trembled slightly. Not the same. At least it shows that in Gu Wenyan's heart, Gu Yayan and Gu Lang are the same, without favoring one over the other. Yu Tingwan raised her head and took the initiative to put her arms around Gu Wenyan's neck, saying in a seductive tone, you don't like it? Gu Lang's eyes darkened, and he took the initiative to grab Yu Tingwan's waist and pressed her under him. Don't cry and beg for mercy later. After one night, Yu Tingwan's waist felt like it was falling apart. However, thinking of what happened last night, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a sweet feeling rose in her heart. Gu Wenyan had already gone to the company, and the room beside him was empty, with only the messy bedsheets revealing the madness of last night. When I came down from upstairs, Gu Yayan was already eating breakfast under the care of Uncle Zhang. He seemed to be in a good mood, and his short legs were dangling on the stool. Mother! When he saw Yu Tingwan, Gu Yayan called her with full energy. Yu Tingwan walked over with a smile on her face. What's wrong? Gu Yayan's tone was as brisk as a nimble little sparrow. My father came to my room just now and said he would take us out for a delicious meal on the weekend. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Wenyan is going to take them out for dinner this weekend? Really? Yu Tingwan blinked. Did Dad tell you that? Gu Yayan nodded repeatedly. A hint of sweetness belatedly grew in Yu Tingwan's heart. Seeing Gu Yayan's happy expression, she seemed to be infected. Yu Tingwan's lips curled up slightly. That's great, then we can go out to eat with Dad. Gu Yayan smiled with his eyes curved, and the dimples at the corners of his mouth were faintly visible. Why do you look so good today? In the coffee shop, Shi Chang looked at Yu Tingwan across from her with suspicion, always feeling that something was not right with her today. Yu Tingwan put away his smile and asked, really? Shi Chang chuckled. All I have to do is carve the words I'm very happy on my forehead. Yu Tingwan touched his forehead in an attempt to hide his mistake. Stop hiding things from me and tell me the truth. Shi Chang knocked on the wall of the cup with a spoon as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Yu Tingwan had no choice but to tell Shi Chang what happened yesterday. Shi Chang was a little surprised. So, Gu Wenyan is still a human being? Yu Tingwan nodded softly. Looking at her expression, Shi Chang vaguely realized something and said cautiously, Tingwan, are you attracted to Gu Wenyan again? Don't forget that the person Gu Wenyan likes is when she. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously kneading the tassels of the tablecloth. Of course she knew. But since she couldn't leave, she naturally wanted to fight for benefits that would benefit her. Even if not for myself, it's for Gu Yayan. In the blink of an eye it was Friday night. This was the first time for the three of them to go out to eat. Yu Tingwan specially changed Gu Yayan into a handsome British-style suit, and he attracted a lot of attention along the way, with passers-by even taking pictures with their mobile phones. In the past, in order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Yu Tingwan had always been very sensitive to these shots. But now there is nothing to be afraid of. Gu Wenyan was still on the way, so the waiter led them to the private room first. After the mother and son sat down, Yu Tingwan heard the waiters outside whispering. "This kid looks familiar. Yeah, I think I've seen it somewhere." Listening to the discussions in the corridor gradually fading away, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but think of the last photo that someone had secretly taken and posted on Weibo. After being brought back by Gu Wenyan, she hasn't paid attention to the news on Weibo anymore, and she doesn't know how the situation has developed. While Gu Wenyan was not here yet, Yu Tingwan took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. However, after clicking on it, it showed that the Weibo post no longer existed. Even the first Weibo post that made Gu Yayan famous is gone. Yu Tingwan felt a little strange. Could it be that Shi Chang contacted these people and deleted their Weibo posts? Thinking of this, she called Shi Chang to ask about this matter. However, Shi Chang denied it after hearing it. "It wasn't me, I thought it was you." Yu Tingwan doesn't have the means to do this. If she had this ability, she wouldn't have had to flee in the first place, and ended up being caught by Gu Wenyan at the airport. Gu Wenyan. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but clench her phone tightly as an idea flashed through her mind. Just then, the door of the box opened from the outside, and Gu Wenyan appeared at the door in a dark suit. Yu Tingwan covered the phone and lowered her voice. "Shi Chang, I won't talk to you for now." Shi Chang asked curiously, "Where are you now?" Yu Tingwan was just hesitating whether to tell the truth when Gu Yayan's loud, baby voice rushed into the phone at lightning speed. "Dad, you're here." Yu Tingwan coughed lightly. Gu Wenyan took us out for dinner." Shi Chang immediately understood and said "oh," dragging out the last syllable. Inexplicably, Yu Tingwan felt a little guilty. "I won't talk to you for now, we have to eat." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone and looked at Gu Wenyan in front of her with an uncomfortable expression. "You're here." Gu Wenyan glanced at the mobile phone screen on the table, took off his suit jacket and hung it on the back of the chair. "Who are you calling?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows slightly. "A wild man?" "No." The child was still here, and Yu Tingwan explained, "It was Shi Chang. I called to ask her something." The gloom between Gu Wenyan's brows finally dissipated. Without asking any more questions, he bent down, picked up Gu Yayan and sat down. Seeing Gu Yayan snuggling in Gu Wenyan's arms and chattering, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but say, "I just checked Weibo, and Anand's 2 Weibo posts are gone." "Did you do that?" She thought about it and realized that the only person who could do such a thing was Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids, not seeming to deny it. "It's me." Yu Tingwan was stunned. He didn't expect that it was really Gu Wenyan's work. "Why?" Gu Wenyan tapped his slender fingers on the table. "Gu family's children cannot show their faces outside. Occupations are also divided into different levels. The entertainment industry looks glamorous, but in the eyes of people in these upper-class circles, it is just a job to make people laugh." Gu Wenyan's eyes turned slightly and he glanced at her. "And do you think I would give you a chance to make the child famous so that you can take the opportunity to get rid of me?" Yu Tingwan's heart seemed to be caught off guard by a thin thread and quickly tightened. It turned out that Gu Wenyan was afraid that she would take the opportunity to make Anan a star, and it would be difficult for him to control the two of them in the future. The sweetness of last night seemed to be washed away completely, and was completely replaced by a dull pain. Just then, Gu Wenyan's cell phone rang, breaking the silent atmosphere in the box. He glanced at the caller ID, his brows twitched slightly, then he put down Gu Wenyan in his arms and answered the phone. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, Gu Wenyan looked at Yu Tingwan deeply. Just with this one glance, Yu Tingwan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. Gu Wenyan just said "got it," then hung up the phone, stood up and said, "Gu Lang is not feeling well, I'll go over to see him." Chapter 25 Throw It All Away. Hearing this, Yu Tingwan's heart sank. The wind blowing in from the window suddenly became colder, and even her hoarse voice was drowned out by the wind. "You said you would have dinner with Anan today." Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and looked at Gu Yayan, who was looking at him with bright eyes. "Dad, where are you going?" Gu Wenyan bent down and put his big hand on his head. Dad has something to do and needs to go out for a while. Gu Yan blinked his eyes and asked, will you come back, Dad? Gu Wenyan did not give a direct answer. I'll do it as soon as possible, you and Mom eat first. Seeing Gu Wenyan was leaving, Yu Tingwan felt empty inside, as if something was flowing out of her quickly. She blurted out uncontrollably, don't go, okay? At least now, she didn't want Gu Wenyan to leave. Gu Wenyan turned around and looked at her, his eyes were cold and without warmth. Wan, be sensible. Yu Tingwan's back stiffened, as if he was nailed to the spot by that look. Gu Wenyan didn't look at her again. He picked up his coat and strode out of the box. Looking at Gu Wenyan's departing back, Yu Tingwan's heart grew colder and colder, and the spoon in her hand fell on the table with a crisp sound. Just a phone call and Gu Wenyan left in such a hurry. In Gu Wenyan's heart, when she and Gu Lang are more important. The night was as dark as ink, the sky seemed to be covered by an endless black cloth, and white mist filled the air. In the living room, when she was pacing back and forth, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a figure appear at the door. When she saw Gu Wenyan appear at the door, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, Gu Wenyan still cares about Gu Lang. Wenyan, you're here? Seeing Wen Shi's anxious expression, Gu Wenyan looked solemn. What's going on? Wen Shi bit her lip. Since you scolded Xiao Lang that day, he came back knowing that he was wrong. He felt so guilty that he couldn't even eat. I just went to see him and found out that he was sick. The doctor said it was because he was too worried. Gu Wenyan lowered his eyes and looked towards the children's room. In the room, the family doctor was coaxing Gu Lang to take medicine in a gentle voice, but he turned his head away and refused to cooperate. I don't want to take the medicine, take it away. Master Lang, how can you get better without taking medicine? I just won't eat it. It's so bitter. The family doctor was about to say something when he saw Gu Wenyan walk in. Mr. Gu. The family doctor stood up and greeted respectfully. Gu Wenyan responded and turned to look at Gu Lang lying on the bed. Gu Lang shuddered, obviously still a little scared from what happened last time, and whispered, Dad. Gu Wenyan said to the family doctor, put down the medicine and go back first. The family doctor was eager to finish work early, so he gave some instructions and left with the medicine box. Gu Wenyan came to sit beside the bed and looked at Gu Lang's pale face. Why are you sick? Gu Lang raised his head and met Wen Shi's gaze at the door. Wen Shi nodded at him almost imperceptibly. Gu Lang remembered what his mother had told him before his father came. He said sickly, Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Gu Wenyan did not respond. When she spoke up to help, Wenyan, Xiao Lang really knows he was wrong. I punished him after I came back, and he never dared to do it again. Gu Lang nodded in agreement, Dad, I will never bully him again. He tugged at Gu Wenyan's sleeve and said cautiously, Dad, do you hate me? Seeing Gu Lang's nervous expression, Gu Wenyan's frown relaxed slightly, no. Gu Lang's eyes sparkled with surprise, really? Gu Wenyan hummed solemnly, don't bully Aunt Yu's son anymore, and get along well with your brother, got it? Gu Lang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, I understand. 5 minutes later, after Gu Lang finished taking the medicine and rested, Gu Wenyan covered him with a quilt, then got up and left the room. When she seemed to be relieved. You still have a solution. The doctor and I have advised Xiao Lang for a long time, but he refused to take the medicine. At this time, she noticed the suit on Gu Wenyan and asked curiously, Wenyan, are you here from the company? Gu Wenyan's mind flashed back to the moment when Yu Tingwan asked him not to leave. His eyes darkened and his tone was ambiguous. No, I'm eating. With a client? When she seemed to blame herself. Did I disturb your meal? Gu Wenyan did not explain, and said calmly, the child's health is the most important. As he said this, he lowered his eyes and glanced at the time on his watch. When she took his action in, tightened her fingertips at her side, and said hesitantly, Wenyan, can you stay here tonight and not go back? Gu Wenyan frowned slightly. When she quickly explained, I was afraid that Xiao Lang would not be able to see you when he got up, and he would make trouble again. You know, he likes you the most as his father. Seeing that Gu Wenyan had not given a reply, Wen Shi's heart sank. She bit her lower lip and lowered her voice, am I being too unreasonable? If you have something to do, you can go first. I can take care of Xiao Lang by myself. Gu Wenyan glanced in the direction of the children's room and was silent for a moment. He then said, I'll stay tonight. Really? Wen Shi's eyes lit up, if Xiao Lang could see you when he gets up, he would be very happy. Gu Wenyan did not respond. His dark eyes were like a deep pool, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Looking at Gu Wenyan's superior bone structure, when she recalled going to the villa to find Gu Wenyan today and hearing from Uncle Zhang that Gu Wenyan and his family of 3 went out for dinner. Where no one could see, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it was already 10 o'clock. Gu Wenyan never came back. The food in front of me has gone cold, and its appearance has lost its appetite. Gu Yan was so sleepy that he kept yawning and rubbed his eyes. Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Yu Tingwan looked down at him, her lips curled slightly, but her heart was very upset. Dad has something to deal with at the company. Gu Yan muttered quietly, I haven't even had dinner with my dad yet. At this time, the waiter walked into the box and asked politely, Miss, we are about to close. Have you finished your meal? Yu Tingwan glanced at the time and realized it was already so late. Yu Tingwan suppressed his chaotic thoughts and took out his wallet to pay. How much is it? Waiter, that gentleman has already paid the bill. Yu Tingwan paused while holding the money and slowly put the wallet back into her bag. Seeing that the food on the table was almost untouched, the waiter asked considerately, Do you need me to pack these things up? Yu Tingwan looked at the cold food in front of her. Gu Wenyan never eats packaged food, and even if he brings it back, he won't touch it. Yu Tingwan stood up and left while holding the dozing Gu Yan, saying calmly, No need, just throw them all away. Chapter 26 And is sick. After returning from the night banquet, Uncle Zhang, who heard the noise, came out from the villa to greet him. Ms. Yu, you're back? Uncle Zhang had a smile on his face. How was your dinner tonight? Uncle Zhang also knew that Gu Wenyan was going to have dinner with the two of them tonight. It was Gu Yan who told him about it in the morning. Uncle Zhang was quite pleased. Although when she had good conditions in all aspects, he still liked Yu Tingwan more. It would be a good thing if Mr. Gu could form a family with Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan paused for a moment and forced a smile. Very good. Uncle Zhang didn't notice the strange look on her face. He looked behind him but didn't see Gu Wenyan. Uncle Zhang asked curiously, Didn't Mr. Gu come back with you? Yu Tingwan paused slightly, shook her head without looking back, and then took Gu Yan upstairs. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Uncle Zhang was confused, but then he realized something and slapped his mouth hard. Apart from this home, only that home is left. Where else can I go if Mr. Gu doesn't come back with me? There was only a dim table lamp left in the children's room. Yu Tingwan sat beside the bed, looking at the sleeping Gu Yan with a blank look. Gu Wenyan just gave her a little sweetness, but she couldn't tell the directions. No wonder he was slapped in the face by reality. Sure, Chang was right. The person Gu Wenyan liked was Wen Shi, and this was a reality that could never be changed. After returning to the room, Yu Tingwan took a shower and went to bed, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it had been, but suddenly there was the sound of shoes stepping on the ground outside the door. Yu Tingwan's heart suddenly tightened and his eyes turned to the door. The footsteps were unusually clear in the quiet corridor. As the noise got closer, it soon arrived at the door. The next second, the sound of two servants talking in a low voice was heard outside. It turned out that it wasn't Gu Wenyan who came back. Yu Tingwan's tense body relaxed slightly, and the dull pain in his heart was hard to tell whether it was disappointment or some other emotion. She wrapped the duvet tightly around her body, curled up unconsciously, and forced herself to close her eyes and go to sleep. Gu Wenyan did not come back that night. Yu Tingwan knew without guessing that he should stay overnight at Wen Shi's place like last time. Compared to Gu Lang's health, the meal he promised them meant nothing. For the next few days, Gu Wenyan did not return home. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but think of the time when Gu Wenyan went to the United States to find Wen Shi and disappeared for several days. She didn't know the inside story, she only knew that Wen Shi's wealthy husband had assaulted her. When Gu Wenyan found out, he flew to the United States without saying a word to deal with the matter personally. I don't know what means Gu Wenyan used, but Wen Shi's wealthy husband remained obedient for a long time. From the past to the present, Gu Wenyan would lose control whenever anything involved Wen Shi. Yu Tingwan collected his thoughts, patted his face, gathered his spirits again, got up and washed. After changing her clothes, she went to the children's room to wake up Gu Yan as usual. Little lazy bastard, wake up. Yu Tingwan knocked on the door of the children's room and walked in. Gu Yan was lying on the bed, with the quilt bulging in the middle like a small hill, and he didn't respond to her call. The weather has turned cooler recently, and Gu Yan has been staying in bed longer than before. In addition, Gu Wenyan left the table halfway that day and did not come back for a long time. Although Gu Yan did not say anything, he has been unhappy about it for the past few days. And then, if you don't get up, the sun will burn your butt. As Yu Tingwan spoke, she walked to the bed and patted Gu Yan's butt through the quilt. However, Gu Yan in front of him still didn't move at all. In the past, as soon as Yu Tingwan called Gu Yan, he would have started to act like a spoiled brat and asked to sleep a little longer. Even if you are sleepy, it won't be so quiet. Realizing that something was wrong, Yu Tingwan lifted the quilt and saw that Gu Yan's face was abnormally red and his hair was soaked with sweat, sticking wetly to his forehead. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat and she immediately reached out to touch Gu Yan's forehead. The hot skin feels like it has been roasted by fire. Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat, and then Gu Yan's eyelashes trembled like a butterfly in a storm, her pink lips were slightly parted, her breath was hot, and she looked very uneasy. Yu Tingwan didn't care about anything else. He quickly picked up Anan, put a coat on him, and rushed out of the room. Uncle Zhang saw Yu Tingwan hurriedly coming down from upstairs, still holding Gu Yan in her arms, and asked, "Miss Yu, what happened?" Yu Tingwan looked anxious. Uncle Zhang, Anan is sick. What? Uncle Zhang hurried over to check and saw that Gu Yan's face was red and he looked uncomfortable. It was obvious that he had a fever. Uncle Zhang said decisively, "I'll drive. It's rush hour now and it's hard to get a taxi outside." Yu Tingwan did not refuse. She waited for Uncle Zhang to drive over from the garage, and the two of them rushed the child to the hospital as quickly as possible. It's a respiratory disease caused by a virus. Recently, influenza has been prevalent among children, and many children have been infected. The doctor took the examination report and said to Yu Tingwan, "We have already given the child an infusion, and the nurse will come over later to change his medicine." Yu Tingwan breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you, doctor." "You're welcome." The doctor gave some instructions and then left. Uncle Zhang followed him to pay the bill, and the ward became quiet again. After the doctor left, Yu Tingwan came to sit beside the bed. Looking at the listless Gu Yan, she felt a little distressed. "Anan, how are you?" Gu Yan struggled to open his eyes, his face flushed unnaturally, and he coughed twice. "Mom, I feel so bad." Yu Tingwan gently calmed him down. "Uncle Doctor is treating you, you will be cured soon." Gu Yan nodded slowly, blinking much slower than usual. He turned his head and looked around, then said in a hoarse voice, "Mom, where's Dad?" Yu Tingwan's fingertips felt numb, and she heard Gu Yan say, "Why didn't Dad come to see Anan?" Yu Tingwan didn't know what to say, so she could only use the old excuse, "Dad is busy at work at the company, he will come to see you when he is done." Gu Yan's thick eyelashes drooped down like a bird with wet feathers, and he said weakly, "Dad hasn't been with me for several days. I miss him." Yu Tingwan's heart tightened slightly. Although the child is young, it doesn't mean he doesn't understand anything. Gu Wenyan has not been home these past few days. Even if he was busy with work, he couldn't be this busy. Seeing Gu Yan's disappointed face, Yu Tingwan forced a smile with difficulty. "Mom will call Dad later, okay?" Gu Yan nodded weakly. He was too weak. After a while, he closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. Yu Tingwan tucked the quilt for him, looked at Gu Yan's restless face as he slept, curled her fingertips, got up and left the ward with her cell phone. Gently closing the door of the ward, Yu Tingwan found Gu Wenyan's number from the address book. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered up the courage to press the dial button. Beep. The ringing sound filled my eardrums, and time seemed to be slowed down. I don't know how long it took, but the call finally got through. Yu Tingwan's heart was slightly lifted. She unconsciously clenched her phone and said calmly, "Gu Wenyan, where are you now?" As soon as the voice fell, a sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss Yu, it's me." Chapter 27 ruined his good deeds. Yu Tingwan's hand holding the phone suddenly froze. "Hello?" When she called out several times after hearing no response, "Miss Yu, can you hear me?" Yu Tingwan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Where's Gu Wenyan?" "Wenyan is taking a shower, so it's not convenient for him to answer the phone for now." When she said with a smile, "I can help you pass on whatever you want to say." Yu Tingwan's heart sank, the hole in her heart was like an unstoppable vent. For a moment, she almost hung up the phone. However, thinking of Gu Yan's expectant eyes, she let out a deep breath, and after a long while, she regained her voice. "And is sick, please tell Mr. Gu that the child wants to see him." "Okay, I'll tell you." When she said gently, "Anything else?" Yu Tingwan had no expression on his face. "No more. Sorry to bother you." After hanging up the phone, the smile on Wenxi's lips gradually faded, and the warmth on his face completely disappeared. At this time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, followed by the sound of clothes being put on. when she immediately put the phone back where it belonged and pretended nothing had happened. The next second, Gu Wenyan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Water droplets dripped down his black hair, flowed into his neck, and passed across his muscular chest, revealing an inexplicable sexiness. Seeing when she appear in the room, Gu Wenyan frowned slightly. "Why are you here?" When she calmly blocked the phone behind him and said with a smile, "Didn't you just promise to tell Xiao Lang a story?" "Xiao Lang can't wait any longer, so he asked me to come over and urge you." Gu Wenyan's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he was thinking about something. When she walked forward, took Gu Wenyan's arm, and said helplessly, "Let's go, or Xiao Lang will get angry again." She pulled Gu Wenyan away, and when she closed the door, she took a deep look at the phone on the table. In the dim room, the screen of the mobile phone suddenly lit up for no reason and then went out again. After making the call, Yu Tingwan turned around and went back to the ward. Uncle Zhang has paid the bill and is back, and is now guarding Gu Yan's bedside. Yu Tingwan managed to calm down and said, "Uncle Zhang, I'm the only one here, you can go back first." Uncle Zhang was a little worried. "How about I stay here with you and look after Masterin?" Yu Tingwan shook his head. "You are old and can't stand staying up late. You should go back." Seeing her firm attitude, Uncle Zhang did not insist any more. He asked cautiously, "Does Mr. Gu know about Master Ren's illness?" Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes, and whispered, "Well, I have already informed him. I just don't know if Gu Wen will come to the party." Uncle Zhang seemed relieved. "That's good. Now that Mr. Gu knows about this, he will definitely come to visit Masterin." Yu Tingwan didn't respond. "It's getting late, you should go back first." Uncle Zhang didn't insist. "If you need any help, feel free to contact me." Yu Tingwan smiled gratefully. "Okay." After Uncle Zhang left, Yu Tingwan sat down in the seat he had just sat in and reached out to touch Gu Yan in front of him. "The phone call just now appeared in my mind uncontrollably. Gu Wenyan and Wen Shi are in the same room, so they should be preparing to do that kind of thing, right?" Maybe after she made this call, Gu Wenyan felt that she had ruined his good thing. However, I couldn't help but feel a little hope in my heart. The last time Gu Lang bullied Gu Yan, Gu Wenyan stood up for him. Now that Gu Yan is sick this time, Gu Wenyan will come to visit him no matter what, right? After all, Gu Yan is his son. Gu Yan woke up once in the middle of the night, ate something, and then asked where his father was. His little face was flushed red, and his pair of sickly, misty eyes looked at Yu Tingwan expectantly. Yu Tingwan slowed down her movements to grab the tissue, and when she turned around her expression had returned to normal. "Mom has already called Dad, he should be here soon." Gu Yan seemed a little happier and obediently opened his mouth and took the medicine. As time passed, the night outside the window grew darker. Gu Yan originally wanted to wait for Gu Wenyan to come over, but his eyelids gradually became heavy and he soon fell asleep again. In a blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock, but Gu Wenyan still didn't show up. Yu Tingwan's heart seemed to stop slowly for a moment, and then sank quickly. She lowered her head and smiled to herself. She actually thought that Gu Wenyan would rush back immediately after knowing that Anin was sick. That's right, how can Gu Yan compare to Gu Lang? It's like she will never be as good as Wen Shi. The children's room was silent, with the dim light casting a patch of light beside the bed. Gu Lang fell asleep with his eyes closed and a storybook in his arms. When she covered him with a quilt and tiptoed out of the room, Gu Wenyan leaned casually against the wall, the light outline lightened shadow on his well-defined face, and his indifferent face revealed a unique cold temperament. Looking at this scene, Wen Shi's heart beat inexplicably faster. She used to think that Gu Wenyan's personality was too cold and unpredictable, so even though she knew he liked her, she still married the gentle, wealthy husband. However, after getting married, she realized that those were all illusions created by her wealthy husband. His thoughtfulness and consideration before marriage were all fake. Not only did he mess around in private, he also had a tendency to violence. On the contrary, it was Gu Wenyan who came to save her without hesitation after learning that she was in trouble, and also helped to deal with the wealthy husband. It was not until this moment that when she realized how attractive Gu Wenyan's ambiguous temperament was. As if sensing something, Gu Wenyan turned his head and saw Wen Shi standing at the door of the children's room. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is the child asleep?" When she nodded and said with a smile, "Normally when I tell Xiao Lang a story, he doesn't want to listen. I thought he didn't like it, but it turns out he just dislikes my poor storytelling." Gu Wenyan put one hand into his pocket, the cold cloth rubbed against his palm, and it was empty. Then he remembered that his cell phone had just fallen in the room. Gu Wenyan pulled his hand out again. "What did the doctor say today?" The doctor said it's nothing serious. When he said this, when she was obviously relieved, Gu Wenyan said calmly, since his illness is almost cured, I should go back. Chapter 28 Don't forget your identity. When she was stunned, as if he didn't expect him to say that, you're leaving? Gu Wenyan rubbed the dial on his wrist with his fingertips. It's time to go back after being out for so many days. Thinking of the call from Yu Tingwan just now, when she had an idea and said quickly, it's so late now, let's go back tomorrow morning. Worried that Gu Wenyan would refuse, when she found a reasonable excuse, besides, Xiao Lang doesn't know you're leaving yet. If he doesn't see you in the morning, he might make a scene again. At least tell him before you leave. Seeing when she's troubled expression, Gu Wenyan glanced at the time on his watch. It was already so late, so there was no need to rush. He didn't insist and said calmly, then stay one more night. Seeing this, when she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and an ambiguous light flashed in his eyes. Back in the room, Gu Wenyan picked up the mobile phone on the table. The fluorescent light was projected onto his clearly defined face. His slender fingers unconsciously tapped a number in the address book. For so many days, there has not been even a phone call or a text message. Are you angry with him, so you deliberately give him the cold shoulder? It seems that I can't spoil her like this anymore, otherwise she will become lawless. After a while, Gu Wenyan put away his phone, turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning, when Gu Lang learned that Gu Wenyan was leaving, his face suddenly fell. Dad, are you leaving so soon? Gu Wenyan picked up the coffee cup in front of him and said, I've been with you for so many days. It's time to go back and spend time with your brother. Gu Lang thought unhappily, it's that annoying illegitimate child again. But this time he didn't dare to speak casually like he did last time. His mother told him that he must not show his dislike for the mistress and the illegitimate child in front of his father, otherwise his father would dislike him. Gu Lang pouted his lips and asked, when will Dad come to see me again? Gu Wenyan put his big hand on his head and said, come when I'm free. Gu Lang uttered a low "oh" but dug the fork in his hand into the meat forcefully, as if he was venting something. After breakfast, Gu Wenyan returned to the villa. Uncle Jean was assigning work to the servants. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw Gu Wenyan coming in from outside. Mr. Gu, you're back. Gu Wenyan glanced around the living room and found it surprisingly quiet. Where are they? Uncle Jean was a little confused. Didn't Miss Yu and Master Ren go to the hospital? Gu Wenyan frowned and turned his gaze to him. Hospital? Master Ren had a fever yesterday, and Miss Yu took him to the hospital. Seeing that Gu Wenyan seemed to be unaware of the situation, Uncle Jean spoke with a little more caution. Don't you know? Miss Yu said she has already informed you. Gu Wenyan's expression became serious and he turned and left without saying a word. The child's fever has subsided a little, but he still needs to remain in the hospital for observation. Okay, thank you. The nurse put away the thermometer and left, and the door of the ward was closed again. Looking at Gu Yayan in front of him, Yu Tingwan was in a dilemma. When Anan wakes up later and asks her why Gu Wenyan didn't come, she doesn't know how to explain. You can't say that your father doesn't take you seriously at all. Yu Tingwan's eyes gradually dimmed, and at this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard behind him. She thought it was Uncle Jean who came. When he left yesterday, he said he would bring breakfast today. She turned around subconsciously and said, Uncle Jean, thank you for your hard work. The 5 words bring breakfast over seemed to be blocked the moment I saw the man at the door of the ward clearly. Gu Wenyan walked in from outside. The suit he was wearing was a new style that Yu Tingwan had never seen before. Yu Tingwan's expression was stiff and he straightened his back subconsciously. Gu Wenyan's gaze moved from Yu Tingwan's face to Gu Yayan lying on the hospital bed, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. He walked to the bedside and reached out to touch Gu Yayan's face. Looking at Gu Wenyan's concerned look, Yu Tingwan only felt ironic. If he really cared about the child so much, why did he come to the hospital to see him at this time? Gu Wenyan's deep voice sounded in front of him, what's going on? Yu Tingwan turned her head and looked out the window. The sunlight cast shadows of the sycamore leaves outside into the house. She heard her own voice coming calmly, yesterday I went to waken Anan up, and found that he had a fever. Gu Wenyan gently pushed aside Gu Yayan's hair with his fingertips. He could feel the heat before it even touched his skin. What did the doctor say? Yu Tingwan lowered her eyelashes. It's said to be an epidemic virus. Many children are sick. Gu Yayan has always been in good health, perhaps because of the sudden change of environment. Gu Wenyan frowned. Why didn't you inform me earlier? An uncontrollable feeling of depression welled up in her. This sentence was like a sharp blade that split open the accumulated emotions of Yu Tingwan over the past few days. She looked up at Gu Wenyan and spoke with a sting that she didn't even notice. Isn't it because Mr. Gu was so busy flirting with Wenxi that he didn't have time to take care of Anan? She curled the corners of her lips and said, yes, how can Anan be more important than Miss Wen's child? Gu Wenyan's eyes turned cold. What are you making a fuss about? What does this have to do with Wenxi? Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Yu Tingwan due to staying up late, he quickly figured out her abnormality and asked, are you mad at me for leaving the table that night? Yu Tingwan's back stiffened and his nails dug deeply into his palms. Her silence was an admission to Gu Wenyan, who said in a cold voice, Gu Lang was sick that day. Did you want me to continue eating with you as if nothing had happened? His voice was not heavy, but every word was emphasized as a reminder, Anan is my son, and so is Gu Lang. Yu Tingwan felt a dull pain in her heart. She raised her head and raised the corners of her mouth. I know, Mr. Gu, there's no need to emphasize this. Even if Gu Wenyan didn't say it, she knew that Gu Lang was more important than Gu Yayan. It's like a phone call from when she can make Gu Wenyan abandon the agreed dinner and leave. Even these few days, there hasn't been a single phone call or text message. Sometimes Yu Tingwan couldn't help but wonder what Anan meant to Gu Wenyan in his heart. Just like her, she was just a toy he used to amuse himself in his spare time, and he would throw her behind his mind when he didn't like her anymore. Yu Tingwan's mocking smile was extremely glaring to Gu Wenyan. He narrowed his eyes and asked, since you know this, what are you doing now? Don't forget your identity. You are just a bed partner. Her heart felt like it was stabbed by a needle, causing intense pain. Yu Tingwan suppressed the suffocating pain in her heart and said calmly, Mr. Gu, you don't have to remind me. I know my identity and I won't forget An's identity. Looking at her eyelashes trembling slightly under the light, Gu Wenyan felt an unknown emotion surge in his heart. He sat calmly in front of the bed, took out a cigarette from somewhere, and played with it between his fingers. So just because you were mad at me for leaving that night, you deliberately didn't tell me that the child was sick? Yu Tingwan lowered her eyelashes and chuckled, I didn't tell you? I called you as soon as possible. Miss Wen said you were taking a shower, so I asked her to tell you that Anan was sick. You don't want to come, so you just pretend that nothing happened? Chapter 29, I will compensate you and your children. Yu Tingwan's words made Gu Wenyan frown slightly. You said when she answered my call? Yu Tingwan thought that Gu Wenyan didn't believe her, so she laughed at herself and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and check the call records. Looking at Yu Tingwan's confident attitude, Gu Wenyan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He took out his mobile phone and opened the call records. Sure enough, the first line of the call record was the call made by Yu Tingwan last night. The page also shows that the two people talked for nearly 2 minutes. A layer of darkness immediately covered Gu Wenyan's eyes, and the words on the screen were reflected in his deep pupils. However, when she never mentioned this to him, Yu Tingwan took in the subtle changes on Gu Wenyan's face and chuckled, do you believe it now? She didn't know why Gu Wenyan brought this up, but the distrust revealed in the man's attitude made her feel a little chilled. Maybe in Gu Wenyan's heart, she is the kind of person who would frame Wenxi if she gets the chance. Looking at Yu Tingwan's drooping eyebrows, perhaps because of the back to the light, the shadows at the corners of his eyes were a little red. Gu Wenyan put away his phone and his tone became complicated. When she didn't tell me, I didn't know the child was sick. Yu Tingwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she slowly raised her head to meet Gu Wenyan's deep eyes. Gu Wenyan, doesn't he know about this? Gu Wenyan said in a deep voice, I only found out about this morning from what Uncle Zheng said. There was a trace of trance in Yu Tingwan's eyes. In other words, Gu Wenyan didn't deliberately not come to see Anan last night, but he was completely unaware of it? But she clearly asked Wenxi to tell the other party. In just a moment, Yu Tingwan figured out the twists and turns. Since Gu Wenyan is unaware of the situation, the problem could only be with Wenxi. Gu Wenyan naturally thought of this, and his eyes darkened, with a hint of incomprehensible depth in them. He said calmly, how is the child? Yu Tingwan sniffed and said, my fever has gone down a lot today. Gu Wenyan hummed solemnly, raised his hand and tidied the quilt for Gu Yayan. I was wrong about what happened last time, I will compensate you and Anan. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, but she didn't feel the same excitement as last time. Not everything can be made up for. Seeing that Yu Tingwan's reaction was not as happy as he had imagined, Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Why, are you still angry with me? Yu Tingwan raised her head again, smiling, how could that be? It's my honor to be remembered by Mr. Gu with my status. She was obviously still remembering what he said in anger just now. Gu Wenyan's eyes drooped and his mood became more and more depressed. Wan, don't cross the line. I have already promised you that I will compensate you and the child. What else do you want? Yu Tingwan's heart seemed to be strangled and twitched, and her smile seemed to be injected with something bitter. I didn't mean anything. I really want to thank you. Does Mr. Gu want me to say I'm not satisfied and then propose other conditions to you? Gu Wenyan was right, she should recognize her own identity. Don't be so unrealistic as to try to compare yourself with Wenxi. The air around seemed to become heavy, making it hard to breathe. Just as the atmosphere was spreading with danger, Gu Yan on the hospital bed suddenly gave a warning. I saw him rubbing his eyes and slowly opening his eyelids. What came into view was Gu Wenyan standing in front of him. He blinked, and his hazy pupils suddenly became bright. Dad? He looked at Yu Tingwan beside him, his eyes sparkling. Mom, Dad is really here. Yu Tingwan forced a smile. Mom didn't lie to you, did she? Gu Yan nodded happily. Gu Wenyan withdrew his gaze from Yu Tingwan's face and put the cigarette back into his pocket. The coldness that suddenly emanated from him seemed like an illusion, and he returned to his usual gentleness. He leaned over and touched Gu Yan's little face. How is it? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Perhaps because of his illness, Gu Yan acted a little more spoiled than usual. Dad, my head hurts, and my throat hurts too. Gu Wenyan lifted the corner of the quilt and said, the doctor is already treating you. You will recover soon and the pain will go away. Gu Yan believed in Gu Wenyan's words without a doubt. In his eyes, his father was the most powerful person. After Gu Wenyan came back, Gu Yan's appetite improved a lot. Not only did he drink half a bowl of porridge, he was also less resistant to taking medicine. Dad, why don't you come to Xian in these days? Gu Yan has long and thick eyelashes, which set off a pair of big watery eyes. When he looks at the other person like this, people can't help but feel soft-hearted. Gu Wenyan explained patiently, your brother is sick, and Dad has been taking care of him these days. Gu Yan blinked, brother? Is he sick too? Gu Wenyan hummed, so Dad hasn't come back to accompany you these few days, are you angry with Dad? These words were directed at Gu Yan, but Yu Tingwan could hear some hidden meaning in them. Gu Yan didn't notice the undercurrent in the air and shook his head, I'm not angry with Dad. Gu Wenyan curled his lips, and it is so good. After saying this, he glanced at Yu Tingwan beside him, with a deep meaning in his eyes. Yu Tingwan avoided his sight, stood up and said, Mom is going to the doctor, you stay here and don't run around. Gu Yan nodded obediently. Looking at Yu Tingwan's departing back, Gu Wenyan's eyes were deep and distant, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. Although Gu Yan's fever had subsided, he was still very weak. After talking to Gu Wenyan for a while, he yawned and his eyelids twitched. Gu Wenyan patted his head and said, go to sleep. Daddy is here with you. Gu Yan looked up at him with anticipation in his eyes. Dad, will you still be here when I wake up? Meeting. After hearing Gu Wenyan's assurance, Gu Yan closed his eyes with peace of mind and soon fell asleep. But he held Gu Wenyan's little hand tightly and never let go. Looking at Gu Yan's sleeping face, Gu Wenyan gently loosened his hands and covered him with the quilt. He went to the corner, took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Wenxi. Wenyan, why did you call me suddenly? Wenxi's curious voice came from the other end of the phone. Gu Wenyan's voice was cold and emotionless. Yu Tingwan called me yesterday, why didn't you tell me? Chapter 30 You are driving me away. Wenxi was unable to answer for a moment when he heard Gu Wenyan's question out of the blue. She originally thought that Gu Wenyan called her at this time because he wanted to tell her something. Wenxi's voice was stiff. Wenyan, I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I forgot about it after I talked about Xiaolang. I didn't mean to do that. There was no response from the other end of the phone, and the silence made Wenxi feel a little uneasy. She didn't know if Gu Wenyan had noticed anything, and there was a hint of nervousness in her words. Did Miss you blame me? Gu Wenyan's expression was unclear. No. Hearing his slightly cold voice, Wenxi bit her lip and said, why don't I go over and apologize to Miss you in person? I heard that the child is sick, so I'll go over to visit her. No. Gu Wenyan interrupted her, he is still very weak and needs more rest. Wenxi's hand holding the phone was a little stiff, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was a little forced. If that's the case, then I won't bother you anymore. The atmosphere on the phone was a little quiet, and when she took the initiative to find a topic, by the way, Xiaolang is right next to me, do you want to say a few words to him? Gu Wenyan said indifferently, no, I have something else to do, so that's it. Wenxi was a little stunned. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Thinking of Gu Wenyan's questioning just now, when she's hand holding the phone turned white because of holding it too tightly. Not long after, Yu Tingwan returned from the doctor's office. Under the bright light, Gu Wenyan sat in front of the hospital bed, while Gu Yayan beside him had fallen asleep. Yu Tingwan stopped at the door and for a moment didn't want to go in. Gu Wenyan caught a glimpse of Yu Tingwan standing at the door hesitating and raised his eyebrows, not coming in? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yu Tingwan let out a breath and walked into the ward. She walked around Gu Wenyan and sat down on the other side of the bed. This little action did not escape Gu Wenyan's eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. I just called when she. In the silence, Gu Wenyan spoke. Yu Tingwan looked up at him, and Gu Wenyan said, when she said she forgot to tell me. Forgot? Yu Tingwan smiled softly, what a coincidence. I just forgot to tell you such an important thing. Hearing the subtle sarcasm in Yu Tingwan's words, Gu Wenyan said in a slightly heavier voice, when she is not that kind of person. Yu Tingwan didn't have the energy to argue with him. She turned her head away, stared at Gu Yayan on the bed, and said absent-mindedly, if you say it's not true, then it's not true. Anyway, in Gu Wenyan's heart, when she is the most pure and flawless person. Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened as he looked at Yu Tingwan's profile in the sunlight. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and so clean without any worldly air, but her facial features were full of aggressive weirdness. This was his favorite face besides when she. Even after 5 years, he still can't forget it. Gu Wenyan sighed almost inaudibly, I was wrong to leave the table that day. Yu Tingwan's heart trembled, and her fingertips couldn't help but curl up. Gu Wenyan had always been the superior one, and during the 3 years they were together, she was always the one who bowed her head. Today was the first time he gave in. Gu Wenyan's voice continued to ring in my ears, I promise that I will compensate you and the child this time. Yu Tingwan did not respond, but lowered his head and looked at the floor beneath his feet. She no longer dared to have any expectations. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the ward was gradually swallowed by the darkness. During this time, Gu Yayan woke up once and saw Gu Wenyan was still there. After taking the medicine, he fell asleep peacefully again. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock and Gu Wenyan had no intention of leaving, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but ask, aren't you going back? Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows slightly, are you chasing me away? Yu Tingwan pursed her lips and said, that's not what I meant. I can take care of an in here by myself. If you have something to do, you can leave first. Gu Wenyan asked back, what can I be busy with? Yu Tingwan stopped talking. Gu Wenyan did not expose Yu Tingwan's little thoughts. He suppressed his restlessness and said calmly, I will stay here with him tonight. Yu Tingwan hesitated to speak and finally said nothing. Even if she doesn't care, Anan still needs her father's company. Seeing that she couldn't drive Gu Wenyan away, Yu Tingwan simply went to bed to rest. Anan was sick these days and she hadn't slept well. Just as she was beginning to feel sleepy, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind. Yu Tingwan's body stiffened and he began to struggle subconsciously. Gu Wenyan applied a little force to his palm, and the scorching heat seemed to be transmitted through his skin. Want to wake Anan? When she heard the word Anan, Yu Tingwan's struggle gradually subsided. Gu Wenyan sneered, you will only behave yourself when it comes to Anan. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes and ignored his sarcasm. Don't worry, I won't touch you, I'll just sleep. Gu Wenyan pulled his arms inward and easily hugged Yu Tingwan in his arms. His hot body temperature penetrated the fabric and ironed his skin. He could even feel the strong heartbeat behind him. Gu Wenyan did what he said and did not touch Yu Tingwan. He rested his chin on her neck and closed his eyes to rest. He can only relax when he is with Yu Tingwan. Listening to the even breathing sound behind her, Yu Tingwan's thoughts were a little confused. She shook her head vigorously and forced herself to sleep. In the next few days, Gu Wenyan came to the hospital to accompany Gu Yayan after get off work every day. Even the nurse said that it was rare to see such a responsible father. After listening to this, Yu Tingwan just smiled slightly. They don't know that Gu Wenyan has more than one child, Gu Yayan, and he is not only responsible for him. With the hospital's careful treatment, Gu Yayan's fever soon subsided and he was finally able to be discharged from the hospital. On the way back, Yu Tingwan looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly realized that this was not the way back to the villa. Yu Tingwan looked at Gu Wenyan in a strange way, aren't we going back? Gu Wenyan held Gu Yayan in one hand and held a mobile phone that was playing cartoons in the other. He leaned back in his chair slowly and said in a casual tone, you will know later. Yu Tingwan was a little confused, but seeing that Gu Wenyan had no intention of saying anything, she did not ask any further questions. Soon, the car stopped at the door of a high-end club. The magnificent decoration is sparkling, and the huge crystal chandelier is dazzling, as if you have stepped into a palace of art. Mr. Gu, you are here. The person in charge came over with a flattering smile on his face. Gu Wenyan turned the ring on his index finger and asked, "Are you all ready?" The person in charge smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything is done according to your requirements." After saying that, he noticed Yu Tingwan behind him and Gu Yan in his arms, greeted them respectfully, and led them upstairs. The elevator goes directly to the top floor, through the bright and gorgeous corridor, to a glass door. Pushing open the glass door in front of you, the night breeze blows in your face, and what comes into view is the gorgeous neon lights, which merge into a long river in the distance. There is a constant stream of traffic under your feet, and the connected car lights shuttle through the city's veins. The prosperous night scene of Beijing and Hong Kong is in full view. A glass dining table was placed in the center of the spacious balcony. The flickering candlelight made the red roses in front of it look bright and juicy. The scene in front of him stunned Yu Tingwan, and he turned to look at Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan said calmly, "Didn't we agree last time to compensate you and Anan? Chapter 31. I want you to give her a seat." Yu Tingwan clenched the corners of her clothes slightly with her hands hanging at her sides. She thought Gu Wenyan was just speaking casually. It was the first time that Gu Yan saw such a beautiful restaurant. He was so excited that he leaned on the glass to look at the night view. "Mom, it's so beautiful." After recovering from his illness, Gu Yan regained his former vitality. Yu Tingwan smiled slightly. "Yeah, it's very beautiful." A hand suddenly rested on her waist, and Gu Wenyan's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. "Do you like it?" Looking at the night scene in front of him, Yu Tingwan had to admit that it was indeed very beautiful here. She was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "So you're still mad at me?" Yu Tingwan raised her head, met Gu Wenyan's eyes that were staring at her, and smiled slightly. "Boss Gu, why do you care whether I'm angry or not? They just have a foster relationship." This is what Gu Wenyan said. Gu Wenyan's expression tensed slightly. These words were like a needle piercing his nerves. Since when did he start to care about Yu Tingwan's mood? At this time, Gu Yan, who had just finished looking at the scenery, ran over and broke the heavy atmosphere between the two of them. "Dad, are we having dinner here tonight?" Gu Wenyan retracted his gaze and fell on Gu Yan's face, who was full of expectation. He retracted the coldness that had been released from his body. "Dad left halfway last time and didn't finish the meal with you. I want to make it up to you today, okay?" Gu Yan blinked his watery eyes. "Then Dad, will you leave today?" "No." Gu Wenyan looked at him, but spoke to Yu Tingwan, saying meaningfully, "No matter what happens today, I will not leave." Yu Tingwan pretended not to notice and looked at the bright roses on the table with an expression that made her look even more obvious. This is her favorite flower. Passionate and affectionate. Therefore, red roses are a common flower used by lovers to express their love. Normally, roses are used for candlelight dinners, and roses are rarely used as a substitute. Is it a coincidence, or was it arranged by Gu Wenyan? However, as soon as a certain idea emerged in his mind, it was rejected by Yu Tingwan. She had only mentioned to Gu Wenyan once that she liked Xiangwei, and that was several years ago. Maybe he had already forgotten about it. How could Gu Wenyan take such a small matter to heart? Yu Tingwan lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly in her heart. She warned herself not to be so self-indulgent anymore. Soon, the waiters brought the dishes one after another, the violinist stood beside the table and played beautiful and soothing music, and the manager personally served them the food. Yu Tingwan looked around and found that they were the only guests on the rooftop balcony. She asked in confusion, "Why are we the only ones here?" The manager smiled and explained, "Ms. Yu, Mr. Gu has reserved this place for you tonight. You can dine inside, but only you can enjoy the balcony." Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. Private the whole place? This place in Beijing and Hong Kong where every inch of land is valuable? When Yu Tingwan looked up, she found that Gu Wenyan was also looking at her, with unfathomable emotions in his eyes. She looked away as if she was burned, and her fork was unconsciously digging in the plate, muttering softly, "There's no need to spend so much money." She just wanted to have a meal with her family, and she never cared about the environment. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. "Don't you want to be disturbed?" Yu Tingwan pursed her lips. She didn't want to be disturbed. But she didn't want to be disturbed by Wenxi even more. It's a pity that Gu Wenyan will never understand this. However, Yu Tingwan did not argue. In such a rare harmonious moment, she did not want to quarrel. Soon, Gu Wenyan's assistant came. "Mr. Gu, here's what you wanted." Gu Wenyan nodded slightly and pushed the box brought by the assistant in front of Yu Tingwan. "Open it and take a look." Yu Tingwan looked at him suspiciously. "What is that?" Gu Wenyan tapped the table with his slender fingertips. "Open it and you'll know." Yu Tingwan put down her knife and fork and curiously opened the lid. What came into view was a cyan logo shining with gold, and a black platinum bag lay quietly in the box. Cyan is famous for its high-end customization, workmanship, and unique design. It mainly sells women's bags. If you want to buy her bags, you must be at least a VLC level person with an annual consumption of 9 million to be able to get a number. Yu Tingwan just happened to know the bag in front of her. It is a collection of a famous French designer, and there are only 3 of them in the world. The last time I went shopping with Shi Chang, she took a fancy to it, but even though she was a VLC, she couldn't get a spot in the bag. Gu Wenyan gave Shi Chang the bag that she had been longing for. Gu Wenyan said calmly, "It's an apology." Gu Wenyan was like this in the past. Whenever Yu Tingwan was unhappy, he would give her these expensive gifts. Even though Yu Tingwan put it in the cloakroom, it was rarely used. But for people of Gu Wenyan's status, his bags and clothes are the best things to deal with bed partners and lovers, and they are also the most convenient and quickest way to solve problems. Yu Tingwan tightened her grip on the box, raised her head, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenyan's eyes flickered. In the past, when he gave bags and clothes to Yu Tingwan, she never reacted, but today was unusual. "You like it?" "Of course I like it." Yu Tingwan closed the lid and said in a neutral tone, "Shi Chang couldn't get this bag even if she wanted it." She reacted calmly, but Gu Wenyan felt that she was not as satisfied as she appeared to be. Before he could think about it, Gu Yan's childish voice interrupted his thoughts. "Dad, do I have a present?" Gu Yan's big eyes twinkled as he looked at Gu Wenyan expectantly. His thoughts were interrupted, a smile flashed in Gu Wenyan's eyes, and he raised his hand to scratch the tip of his nose. "Of course." "Really?" Gu Yan asked impatiently, "What gift is it?" "You guess." Gu Yan scratched his head, but couldn't figure it out. He said aggrievely, "Dad, I can't guess." Gu Wenyan stopped teasing him and waved his hand to ask his assistant to show the photos to Gu Yan. When Gu Yan saw the animal-shaped robot taller than a human in the children's room, he screamed excitedly. "Beast robot! So big and tall." Gu Wenyan took in his reaction and asked, "Do you like it?" Gu Yan nodded rapidly, climbed onto Gu Wenyan's lap, kissed him hard on the face, and said happily, "Thank you, Dad." This is the normal reaction to receiving a gift. Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened. He held Gu Yan's waist with one hand to prevent him from falling. He turned his head to look at Yu Tingwan. "My son has expressed his gratitude, but you don't have any other response?" Seeing that both the father and son were looking at him, Yu Tingwan said uncomfortably, "There is someone else next to them." Following her gaze, the manager and assistant immediately looked away, eyes to nose to mouth, and mouth to heart. Knowing that Yu Tingwan was thin-skinned, Gu Wenyan stopped making things difficult for her. He picked up Gu Yan and brought him back to the children's chair. "I'll let you go for now." Yu Tingwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yan was extremely happy to receive the gift. He chattered while eating, washing away the invisible solemnity in the atmosphere. Yu Tingwan forced herself to forget the unhappy things. It was a rare occasion for the family of 3 to have a meal together, and she didn't want to cause any unpleasantness. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, a childish voice suddenly came from behind, "Dad." The moment Gu Lang saw Gu Wenyan, he immediately broke free from Wenxi's hand and ran over here. Seeing the 2 people appear, Yu Tingwan slowly put down his knife and fork. Gu Wenyan frowned, looked at Gu Lang who had thrown himself into his arms, then raised his head to look at Wenxi who was walking towards him, and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Wenxi wore a light blue sweater and a woolen shawl today, looking gentle and graceful. "I heard that a new restaurant opened here, so I brought Xiao Lang to try it." She glanced around the balcony and said, "I just heard from the manager that the rooftop balcony is reserved. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that it was you." Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened and he turned his head to look at Yu Tingwan beside him. When she noticed his subtle movement and followed his gaze to see Yu Tingwan standing beside him. When she seemed to notice her at this time, "Ms. Yu, you are here too." Yu Tingwan looked at her expressionlessly. "Come to think of it, I haven't had time to ask about the child's condition." When she asked with concern, "Is he better?" Before Yu Tingwan could speak, Gu Wenyan took over slowly, "It's all right now." Yu Tingwan lowered his eyes, an indescribable feeling spreading through his heart. Gu Wenyan took the initiative to answer for her. Was he worried that she would cause trouble for Wenxi because of what happened last time? That's good. When she looked guilty, I'm sorry about what happened last time. It's all my fault for not being able to convey your message. Yu Tingwan curled the corners of her lips and said, It's okay. I know Miss Wen didn't mean it. She added slowly, otherwise, wouldn't the outside world's evaluation of Miss Wen be false? People in the circle say that when she is gentle and kind. She feeds stray cats and dogs when she meets them on the street. She is a rare, beautiful and kind person. Even after getting divorced and being ridiculed in person, when she never turned a blind eye. Some people even exaggeratedly said that when she was almost like an angel. Seeing the barely perceptible sarcasm in Yu Tingwan's eyes, when she secretly pinched her palm with her fingertips. She pulled the corners of her mouth to smile, but unfortunately failed. Yu Tingwan wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, then stood up and hugged Gu Yan, and then, let's go. Hearing this, Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened. Where are you going? The teasing expression on Yu Tingwan's face deepened a bit. Now that Miss Wen is here, of course I will give my seat to you and your family of 3. Rather than being kicked out later, it is better to leave on your own initiative. At least I can still retain the last bit of dignity. Gu Wenyan grabbed Yu Tingwan's wrist. His voice was emotionless. Who asked you to give her your seat? Yu Tingwan's body stiffened and he slowly turned to look at Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan looked at her and said, I said, no matter what happens tonight, it will not affect our dinner. Yu Tingwan's heart slowly stopped for a moment, and then began beating violently. Gu Wenyan turned his gaze to Wenxi. Didn't you just say that you have already reserved a seat? You guys go over and eat first. Chapter 32 Who to Bring. This sentence is equivalent to an order to expel the guest. Wenxi felt as if he was slapped in the face, and it hurt so much. She didn't expect Gu Wen to kick her out so directly at the banquet. She thought the other party would invite her and Gu Lang to sit down and have dinner together. Yu Tingwan was no less surprised than Wenxi, and her heartbeat quickened. She had already prepared to give up her position, but Gu Wenyan actually asked to drive Wenxi and her son away. Gu Lang didn't notice the undercurrent in the atmosphere. He pouted and said, But Dad, I want to have dinner with you. Dad has already promised Aunt Yu and brother that he will have dinner with them today. Gu Wenyan put his palm on his head. Maybe next time. Gu Lang was a little unhappy, and his true nature was about to be exposed, but when she quickly covered his mouth, worried that he would say the wrong thing again like last time. Okay, since Dad has agreed to have dinner with Aunt Yu and brother, let's go first. When she said considerately, don't disturb Dad in them. As she spoke, she secretly exerted some strength on Gu Lang where no one could see, then raised her head and looked at Gu Wenyan. Wenyan, we'll leave first. Gu Wenyan nodded slightly. When she took Gu Lang away. The moment she turned around, her smile disappeared and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Gu Lang's hand. Mom, you're holding my hand so hard it hurts. After returning to the room, Gu Lang couldn't help but scream in pain. When she came to his senses and let go of his hand, I saw a clear red mark on Gu Lang's wrist, and he was looking at me with a wrong look on his face. When she exhaled slowly, I'm sorry, Mom didn't pay attention. Gu Lang felt a little aggrieved. Mom, why doesn't Dad let us eat with him? When she glanced towards the balcony, the figures of 2 adults and 1 child were vaguely visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the candlelight, they looked extremely warm, as if no outside world could get in. Her eyes seemed to be stained with the depth of the night, and her tone was a little more murmuring, because those 2 people came back and took away all the love your father had for you. Gu Lang looked at Gu Yan, who was eating happily not far away, and clenched his fists. It's all their fault. If they hadn't come back, Dad wouldn't have ignored him and Mom and forced him to apologize and admit his mistake. The rooftop balcony returned to calm. Gu Wenyan looked at Yu Tingwan. The night wind blew her hair, and her trembling eyelashes were clearly visible. Why, are you unhappy that I drove them away? Yu Tingwan bit her lip lightly. I thought you would invite them to eat together. After all, Gu Lang was still present, and for the sake of the child, Gu Wenyan would give face to Wenxi. Gu Wenyan said calmly, I promised you that I would not let others interfere with our dinner tonight. A piece of ice in Yu Tingwan's heart seemed to slowly melt because of these words, giving rise to a long-lost sweetness. She picked up the fork again and looked at the steak in front of her. Her appetite, which had originally been very low, seemed to have improved. Catching the subtle changes in Yu Tingwan, Gu Wenyan's deep eyes showed a hint of inquiry. Is she so happy just because when she and Gu Lang were not allowed to sit down and eat together? Halfway through, Yu Tingwan went to the bathroom. There weren't many guests dining on this floor, so there was almost no one in the bathroom. After coming out of the cubicle, she went to the mirror to wash her hands. At this moment, the door opened behind her and the sound of high heels stepping on the ground came into her ears. Yu Tingwan subconsciously raised her head from the mirror and met Wenxi's eyes as he came in from outside. Yu Tingwan withdrew her gaze after just a glance and lowered her head to continue washing her hands. Wenxi walked forward and stopped at the sink next to her. "Miss Yu, what a coincidence." Yu Tingwan turned off the faucet and took a tissue to wipe his hands. "It's quite a coincidence. I met Miss Wen twice in one night." Wenxi pretended not to hear the implication in her words, and kept smiling. "Come to think of it, I haven't apologized to Miss Yu for what happened last time." Yu Tingwan turned her head to look at Wenxi, wanting to see what else she would say. "I'm so sorry about that last time." Xiao Lang suddenly fell ill and insisted that Wen Yan come to accompany him. Wenxi sighed, with a bit of guilt in his words. "I only heard later that Wen Yan was having dinner with you guys outside at that time." Wenxi said she was sorry, but Yu Tingwan didn't see any apology on her face. She turned off the faucet and said, "It's okay. I should thank you for what you said." Wenxi's eyelids twitched slightly, and Yu Tingwan's dark eyes looked at her. Suddenly, he curled the corners of his lips. "If it weren't for you, Gu Wenyan wouldn't have brought me in and into such a nice place to eat in order to make up for it." Wenxi's fingers suddenly tightened, and the cold water passed through his fingertips like a knife. Yu Tingwan nodded at her calmly and strode out of the bathroom. Looking at her departing back, Wenxi slammed his hands heavily on the sink, and his fingertips turned white because he slammed so hard. "Did Gu Wenyan bring Yu Tingwan and her son here today to make up for the meal last time?" At this time, two girls pushed open the door and walked in from outside, laughing and joking. Wenxi immediately returned to her normal expression. She lowered her head and continued washing her hands as if nothing had happened. After coming out of the bathroom, Yu Tingwan returned to the balcony and saw that Gu Yan had left his seat at some point and ran into Gu Wenyan's arms, chattering. Gu Wenyan was lowering his head, carefully wiping the stains from the corners of Gu Yan's mouth with a handkerchief. The candlelight flickered, and his handsome profile was filled with warmth, with a rare tenderness in his eyes. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Yu Tingwan was distracted and couldn't help but stop. She couldn't help but think, if only time could stay at this moment. After dinner, they left from the balcony, and when they passed through the room, the table where Wenxi had eaten was empty. It seems that the two have left first. Yu Tingwan subconsciously looked at Gu Wenyan's reaction. I don't know if Gu Wenyan will regret driving away Wenxi and his mother because of her and Inen. Thinking of what Gu Wenyan said tonight, a subtle warmth passed through her heart, but quickly subsided. Gu Wenyan also noticed the empty dining table in the corner. He paused slightly, his deep eyes filled with unfathomable meanings, then he withdrew his gaze and strode away. On the way back, Gu Wenyan received a call from Ji Mian. "Where are you now?" The background noise from Ji Mian's side was a bit noisy, as if he was in a bar or something. Gu Wenyan glanced at his side. Yu Tingwan was holding Gu Yan and looking at the scenery outside. He leaned lazily on the chair and said lightly, "Get ready to go back." "What's the matter? How dare you ask? Your son has been back for so many days, but you haven't brought him to me." Ji Mian said nonchalantly, "I'm at Yoha Bar, can you bring your son over to play?" Gu Wenyan frowned slightly. Without waiting for Gu Wenyan to speak, Ji Mian made a decision on his own. "That's it, I'll send you the address." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Looking at the address sent by Ji Mian, Gu Wenyan turned off the screen. The carriage was very quiet, and since Yu Tingwan was very close to Gu Wenyan, she could hear their conversation clearly. Yu Tingwan bit her lip. "Master Ji wants to see Inen?" Gu Wenyan hummed. He had seen the Weibo post about the child's popularity before, so he was probably curious. Yu Tingwan dug his fingertips into his palm without making a sound. "But An's illness has just recovered. The doctor said that she can't catch a cold recently. And she also didn't want An to meet Gu Wenyan's friends. She knew very well that those people looked down on her identity. Gu Yan was her son, so one could imagine how he would be treated. She didn't care what those people thought of her. She had heard all kinds of nasty things during the 3 years she had been with Gu Wenyan, and she had long been immune to them. But she didn't want Gu Yan to suffer any injustice. "You won't catch a cold in the box," Gu Wenyan said slowly. "Besides, Ji Mian invited me, so I have to give him face." It was obvious that Gu Wenyan had already made up his mind, and informing Yu Tingwan was not to ask for her opinion, but just to inform her. Yu Tingwan didn't say anything else. The high spirits that had accumulated in the restaurant just now were instantly extinguished. On the other side, at the Yoha bar, Ji Mian was already waiting in the private room. Soon, the door of the box opened from the outside, and Gu Wenyan's tall figure appeared at the door, with a little tail following behind him. Ji Mian immediately jumped up from the sofa. Here you are? Gu Wenyan glanced around. The box was filled with smoke and there was only Ji Mian and a staff member. Gu Wenyan strode into the box and asked, "Are you the only one left?" Ji Mian patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I have dismissed all those people. Now, apart from him, no one outside knows Gu Yan's identity, so he naturally doesn't want to be so careless as to give others the opportunity to publicize it." The deafening noise almost drowned out Ji Mian's voice. Gu Wenyan glanced at Gu Yan, who had a clear and innocent face beside him, and frowned slightly. "Turn off the music." Ji Mian said to the staff member, "Did you hear me? Turn off the music to avoid scaring Mr. Gu's son." The staff immediately stepped forward to turn off the music, and the entire box suddenly returned to silence. Ji Mian waved his hand and sent the staff away. He couldn't wait to get close to Gu Yan and take a closer look. This was the first time he met Gu Yan face to face. Although he felt that he looked very similar to Gu Wenyan when he saw the photo, the shocking effect was even greater in reality. It seemed as if it was carved out in the image of Gu Wenyan. Ji Mian exclaimed, "My God, this looks so much like you." If the childhood versions of Gu Wenyan and Gu Yan were placed in front of him, he might not be able to recognize who is who. A smile flashed across Gu Wenyan's eyes. Ji Mian stretched out his hand and gave what he thought was the friendliest smile. "Come, uncle, give me a hug?" Gu Yan shrank behind Gu Wenyan and looked at Ji Mian with a defensive look on his face. Gu Wenyan bent down and picked up Gu Yan. "Don't scare my son." Ji Mian curled his lips. "What are you saying? Can I eat your son?" However, Ji Mian had to admit that Gu Yan was even prettier than he saw in the photos. No wonder he became so popular on the internet. If this face enters the entertainment industry, those child stars will have to stand aside. What is the child's name? Gu Yan. Ji Mian glanced at him. "You changed your last name?" Gu Wenyan carried Gu Yan to the sofa and sat down. "Yu Tingwan got it for him." Ji Mian was a little surprised. "Yu Tingwan? She actually gave the child your last name?" He thought that Gu Wenyan had changed it on his own initiative after Gu Yan was brought back. Gu Wenyan took the blanket and covered Gu Yan. "He is my child. If he doesn't have my last name, whose last name should he have? Of course it should be Yu Tingwan's last name." Ji Mian said nonchalantly. "When she left, she didn't let you know about the child's existence, so she could have given the child the last name Yu." A dark color welled up in Gu Wenyan's eyes. "Even if he changes his surname, it can't change the fact that he is my son." Ji Mian crossed his legs and sat down next to Gu Yan calmly. "You are right, but since Yu Tingwan took your last name, it means she has you in her heart, so why did you leave then?" When talking about this, Gu Wenyan's voice became a little deeper. "She thought I would let her abort the child." Ji Mian was not surprised by this answer. He leaned back and said, "But that's true. If I were Yu Tingwan, I would also think you would let me abort the baby." Gu Wenyan's eyes turned cold. Ji Mian didn't notice the cold light in his eyes. He took out the gift he had prepared in advance and handed it to Gu Yan. He lowered his voice unconsciously, and "My name is Ji Mian, and I'm your father's best brother. You can just call me Uncle Ji from now on." Gu Yan didn't answer and looked at Gu Wenyan hesitantly. Gu Wenyan touched his head and said, "Uncle Ji bought this for you, please accept it." Gu Yan then reached out to take it, holding the gift that was bigger than his face, and said in a baby voice, "Thank you, Uncle Ji." Ji Mian's heart softened after hearing this. I didn't expect that Gu Wenyan would have such a lovely child in his lifetime. Much more likable than his dad. Ji Mian half-jokingly said, "It's not convenient for you to raise this child anyway, why don't you just let me raise the child?" Gu Wenyan glared at him. If it were anyone else, they would have gone into a cold war long ago. Only Ji Mian was not afraid of him. "I'm not wrong. If you marry Wen Shi in the future, will she accept an illegitimate child under her name?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly fell silent. Looking at Gu Wenyan, who seemed to be deep in thought, Ji Mian raised his eyebrows complacently and moved closer to Gu Yan. "I was right, so I will take over for you reluctantly." Gu Wenyan noticed his little action and reached out to pull Gu Yan towards him. "You want to give birth by yourself." Ji Mian, whose plan to pick up a son for nothing failed, said. He stopped joking and said seriously, "But seriously, the circle still doesn't know about Gu Yan's existence. What are you going to do? Keep hiding it like this?" Gu Wenyan lazily leaned on the sofa. "What else?" As long as he wanted, he could support Yu Tingwan and Gu Yan for the rest of their lives. Ji Mian said bluntly, okay, even if when she agrees, will Yu Tingwan accept it? She ran away when she heard that when she was coming back. Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids and looked at Ji Mian with cold eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Mian shrugged. Did I say something wrong? Gu Wenyan then withdrew his gaze and looked at Gu Yan, who was standing beside him, holding Hua in both hands and sipping it. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice as deep as if stained with the night. As long as I don't let her go, she will never leave in this life. Ji Mian looked at Gu Wenyan and a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but say, Gu Wenyan, you don't like Shang Yu Tingwan, do you? Gu Wenyan didn't say anything. He turned the ring on his index finger again and again, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing his reaction, Ji Mian's heart sank slightly, and his face became more serious. Don't tell me you're serious. The movement of turning the ring suddenly stopped, and Gu Wenyan raised his head, still with the same cold and distant expression as before. When did you become so long-winded? You asked me to come over tonight just to look after the kids? Ji Mian glared at him helplessly and finally got down to business. In a few days, there will be Mr. Xie's 80th birthday party. Do you know about this? Gu Wenyan hummed indifferently. The Gu and Xie families have always had exchanges, and since Mr. Xie and Mr. Gu are acquaintances from the battlefield, Gu Wenyan was also invited to this birthday party. Ji Mian's words were more tentative. So will you bring Wenxi with you this time, just like before? Chapter 33, Revealing Your Identity. In the past, Gu Wenyan always brought Wenxi to such occasions. So Ji Mian naturally thought that Gu Wenyan would bring Wenxi with him this time. Gu Wenyan did not respond in a hurry. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, appearing to be thinking about something. Seeing his reaction, Ji Mian frowned. You don't want to bring Yu Tingwan with you, do you? Is it not possible? Gu Wenyan asked back, raising his eyebrows slightly. Didn't you say that the outside world doesn't know about Gu Yan's existence? Ji Mian noticed Gu Wenyan's thoughts and thought, are you trying to take this opportunity to expose Gu Yan's identity? Gu Wenyan gently stroked Gu Yan's head. He is my son, what is there to be ashamed of? Ji Mian always felt that something was wrong with Gu Wenyan. Not only did Yu Tingwan secretly give birth to a child without any reaction, she also took the mother and child back to the villa to raise them. Now he actually has to take Yu Tingwan and Gu Yan to attend Mr. Xie's birthday party? Isn't this equivalent to informing everyone of Gu Yan's existence? Gu Wenyan did not give him a chance to continue thinking. Please get me an extra copy of the invitation. Ji Mian couldn't figure out what he was thinking, so he curled his lips and said, I know. As the night deepened, they parted at the door of Yoha Bar. Ji Mian sat in the high-profile Porsche, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand reaching out of the window, rubbing Gu Yan's head. Whenever you have a change of opportunity, feel free to ask me to take over. I don't mind being a father. Gu Wenyan ignored him and carried Gu Yan into the car behind. He is not so poor that he cannot even support a woman and a child. Gu Yan did not forget to greet Ji Mian and waved at him obediently. Goodbye, Uncle Ji. Ji Mian immediately smiled and said, goodbye. It would be a good thing if Gu Wenyan could settle down with such a cute child and the family of 3 could live a good life from now on. What a pity, the person Gu Wenyan likes is Wenxi. It was almost dawn when they returned to the villa. Gu Wenyan took Gu Yan into the living room and saw Yu Tingwan sitting on the sofa. Yu Tingwan was wearing a soft and smooth light blue nightgown, her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair skin looked like flawless jade under the light, with a lustrous luster. The TV in front of her was playing the news, but she didn't watch anything. Mom, I'm back. The childish voice brought Yu Tingwan back to her senses. When she came to her senses, Gu Yan just threw himself into her arms. Gu Yan showed Yu Tingwan the gift Ji Mian gave him. Mom, this is a gift Uncle Ji gave me. Yu Tingwan was stunned for a moment. Uncle Ji? She looked at the exquisite gift box and cyan mini backpack in front of her, each costing less than 200,000. Ji Mian was quite generous. Gu Yan raised his little face and said in a baby voice, Uncle Ji said to give it to Anan as a school bag. Yu Tingwan forced a smile. Did you thank Uncle Ji? Gu Yan said in a loud voice, yes. Uncle Zhang walked over with a smile. Master An, let me take you upstairs first. Mr. Gu has prepared a surprise for you in the room. Only then did Gu Yan remember the large animal-shaped robot his father had prepared for him. He didn't even care about the gift and went straight to the children's room. The living room returned to silence. Yu Tingwan looked at Gu Wenyan. He was just standing at the door. The light from the entrance cast a small dim shadow on his shoulder. Yu Tingwan pursed her lips and took the initiative to walk over to take off Gu Wenyan's coat. Why did Master Ji give such an expensive gift? Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Isn't the one I gave you more expensive? Yu Tingwan thought of the $1 million package she received tonight and muttered quietly, that's different. Gu Wenyan's lips curved into an arc. What's the difference? Hearing the frivolous tone in his words, Yu Tingwan's ears began to heat up a little bit. He pretended to lower his head to adjust his suit, which made his attempt to hide his anger even more obvious. Gu Wenyan stopped teasing her. It's just a meaning gift, not much money, don't feel burdened. He said casually. He also prepared one for Gu Lang. After hearing the last sentence, Yu Tingwan felt as if cold water was poured over his head and his movements became stiff. Gu Wenyan didn't notice her abnormality, and reached out to pull Yu Tingwan over. There will be a birthday banquet for Mr. Xie in a few days, come with me to attend it. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes hiding the emotions in her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Xie. You went there with me once 5 years ago. Gu Wenyan's fingertips twisted around her hair. Do you remember? Yu Tingwan nodded slightly. During the 3 years she stayed with Gu Wenyan, she often accompanied him to various occasions. She had accompanied Gu Wenyan to celebrate Mr. Xie's 75th birthday, so she still had an impression of it. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yu Tingwan's heart tightened inexplicably, and his fingertips curled up. You're only taking me with you? Gu Wenyan said calmly, when she and Gu Lang will go too. Yu Tingwan's heart sank. She closed her eyes and heard her own voice coming from far away. Then why don't you just let Niswan go with you? Anyway, with Wenxi accompanying him, Gu Wenyan doesn't need her as a female companion. Gu Wenyan raised his hand and stroked her somewhat cold skin. People outside don't know that you're back yet. Yu Tingwan understood that Gu Wenyan wanted to tell the people outside that she had returned to Gu Wenyan's side. Is it because she ran away 5 years ago, causing Gu Wenyan to lose all face, so he wants to take this opportunity to regain his face? Looking at Yu Tingwan's face so close to him, Gu Wenyan's eyes became obscure. He turned off the overhead light and brought Yu Tingwan to the sofa, but he did not notice the dazed look that flashed across her face. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of Mr. Xie's birthday party. Gu Wenyan's assistant brought the dress early in the morning. Ms. Yu, Mr. Gu asked me to deliver this. Every time she accompanied Gu Wenyan to an event, he would prepare clothes for her to wear. Yu Tingwan had gotten used to it. Thank you. She opened the box, revealing a handmade rose gold dress that sparkled in the sunlight, as if kissed by moonlight. In the past, Yu Tingwan always thought that Gu Wenyan liked this style of clothes, so he prepared similar types every time. Later she found out that was the style when she liked. At this time, Yu Tingwan discovered that there was an extra box next to her. She asked doubtfully, Assistant Zhang, did you take too much? Zhang Zhu explained, this is prepared for Masterin. Yu Tingwan was a little confused, and then? Zhang Zhu nodded, young master wants to join us too. Yu Tingwan was stunned. And also wants to attend Mr. Xie's birthday party? She always thought that Gu Wenyan only planned to take her with him. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Yu Tingwan raised her head and saw Gu Wenyan walking in with Gu Yayan in his arms. Seeing Yu Tingwan standing there in a daze, with the dress she was going to wear to the birthday party today placed in front of her, Gu Wenyan turned to Uncle Zhang and said, take the young master to change his clothes first. Yes. Uncle Zhang took Gu Yayan from his arms. Masterin, let's go change clothes. Boss Gu, I'll leave first. Zhang Zhe also tactfully left the room. When they were the only two people left in the room, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but ask, do you want to take Inan with you? Gu Wenyan said slowly, he has been back for so long and has never attended such an event. This is a good opportunity to show him the world. Yu Tingwan curled her fingertips slightly and whispered, aren't you afraid that people outside will know Anan's identity? Gu Wenyan turned his gaze towards her, what are you afraid of? Yu Tingwan hesitated for a moment, then everyone will know that you have an illegitimate child. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows, do you think I care about this? In Beijing and Hong Kong, no one dared to say anything about him, and this matter would not have any impact on him. Moreover, illegitimate children are a very normal thing in the circle. It is common for powerful families to have several lovers outside. What's more, he only had one bed partner, Yu Tingwan, who gave birth to his child. And he's my son. Gu Wenyan picked up the dress on the bed and gestured in front of Yu Tingwan, who dares to say anything. Yu Tingwan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the string deep in her heart seemed to be gently plucked. She originally thought that Gu Wenyan felt that Gu Yayan's existence was a stain and would not bring him to such a public occasion. The car was already waiting downstairs. When the two went downstairs, Uncle Zhang had already changed clothes for Gu Yayan. Gu Yayan was wearing a tailor-made suit, with slightly curly hair, red lips, white teeth, and a delicate and handsome face. He looked as delicate and handsome as a little model in a magazine. It was the first time that Gu Yayan saw Yu Tingwan wearing a dress, and his eyes twinkled. "Wow, Mom, you are so beautiful." Noticing the gazes from the side, Yu Tingwan's cheeks became a little hot. "Does it look good?" Gu Yayan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Mom is the most beautiful fairy I have ever seen." Yu Tingwan smiled and rubbed his head. "You're so sweet." "What I said is true." Gu Yayan retorted unconvincingly and looked at Gu Wenyan. "Dad, do you think what Anan said is right?" Gu Wenyan curled his lips. "You are right, your mother is very beautiful today." Gu Yayan looked up at Yu Tingwan with some pride, as if to say, "I didn't lie." The three words "very beautiful" made Yu Tingwan blush. She lowered her head and her eyes inadvertently fell on the dress she was wearing. Then she thought of something and the smile on her lips slowly faded. Along the way, Gu Yayan leaned on the car window and kept looking around. "Mom, where are we going today?" Yu Tingwan straightened the corner of his clothes for him and said, "Attending a grandfather's birthday party." Gu Yayan blinked his bright eyes. "Is he Ann's grandfather?" Yu Tingwan helped him sit up to prevent him from falling. "Of course not." Given the Gu family's powerful background, even if they knew of Gu Yayan's existence, they would not acknowledge his identity. Moreover, even when she couldn't enter the Gu family after giving birth to Gu Lang, let alone her. Mr. Xia's birthday banquet was held in the Guangsha banquet hall, with people coming and going in the hall and toasting each other. "Ms. Wen, why didn't you come with Mr. Gu today?" A guest came over and spoke to Wen Shi. In the past, Wen Shi and Gu Wenyan attended such occasions together, but today, only the mother and son came here. Wen Shi's smile became a little stiff. This morning, Zhang Zhe brought the invitation letter and the dress to her, and asked her to bring Gu Lang to the banquet hall first, saying that it was Gu Wenyan's idea. This kind of thing had never happened before, and Wen Shi could only think of one reason. It was that Gu Wenyan was still angry with her because she didn't tell him that Gu Yayan was sick last time. But since Gu Wenyan brought her here today, it means that there is still room for things to turn around. Thinking of this, Wen Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled calmly. "Wenyan had something to deal with, so I came here first." This explanation was reasonable. The man did not ask any more questions and changed the topic to Gu Lang. "Master Gu should be going to kindergarten soon at this age, right?" When she smiled and nodded, "Well, school is about to start." Gu Lang hated to hear the word school starts the most, so he broke free from Wen Shi's hand and ran away. "Xiao Lang, don't run around." Wen Shi sighed helplessly, nodded at the guest, and was about to chase after him when he heard a commotion at the door. She stopped and looked back, and saw a pair of straight legs wrapped in a suit walking in from the door, and then Gu Wenyan's figure appeared in everyone's sight. "It's Gu Wenyan who is here." When she immediately smiled and was about to tell Gu Lang that his father was here, but the next second, her expression froze on her face. No one noticed Wen Shi's abnormality. As soon as Gu Wenyan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone present. He was wearing a dark suit today, and the platinum watch on his wrist reflected a dazzling light under the light. He exuded a sharp aura, and the breath of a superior was very terrifying. At this time, a guest noticed that the female companion next to Gu Wenyan was replaced by a person named Zhang Shang. Yu Tingwan stayed with Gu Wenyan for 3 whole years. Even though she disappeared for such a long time later, many people still saw her. Soon, a sharp-eyed guest recognized her. "Wait, am I seeing right? Isn't that Yu Tingwan? It's really Yu Tingwan. When did she come back? Didn't they say that Yu Tingwan disappeared for 5 years and Mr. Gu never found her?" Yu Tingwan's appearance was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, immediately causing the guests present to talk about it. The disappearance of Yu Tingwan caused a lot of controversy, and there were all kinds of speculations. But now she is here safely. At this time, someone in the crowd spoke up. "Hey, who is that kid?" Everyone looked in the direction he said, and then they noticed that between the two people, there was a little boy who looked very similar to Gu Wenyan. "Who is that kid? Why does he look so much like Mr. Gu?" "I don't know. I've never seen it before. Could it be Mr. Gu's son? How is that possible?" Everyone knows that Mr. Gu only has one child, Gu Lang. That's true. Maybe he is the illegitimate child of the old man from the Gu family. The noisy discussions around her enveloped Wen Shi like a tide. She felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, with her fingertips digging deeply into her palms. Gu Wenyan actually brought Yu Tingwan and Gu Lang to attend this event. Does he want to reveal Gu Yan's identity here? At this time, someone couldn't hold back his curiosity, and relying on his acquaintance with Gu Wenyan, he plucked up the courage to ask, "Boss Gu, who is this child?" Gu Wenyan looked down at Gu Yan and said calmly, "My eldest son, Gu Yan." Chapter 34. Is he presbyopic? As soon as the word son came out, the place exploded. The guests looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Everyone present knew that when she gave birth to a son for Gu Wenyan 4 years ago. Now a son suddenly appears? Yu Tingwan looked at Gu Wenyan in surprise. She didn't expect that he would so bluntly acknowledge Gu Yan's identity in front of everyone. When did Mr. Gu have a son? Didn't you see Yu Tingwan was right next to you? It must have been her who gave birth to the baby. Could it be that when she gave birth to the baby? That's right. If it's when she's child, how could there be no news about it in all these years? Besides, Mr. Gu just said that this child is his eldest son, and he was obviously born earlier than Gu Lang. So, Yu Tingwan suddenly disappeared because she was pregnant with Mr. Gu's child? That must be the case. Yu Tingwan is really smart. With this child, we won't have to worry about wealth in the future. The whispers around her became more and more frequent, but Yu Tingwan didn't feel anything. During the 3 years with Gu Wenyan, she had heard many nasty words, and these were just child's play. As long as it doesn't affect Anan, she doesn't care about anything. At this time, someone in the crowd recognized Gu Yan and said, "Wait, the kid who has become popular online recently seems to be him, right?" I also remembered that I joked with my friends at the time and asked if this child was related to Mr. Gu. I didn't expect that he was really his son. But now that you mention it, Gu Lang doesn't look alike at all like Mr. Gu. The discussions around were getting louder and louder, but because Gu Wenyan was present, no one dared to speak loudly in front of him. No one would be stupid enough to offend the biggest figure in Beijing and Hong Kong. The man didn't expect that he would get such a big news just by asking casually. He laughed dryly and said, "Then let me congratulate Mr. Gu first. He has another son." Gu Wenyan nodded indifferently, "Thank you." The man flattered him a few more times, during which when she pinched his palms, adjusted his expression, and took the initiative to greet him, "Wenyan, you're here." The sudden sound attracted a lot of attention, and everyone's eyes fell on Wenxi. It is a rare scene when the queen and her lover meet. Many people were waiting to see how Wenxi would react. Wenxi wore a light purple floral evening gown tonight. The flowing belt outlined her perfect curves. Her hair was tied up, and the gem earrings hanging from her earlobes exuded a noble and elegant temperament. A completely different style from the past. Yu Tingwan couldn't help but glance at Gu Wenyan beside her. Has Gu Wenyan's preference changed, or has Wenxi's dressing style changed recently? Under everyone's gaze, when she walked through the crowd and came to Gu Wenyan, she didn't seem to mind that he brought his lover and child with him. Her smile was flawless. "We were just discussing why you came so late today, and you showed up." Gu Wenyan glanced at her and asked, "Have you been here for a long time?" "I just arrived not long ago." When she looked at Yu Tingwan, who was standing beside him, as if he had just noticed her at this moment, "I didn't expect you to bring Miss Yu and the children to attend the birthday party today." Gu Wenyan turned his watch nonchalantly. "The child has never been to such an occasion before, bring him over to play." "That's fine." When she said generously, "It's a good opportunity to see more of the world." Seeing that Gu Lang was not around, Gu Wenyan asked casually, "Where's Xiao Lang?" When she said helplessly, "He ran away while we were talking just now." "I don't know where he ran off to. I'll ask someone to look for him." "No need." Gu Wenyan interrupted her, "Let him go and play." The smile on Wenxi's lips froze for a moment. "Okay." The head flower tearing scene that everyone was looking forward to did not happen. Just when everyone was disappointed, Mr. Xia happened to come out. The guests' attention was immediately drawn and they came forward to congratulate him, quickly forgetting this little episode. Mr. Xia was wearing a Tai Chi suit. Although he had a head full of white hair, his eyes were bright and he was in good health. He did not look like an 80-year-old man at all. He saw Gu Wenyan in the crowd at a glance. Just standing there, he was attracting everyone's attention. "The kid from the Gu family is here too?" Gu Wenyan nodded in response and glanced at the assistant behind him. Zhang Jia immediately delivered the gift and handed it to the butler. "Gu Wenyan, this is just a small gift, not a sign of respect." Mr. Xia smiled and patted his shoulder. "You are so thoughtful." When she stepped forward at the right time and said, "Thank you, old man. I also prepared a small gift for you. It's nothing much to express. I hope you don't mind." In the past 5 years, when she had accompanied Gu Wenyan to the house to give gifts, so Mr. Xia was quite familiar with her and also asked about Gu Lang's situation. Gu Lang just came back at this moment, and when she took his hand and said, "Xiao Lang, come and see Mr. Xia." Gu Lang frowned. "Mom, I'm thirsty. Mom will bring you something to drink later." When she coaxed in a gentle voice, "Come over and meet Mr. Xia first." Gu Lang was dragged in front of Mr. Xia with an unwilling look on his face. Mr. Xia smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for a while. The child has grown a lot taller. Thanks to you." When she said sweetly, "This child has always been thinking about you." Then she looked at Gu Lang and said, "Xiao Lang, come on, tell Grandpa Xia what you have prepared." Gu Lang turned around shyly and refused to say anything. When she was a little anxious, especially since everyone around was looking at them. She squatted down and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear, "Didn't you practice several times before coming here? Hurry up, or Mom will be angry." Seeing when she's stern face, Gu Lang reluctantly opened his mouth, his voice soft as a mosquito, "Happy birthday, Grandpa Xia." It was obvious that an adult was forcing the child to read these words. Mr. Xia certainly heard it, but he was already half dead, so he naturally wouldn't bother with the child. Mr. Xia smiled and praised him a few times, then changed the subject and talked to Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan glanced lightly in the direction of Wenxi. That glance immediately made Wenxi feel a little uneasy. She didn't expect Gu Lang to be so uncooperative, but fortunately she still said the polite words and didn't make things too ugly. After returning home, she will talk to Gu Lang in detail. Yu Tingwan stood there, watching Wenxi pulling Gu Lang and Gu Wenyan to talk to Mr. Xia. The backs of the two looked extremely compatible. She knew her identity well, so she wouldn't approach him shamelessly. Besides, with Wenxi here, it would not be her turn in such occasions. "Mom, why don't you go upstairs and give the gifts?" Gu Yan raised his head high and looked up at Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan smiled faintly, because Dad and Aunt Wen prepared gifts, they will go to celebrate for Mr. Xia. Oh. Gu Yan nodded, not quite understanding. As he was talking, Mr. Xia noticed Yu Tingwan standing behind Gu Wenyan. He seemed to have seen that beautiful and flamboyant face before. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "This child looks a little familiar." Hearing this, the people around him followed his gaze and looked at Yu Tingwan. When she also turned his head, and when he saw that the person Mr. Xia was talking about was Yu Tingwan, his body stiffened slightly. She subconsciously looked at Gu Wenyan, who had his hands in his pockets and seemed to have no intention of stopping her from speaking. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on Yu Tingwan, she had no choice but to step forward and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia. 5 years ago, Mr. Gu and I came to celebrate your birthday." Mr. Xia remembered, "I remember now, it's the child who was with Wenyan." Yu Tingwan thought to himself, Mr. Xia is worthy of being a man who has been in the business world for so many years, he can even say that lovers are together. She nodded awkwardly. Mr. Xia said cheerfully, "After you came that year, you never came again. I thought it was strange at the time and asked the kid from the Gu family what was going on." As he finished speaking, Gu Wenyan cast a deep and heavy gaze over to him. Sensing the gaze that was so hot that it was hard to ignore, Yu Tingwan pretended not to see it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect the old man had such a good memory that he even remembered a small person like her. But Mr. Xia doesn't think so. Someone who can catch Gu Wenyan's eye and stay by his side for so many years must not be as bad as people say. Mr. Xia also heard the news that Gu Wenyan was looking for Yu Tingwan. If you really didn't take it to heart, you wouldn't go through so much trouble. When their eyes shifted, Mr. Xia met a pair of big watery eyes. Looking at the face that was 90% similar to Gu Wenyan, Mr. Xia thought he was dazzled for a moment, and his eyes moved back and forth between Gu Wenyan and Gu Yan. Is he presbyopic? Chapter 35. She taught me well. This child is. Hearing Mr. Xia's question, Gu Wenyan put his hands in his pockets and said slowly, "My son." Son? Mr. Xia was obviously a little surprised. He only knew that Gu Wenyan had given birth to a son, Gu Lang, a few years ago. How come a child suddenly appears now? Mr. Xia naturally thought that it was Wenxi who gave birth to the child, and said with a hint of blame, "Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? I could have given the child a red envelope." Wenxi's smile was stiff. He was hesitating about how to explain when he heard Gu Wenyan say, "It's not Wenxi's child." Wenxi raised his head suddenly, his heart pounding. The moment Gu Wenyan opened his mouth, she took the lead and said, "Wenyan." When she shook his head almost inaudibly at Gu Wenyan, obviously asking him to leave him the last bit of dignity in front of Mr. Xia. Seeing the two people's reactions, Mr. Xia quickly figured out the truth, and then looked at Yu Tingwan beside him, and immediately had the answer in his mind. Is it your child? Mr. Xia said this to Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan did not deny it and nodded gently, yes. When she said this, she didn't look at Mr. Xia's expression, but she could already guess what he thought of her in his heart. Mr. Xia had a complicated expression, and there was a hint of blame in his eyes when he looked at Gu Wenyan. This boy is really brave. He brought his wife and his lover to his birthday party. Does he want to cause trouble in heaven? Gu Wenyan seemed not to notice Mr. Xia's gaze. He walked over and gently patted Gu Yan's head. Call me Grandpa Xia. Gu Yan raised his head and said in a baby voice, Hello, Grandpa Xia. I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea, a long life as long as the southern mountains, and may you always smile and be evergreen. It was the first time that Mr. Xia had seen such a likable child, and most importantly, the child was not afraid of him. Even his grandson cannot match his courage and eloquence. He is worthy of being Gu Wenyan's child. Mr. Xia was very amused. Okay, this kid is really sweet. He stretched out his hand to the butler behind him, who immediately understood and took out a red envelope from his pocket and put it in his palm. Mr. Xia bent down and handed the red envelope to Gu Yan. Here, kid, keep it. The red envelope was bulging and thicker than the one Shi Chang gave him during the Chinese New Year. When she, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Gu Lang had met Mr. Xia many times, but had never been treated like this. Gu Yan didn't reach out to take it, and whispered, Thank you, Grandpa, I can't take your red envelope. Mr. Xia smiled and said, It's okay, keep it, no one will dare to say anything to you. Gu Yan looked up at Gu Wenyan, as if seeking his advice. Gu Wenyan raised his chin slightly. Since Mr. Xia gave it to you, then just keep it. Gu Yan then reached out to take it and said sweetly, Thank you, Grandpa. I hope you can also receive many happy red envelopes and be healthy and happy. Mr. Xia couldn't stop smiling. The more he looked at Gu Yan, the more he liked him. This child is so well behaved. If my grandson could be half as well behaved as this child, I would burn incense and pray to Buddha. Gu Wenyan curled his lips and looked back at Yu Tingwan behind him. She taught me well. Caught off guard by the compliment, Yu Tingwan felt a burning sensation behind her ears. When she was left out like this, and she tightened the hem of her skirt a little bit at a time. How could Gu Yan be compared with her Gu Lang? Grandpa, you are saying bad things about me again. At this time, a childish and dissatisfied voice came from the crowd, and a child about the same age as Gu Yan and Gu Lang ran over, his little face puffed up with anger. Mr. Xia introduced everyone with a smile. This is my grandson, Xia Jingjia. Xia Jingjia has a chubby face, a buzz cut, a rosy white face, and clear, clean eyes. It's obvious that he grew up in love. How did I say anything wrong? Old Master Xia pinched Xia Jingjia's ear. You wanted to tear down the house yesterday, did you forget so quickly? Xia Jingjia pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. In front of outsiders, Mr. Xia still gave him some face and said to Gu Wenyan, Your child has never been to such an occasion, why not let him go and play with the children, it's a good opportunity to get to know them. Gu Wenyan did not refuse the proposal. He lowered his head and looked at Gu Yan. Do you want to go play with your brother? Gu Yan had never made any friends since coming to Beijing and Hong Kong, so he nodded slightly. Mr. Xia smiled and said, Jingjia, take your brother over there. Xia Jingjia said oh and took Gu Yan's hand. Brother, let's go over and play. Seeing Gu Yan looking at him, Yu Tingwan touched his head and said, Then go play with your brother. Remember to get along well with them. Got it? Gu Yan responded with a yes and followed Xia Jingjia to the yard. Looking at the two children's leaving backs, Yu Tingwan felt a little worried. I don't know if Anin can get along with them. But she also knew that Anin would have to make friends sooner or later and it was impossible for her to be protected forever. Seeing this, Gu Lang tugged at Wenxi's sleeve and said, Mom, I want to drink some water. I'm dying of thirst. Seeing his impatient look, Wenxi had no choice but to say to Gu Wenyan, I'll take Xiaolang to drink some water first. Gu Wenyan hummed in a low voice, Go ahead. Seeing that Gu Wenyan had no intention of going together, Wenxi pinched her fingertips and took Gu Lang away. Before leaving, she looked at Yu Tingwan deeply. Yu Tingwan didn't notice her look because at this moment she saw a familiar figure at the door. Shi Chang waved at her in the crowd. Yu Tingwan smiled in response. She looked at Gu Wenyan with an unnatural expression. Boss Gu, Shi Chang is here. I'll go find her. Gu Wenyan followed her gaze and saw Shi Chang. Shi Chang gave him the middle finger. Yu Tingwan coughed heavily and quickly moved his body to block her movements. Seeing that Yu Tingwan looked like she was afraid that he would refuse, Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes and pinched her face with his fingertips. Not too hard or too light, don't run around. I don't care about anything else. Yu Tingwan breathed a sigh of relief, and a blush rose on her cheeks belatedly. Oh. She turned and left, but couldn't help but look back at Gu Wenyan. He was standing there like the moon surrounded by stars, and he was extremely dazzling even when standing there. Yu Tingwan suddenly felt a nameless sense of loss in his heart and walked quickly towards Shi Chang. Wan, why are you here? Shi Chang's tone was full of surprise, and when she heard the guests around her talking, she thought she had misheard. Yu Tingwan told the truth. Gu Wenyan brought me here. Shi Chang frowned. What about when she? Most people bring a female companion to a party. Since Gu Wenyan brought Yu Tingwan, then when she should not have come, right? But Shi Chang overlooked one thing. Gu Wenyan was not an ordinary person. Yu Tingwan sighed. Here too. Fuck. What does he want to do? Shi Chang said angrily. He called you, and when she here, does he want you to be pointed at by others? Yu Tingwan shook his head. I don't know either. He seems to want to take this opportunity to let people outside know about An's existence. Shi Chang now couldn't understand what Gu Wenyan was trying to do. Others would hide their illegitimate children, but Gu Wenyan even brought them to such occasions to publicize them. But speaking of Gu Yan, Shi Chang looked around. Where is my godson? Why can't I see him? Yu Tingwan pointed in the direction of the yard and said, the young master of the Xie family took him to play. There were a bunch of children over there, so Shi Chang had to suppress the urge to go find Gu Yan and continued chatting with Yu Tingwan. However, something happened in the yard without them seeing it. Chapter 36 I Should Fight. Meanwhile, in the yard, Xie Jingjia was taking Gu Yi to meet other children. All those present were children from powerful and wealthy families, and each of them was dressed brightly from head to toe. Xie Jingjia introduced them to Gu Yan one by one, and he soon got to know the other children. Just as a few people were playing, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded behind them. Her mother is a mistress, and you are playing with a bastard. A fat little man with a physique as big as a bear walked over while eating blueberry cake, his expression full of disdain. Someone asked curiously, what is a mistress? The little fat boy held his head high and said, a mistress is a vixen who specializes in destroying other people's families. Her mother is such a person. She took away Gu Lang's father and left Gu Lang and her mother alone at home. Seeing that other people looked at him differently, Gu Yan frowned and said, my mother is not a mistress. The little fat boy snorted, Gu Lang's parents are together, so if your mother isn't a mistress, what is she? My mother is not a mistress. Gu Yan was a little angry. I don't allow you to say that about my mother. I'm going to say it. The fat boy stuck out his tongue provocatively. Your mother is a mistress, you are an illegitimate child. Your mother is a mistress, you are an illegitimate child. Gu Yan's face was filled with shame and anger, and he pushed the fat boy in desperation. Seeing that Gu Yan dared to attack him, the fat boy became angry and threw the cake in his hand at him. The next second, the cream on the cake covered Gu Yan's entire coat. The little fat boy burst into laughter. You deserve it. It's your mother's fault for being a mistress. Soon the noise here spread into the hall and attracted the attention of many adults. Is that the Feng family's child? Is he bullying others again? It's because his father has been so successful in recent years that his son has also benefited from it. Wait a minute, isn't the one he bullied Mr. Gu's child? The pink-haired woman said with disdain, what child? Isn't it just an illegitimate child? Mr. Gu may not care if he knows about it. Another person followed suit. Yes, who dares to cause trouble for Gu Lang? To put it bluntly, Yu Tingwan is just a lover, and the child she gave birth to is not valued. The two were talking when they turned around and were almost scared to death by Shi Chang, who appeared behind them. Ms. Shi. Looking at Yu Tingwan behind Shi Chang, the two of them looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. There is nothing more socially destructive than being caught saying bad things about the person who did it. Shi Chang grabbed the pink-haired woman's wrist and pressed, who did you just say was bullying who? The pink-haired woman cried out, Miss Shi, you're hurting me. Shi Chang had no intention of showing any mercy to the woman. Stop talking nonsense, or do you want to feel more pain? Although the two looked down on Yu Tingwan, Shi Chang was different. The Shi family was a well-known figure in the circle, and it was easy for them to deal with people like them. The pink-haired woman pointed to the yard and said hesitantly, it seems that the young master of the Feng family is bullying the eldest young master of the Gu family. Hearing this, Yu Tingwan's heart skipped a beat and he immediately ran towards the yard. Wan, wait for me. Shi Chang turned around and glared at the pink-haired woman, warning her, watch your mouths. If I hear you say anything bad about Yu Tingwan again, I'll rip your mouths off. After saying that, he shook off her hand and hurried to chase Yu Tingwan. When Yu Tingwan rushed to the yard, he saw a little fat man pressing Gu Yayan's head and asking him to lick the cake off the ground. If you lick the cake off the floor, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. Yu Tingwan felt the blood rushing up. She rushed over, pushed the fat boy away, and helped him up from the ground. The next second a woman rushed out and screamed, how dare you push my son? Yu Tingwan turned a deaf ear and checked Gu Yayan's injuries. Gu Yayan's suit was covered in mud, blending with the melted cream. Yu Tingwan's heart couldn't help but tighten, and are you hurt? Gu Yayan's face looked a little embarrassed and he shook his head. Shi Chang happened to see the scene when she arrived, and she immediately gasped. She looked at the instigator and frowned, Mrs. Fong? Shi Chang recognized this person. She was Mr. Fong's wife from the technology department. The little fat boy in her arms was their baby boy in their old age. What happened? Yu Tingwan tried to slow down her voice to prevent herself from losing control. Why did he hit you? Gu Yayan lowered her long eyelashes and whispered, he scolded me and my mother. As soon as Yu Tingwan heard it, he guessed the general idea. Anan never takes the initiative to cause trouble unless someone pushes him into a corner. Yu Tingwan raised her eyelids, and her eyes seemed to be filled with ice, with a terrifying coldness almost overflowing. Mrs. Fong, shouldn't you give me an explanation? What's there to explain? Hua Zhonghui obviously didn't take it seriously. It's just a fight between children. Yu Tingwan's eyes were filled with coldness. What do you mean by fighting and playing around is to push my son to the ground and make him lick the cake? The little fat boy yelled, he pushed me first. Hua Zhonghui was immediately confident when she heard this. Did you hear that? It was your son who started it. You just pushed my son, and I haven't gotten angry with you yet. Gu Yayan retorted unconvincedly, you were the one who scolded Anan and mom first, and then Anan pushed you. The little fat boy took advantage of his mother's presence and became even more arrogant. I'm not wrong. Your mother is a mistress and you are an illegitimate child. Everyone knows it. That's right. Hua Zhonghui said disdainfully, what did my son say wrong? Aren't you a mistress, and isn't your son an illegitimate child? Do you really think that you can become a phoenix just by marrying up to Mr. Gu? I'm telling you, Miss Wen is Mr. Gu's proper wife, and her son is the legitimate young Master Gu. As for you and your son, you may be driven away at any time. As Yu Tingwan's eyes moved, she happened to see Wen Shi in the crowd. She stood in the corner holding Gu Lang, looking in their direction with an imperceptible smile on her lips. Gu Lang in her arms made a face at her and said gloatingly, you deserve it. Yu Tingwan calmly withdrew his gaze and returned to Hua Zhonghui's face, so what you mean is that you won't apologize? What can you do to me if I don't apologize? Hua Zhonghui raised her chin, you dare to hit me? Shi Chang was so angry that she just raised her hand but was held down by Yu Tingwan. Shi Chang said excitedly, Wan, don't stop me, I must beat this shameless woman to death today. Even if it offended the Fong family, she would accept it. Yu Tingwan shook her head at Shi Chang. She didn't want the other party to develop unnecessary resentment between her and the Fong family, so she slowly pushed her hand down. Seeing this scene, Hua Zhonghui snorted complacently, I knew you didn't have the guts. The two words hit me had not yet come out of his throat when a crisp pop sound suddenly rang out the next second. Hua Zhonghui's face was immediately knocked to one side. Yu Tingwan rubbed his wrist and said coldly, Anan is my son, even if he needs to be beaten, it should be me who does it. Chapter 37 Licking the Butter on the Ground. Shi Chang was happy. I felt like the breath stuck in my chest was instantly cleared. Hua Zhonghui's face was burning with pain, and the left side of her face was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked at Yu Tingwan in disbelief, how dare you hit me? Yu Tingwan's voice was icy, your son bullied my son, so I slapped you. It's fair. Hua Zhonghui was furious. She had lived for almost 50 years and no one had dared to hit her. She screamed and rushed towards Yu Tingwan. Shi Chang was quick to block Yu Tingwan and said, if you dare to hit her, I will never let you go. The yard was suddenly in chaos, but the scene in the hall was quite different. In a quiet corner, Fong Zhenghong looked at the elegant man in front of him and spoke in a flattering tone, Mr. Gu, I wonder if you have reviewed the Strategic Cooperation Framework Agreement I sent you? Gu Wenyan's slender fingertips slid across the teacup. I've checked it. There's nothing wrong with it. Feng Zhenghong was delighted and said cautiously, "Then when can we sign?" "Mr. Gu." A sudden voice interrupted the conversation. Zhang Zhe walked in from outside, quickly came to Gu Wenyan, and whispered something in his ear. Gu Wenyan's eyebrows twitched, and he stood up and walked towards the yard. "Hey, Mr. Gu, you haven't answered my question yet." Feng Zhenghong didn't understand what was going on, so he quickly followed. When I arrived in the yard, I saw Hua Zhonghui acting like a shrew, Shi Chang standing in the middle, and Yu Tingwan holding Gu Yan calmly, with no expression on her face. At this time, someone in the crowd said, "Mr. Gu is here." These 4 short words were like a needle piercing through the mask on Yu Tingwan's face, and he turned around to look behind him. The sound of heavy footsteps came from far away and gradually approached. As the crowd automatically made way for them, Gu Wenyan came out in a suit and tie. The light falling on his shoulders seemed to cast a layer of golden light. Feng Zhenghong, who was standing behind him, saw that his wife was also among them. He hadn't reacted to what was happening yet, but since Gu Wenyan was here, he subconsciously started to scold, "Zhonghui, what are you doing?" When Hua Zhonghui saw Feng Zhenghong, she grabbed at a life-saving straw and complained angrily, "Husband, this woman bullied our son." Feng Zhenghong looked at Yu Tingwan and frowned slightly. Gu Wenyan's banquet tonight was so grand that he naturally recognized this woman. It is said that she is Gu Wenyan's adopted lover, and the child in her arms is Gu Wenyan's illegitimate child. Feng Zhenghong lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" Hua Zhonghui was the first to complain, "This woman pushed our son and hit me." Looking at his wife's red and swollen cheeks, Feng Zhenghong's expression became solemn and he subconsciously looked at Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan's expression did not change at all, his eyes were fixed on Yu Tingwan not far away. He had only been away for a short while when such a big commotion occurred. "You really have a promising future." Feng Zhenghong couldn't figure out Gu Wenyan's thoughts, but Yu Tingwan was his partner after all, so he quickly made a decision and smiled to smooth things over. "Mr. Gu, there may be some misunderstanding here." Hua Zhonghui said unwillingly, "What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Didn't you see how badly she hit my face?" "Shut up!" Feng Zhenghong shouted in a low voice, "Didn't you see that I was discussing business with Mr. Gu?" Hua Zhonghui closed his mouth unwillingly. Feng Zhenghong smiled at Gu Wenyan, "Boss Gu, let's go in and continue discussing business." Compared to those trivial matters between women, the cooperation between the two families is naturally more important. Besides, since it was Yu Tingwan who took action, Gu Wenyan definitely couldn't keep harping on it. This is a good opportunity to do Gu Wenyan a favor, which will also make it easier to discuss business later. Shi Chang was a little unsure. She tugged at Yu Tingwan's clothes and whispered, "Wan, do you think Gu Wen will not stand up for an in at the banquet? I heard that the Feng family has recently cooperated with the Gu family." Yu Tingwan pulled the corner of his mouth. "What do you think? On one side is a partner, on the other side is a lover. Anyone with a discerning eye knows which one to choose. What's more, in the eyes of outsiders, it was the mother and son who started the fight first, so they were both in the wrong." Yu Tingwan lowered her head, staring at the whirl of hair on Gu Yan's head, and pulled the corners of her mouth with difficulty. "It doesn't matter even if Gu Wenyan doesn't stand on my side. Anyway, I slapped her, so I made a profit." Looking at Yu Tingwan's pretending to be strong smile, Shi Chang felt a little uncomfortable. The huge courtyard fell silent in an instant. Everyone was waiting for Gu Wenyan's answer. Just when everyone thought he would just go along with it, he suddenly laughed. "I don't think this is a misunderstanding, is it?" Yu Tingwan's breath caught and he slowly raised his head. The smile on Feng Zhenghong's face froze. "What is Gu Wenyan doing? Do I have to stand up for a lover and an illegitimate child?" Gu Wenyan squatted down and waved casually at Gu Yan. Gu Yan bit his lip and walked over slowly. Gu Wenyan took him into his arms, and didn't even react when the cream on Gu Yan's body rubbed against his sleeves. "Tell Dad what happened." Gu Yan felt a sour feeling in his nose and told Gu Wenyan everything that had just happened. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. "So, he was the one who scolded you and Mom first?" Gu Yan nodded his head and said aggrievedly, "He also asked me to eat the cake on the ground." Gu Wenyan glanced at the cream cake at his feet. There was obviously nothing wrong with that glance, but it made Hua Zhonghui inexplicably feel uneasy. She subconsciously argued, "Mr. Gu, don't listen to him. He was the first to attack my son, and now he's the first to complain when he sees you coming." At this time, Xie Jingjie stood up and said, "Uncle Gu, he was the one who scolded Brother Renan first, and then Brother Renan started to fight. I can testify to this." Hua Zhonghui glared at Xie Jingjie resentfully. "What does it have to do with him? Gu Wenyan slowly stood up and turned to look at Feng Zhenghong. Boss Feng, what do you say? Feng Zhenghong's smile was a little strained. Mr. Gu, although my son was wrong in this matter, Miss you and your son also took action. Why don't we just let it go? Before Gu Wenyan could speak, a tender voice rang out from the crowd. Wenyan, I think Mr. Feng is right. Yu Tingwan's heart moved slightly, and she looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Wen Shi walking out of the crowd with Gu Lang. The temperature in her eyes instantly turned cold. Shi Chang couldn't help but spit. Shameless, do you really think she is Gu Wenyan's wife? Under the gaze of everyone, when she came to Gu Wenyan, as if this was her original position, and consoled her, although this matter was instigated by Mr. Feng's son, Miss Yu and the child are not in the right. It will not benefit anyone if this matter gets out of hand. Gu Wenyan stared, then turned to look at Wen Shi. Wen Shi thought Gu Wenyan was persuaded, so he lowered his voice and said, besides, today is Mr. Xie's birthday party. Even if you don't give face to Mr. Feng, you should give face to Mr. Xie. Gu Wenyan stared at her with his deep eyes, his voice was unrecognizable. If it was Gu Lang who was wrong today, would you let me let it go? When she seemed to be frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Gu Wenyan retracted his gaze, passing over the little fat boy in Hua Zhenghui's arms, and then moved back to Feng Zhenghong's face. Junlin's eyebrows raised with interest. You are right, this matter should not be taken too seriously. Feng Zhenghong's heart finally came back to its original place. Mr. Gu, you are really wise. Before he finished speaking, Gu Wenyan added, his voice, which was full of laughter, lost its warmth. In that case, let your son lick the cream off the ground, and this matter will be over. Chapter 38 Taking her place. Feng Zhenghong's face changed drastically. Lick it clean? Gu Wenyan raised a mocking arc at the corner of his lips. Doesn't he really like to let others eat things on the ground? In this case, I will satisfy his special hobby. Hua Zhenghui said quickly, Mr. Gu, this won't work. The ground is so dirty. How can my son eat something so unclean? Gu Wenyan looked at her coldly, his dark eyes were cold and sinister. You mean, my son can eat it? Hua Zhenghui was like a chicken whose throat was suddenly strangled, unable to make any sound. Originally, they thought that Yu Tingwan was in the wrong in this matter, and since the two families had a partnership, Gu Wenyan would say whatever he wanted to keep the peace. After all, who would stand up for a lover and an illegitimate child? But they never expected that Gu Wenyan would not play by the rules. The ground was covered with mud, and the cream had all melted into the grass because of the weather. If you ate it, you would get a stomachache. Gu Wenyan, however, had no intention of giving him face. Should I ask someone to do it, or do you guys do it yourself? Feng Zhenghong gritted his teeth and held on to the last glimmer of hope and said, Boss Gu, our two companies still have cooperation. Do you really want to make things like this? Gu Wenyan chuckled, a deep laugh spilling out from his chest. Did I say I want to cooperate with you? Feng Zhenghong's heart skipped a beat, as if he had fallen into a bottomless cliff. Hua Zhenghui was also dumbfounded. They finally got the cooperation with Gu Corporation, but it was gone just like that? Gu Wenyan seemed to have lost his patience. He waved his hand, and Zhang Jie behind him immediately pulled the little fat boy away from Hua Zhenghui's arms. The little fat boy had never seen such a scene before, and he was so scared that he screamed, Let me go! Son! Realizing what Zhang Jie was going to do, Feng Zhenghong and Hua Zhenghui became anxious and subconsciously tried to go over, but were stopped by the bodyguards the next second. Zhang Jie carried the little fat boy to the pool of melted cake, grabbed his head and pressed him to the ground. The little fat boy struggled violently, his fat flesh trembling. Dad, Mom. Feng Zhenghong and Hua Zhenghui were so anxious that they were spinning around, but they were stopped by the bodyguards and couldn't get through. The two could only watch as their precious son's head was pressed into the cream cake on the ground. His entire face was covered with cream. He made indistinct sounds and struggled with his hands and feet. Yu Tingwan, who was in the crowd, watched this scene with her heart beating fast. She had already made plans to settle the matter at Gu Wen's banquet. But Gu Wenyan actually stood up for Anan. Shi Chang said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, it really makes people happy. Let him bully Anan. Yu Tingwan bit her lips, feeling an indescribable complexity in her heart. The yard was filled with the fat boys struggling and crying. The guests present dared not make a sound and looked at each other. No one expected that Gu Wen would cause such a big fuss at the banquet. Seeing that the little fat boy was almost out of breath, Hua Zhenghui finally couldn't stand it anymore. She fell to her knees and begged for mercy. Mr. Gu, my son knows he was wrong, please let him go this time. Feng Zhenghong couldn't help but plead, Boss Gu, please show mercy, he won't dare to do it again. Gu Wenyan turned his gaze towards him lightly. Will you eat up the rest for him? Feng Zhenghong suddenly fell silent. All the people who came to the birthday party today were acquaintances. If he really ate on the ground like a dog, he would not be able to stay in Beijing and Hong Kong anymore. At this time, Mr. Xia heard the noise and rushed over. He looked at the little fat boy who was pressed to the ground eating cake, Hua Zhanghui who was crying loudly, and Feng Zhenghong who looked ashen. His face suddenly darkened. What's going on? The butler told Mr. Xia the whole story. Mr. Xia's expression became complicated after hearing this. The Feng family's children are too unreasonable, actually causing trouble at his birthday party. And the ones being bullied were the children of the Gu family. Outsiders can't see it, but Mr. Xia is a shrewd man. If Gu Wenyan really didn't value Gu Yayan, why would he bring him to such an important occasion? Only those who are as stupid as pigs would think that Gu Wenyan did not take this child seriously. But the younger generations of the Xia and Feng families were friends, and the Feng family was invited by the Xia family, so they couldn't make things too ugly. Old Master Xia tried to smooth things over and said, it was the Feng family's child who did something wrong. Otherwise, let him apologize and forget about it. Gu family boy, just give me, an old man, some face. Looking at Mr. Xia's expression, Gu Wenyan glanced at the little fat boy whose face was covered in cream. He was almost suffocating due to the cream, and his face was whiter than the wall. Gu Wenyan gave Zhang Zhu a wink. Zhang Zhu understood, pulled the fat boy up from the ground and threw him in front of Gu Yayan. Gu Wenyan stood on the steps, looking down at him. What should I do? Do you need me to teach you? Feng Zhenghong and Hua Zhanghui rushed over and held the little fat boy down, saying, Son, hurry up and apologize to Masterin. The little fat boy was so frightened by this that he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. His voice was trembling. Yes, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again next time. Gu Wenyan looked down at Gu Yayan in his arms. What do you mean? Do you want to forgive him? Feng Zhenghong's heart beat fast when he heard this. He was afraid that Gu Wenyan would still make a fuss about it. He ignored his self-esteem and said quickly, Masterin, it was my son who was wrong just now. I promise he won't dare to do it again. Please don't make a fuss about it. Gu Yayan looked at Yu Tingwan who was not far away, then looked at Gu Wenyan, and pouted, Are you going to scold me and my mother again? Feng Zhenghong held the little fat boy down. Masterin, he won't dare to do it again, I promise you. The little fat boy nodded rapidly, fearing that he would be forced back to eat the cake again. Gu Yayan frowned and thought for a while, then he put his arm around Gu Wenyan's neck and said, Dad, Mom said that a child who knows when to correct his mistakes is a good child. If he scolds me and Mom again next time, you can help me teach him a lesson. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll listen to you. Feng Zhenghong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Boss Gu, Masterin, don't worry. I will teach my son a lesson when I get back and will never let him talk nonsense again. Gu Wenyan waved his hand, and Feng Zhenghong immediately left with Hua Zhanghui, who looked distressed, and the pale-faced little fat boy. Coming out of the banquet hall, Hua Zhanghui finally came to her senses and rebuked, Gu Wenyan bullied our son like this, and you just let it go. Feng Zhenghong's face was livid. Shut up. How dare you say that? I told you to discipline your son, but you didn't listen. Now, what's wrong? Hua Zhanghui felt sorry for her son, and after hearing her husband's self-blame, she couldn't help but retort, Now you blame me. Why don't you usually take care of my son? Does my son belong to me alone? Besides, if Gu Wenyan hadn't insisted on being serious, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. How did Feng Zhenghong know that Gu Wenyan cared so much about Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan? If he had known this would happen, he would never have let his son provoke them. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. Not only did we lose face, but we also lost the cooperation. In the courtyard, Mr. Xie said, Housekeeper, prepare a guest room, and go get a set of Jingjia's clothes for the Gu family children. They are about the same age, so they should be able to wear them. Yes. The butler made a gesture of invitation. Miss Yu, follow me. Yu Tingwan thanked Mr. Xia. When she passed by Gu Wenyan, she paused and took Gu Yayan upstairs. Shi Chang snorted heavily as she passed by when she, and followed him up. Gu family boy, come with me. Mr. Xia said this to Gu Wenyan. Gu Wenyan had already guessed what Mr. Xia was going to say. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk into the hall. After the few people left, the guests who were watching the fun also scattered. After this incident, they finally realized that Gu Wenyan did not value Yu Tingwan and her son as the rumors said. Who said Mr. Gu doesn't care about this illegitimate child? I think he does. That's right. Everyone knows that Mr. Gu and the Feng family are about to cooperate. If it were someone else, they would have just brushed it off long ago. Didn't everyone say that Mr. Gu likes Wen Shi? I don't think what she said just now was of much use. In a short time, Yu Tingwan might even be able to replace Wen Shi. When she stood there, listening to the discussions of the people around him, his fingers turning white from being clenched so tightly. Gu Wenyan's attention to Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan was beyond her expectations. An uncontrollable sense of crisis rose in my heart, as if something precious was about to be taken away. Gu Lang had no idea what his mother was thinking. He was so frightened by the aura with which Gu Wenyan had just taught the Feng family as three members a lesson that his hands and feet turned cold. He was glad that he had not provoked Gu Yayan today. Dad is so scary. Chapter 39. Is that how you thank me? It's so cool. Didn't you see how Mr. Feng and his wife looked? Their faces turned pale with fear, as if they had been dead for 3 days and 3 nights. In the bathroom, Shi Chang said gloatingly while helping Gu Yayan clean the cream off his body. It's really gratifying to think about the little fat boy being forced to eat the cake on the ground just now. But I was quite surprised. I didn't expect Gu Wenyan to help Anan. I thought he would listen to Wen Shi's instigation and let you suffer the loss. Yu Tingwan squeezed some shampoo to wash Gu Yayan's hair and whispered, I didn't expect that either. Shi Chang snorted coldly, he still has some conscience and didn't let you and your son suffer any injustice. At this time, Gu Yayan spoke, his sparkling eyes full of admiration. Mom, Dad was so handsome just now. This was the first time Gu Yayan saw Gu Wenyan using his power to pressure others. It was completely different from the last time when he asked Gu Lang to apologize. Only then did he realize that his father was so powerful, just like Superman. Yu Tingwan pinched the tip of his nose. What are you talking about? Next time something like this happens, you can't be so impulsive. Got it? What she was most worried about was Gu Yayan getting hurt. Shi Chang smiled evilly. After what happened today, only those who don't have eyes will dare to talk nonsense again. The scene of Gu Wenyan stepping forward just now flashed through Yu Tingwan's mind. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably and she uttered an almost inaudible hymn. After what happened today, those people probably won't dare to bully Anan anymore. Not long after, the two of them brought Gu Yayan, who had just taken a shower, downstairs. The guests around them looked at them with obviously different eyes. Mr. Xie was talking to Gu Wenyan. When they saw them coming down, the former glanced at the clothes on Gu Yayan and said with a smile, it fits him perfectly. Yu Tingwan felt embarrassed. Thank you, old man. I'm sorry to trouble you. Mr. Xie waved his hand and said, the Feng family was not kind in this matter. It would be good to teach them a lesson. Yu Tingwan had never had much contact with Mr. Xie before, and thought that he would look down on her status like other superiors, but she didn't expect him to be so reasonable. Mr. Xie glanced at Gu Wenyan and said meaningfully, besides, it's not you who is causing trouble. Gu Wenyan tapped his fingers casually on the table. You mean I should pretend I didn't see it even if I saw it? Mr. Xie snorted coldly, that's not what I meant, but it's good to make such a fuss. No one will dare to talk nonsense in the future. Gu Wenyan made a big fuss about the matter in front of everyone, and naturally he wanted to achieve this effect. At this moment, Mr. Xie couldn't figure out what Gu Wenyan was thinking about Yu Tingwan. If he treated Yu Tingwan as his lover and brought her to public places so openly, and if he liked Yu Tingwan, it seemed that he had no intention of marrying her. After the birthday party, everyone left the banquet hall one after another, and Shi Chang said goodbye to them at the door. Gu Wenyan said casually, Miss Shi has taken care of them over the years, and I haven't thanked you yet. These words sounded like a threat to Yu Tingwan. Her heart tightened slightly. She tugged at the corner of Gu Wenyan's clothes and whispered, you said you wouldn't cause trouble for Shi Chang. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Did I say I was going to cause trouble for her? Yu Tingwan's eyes revealed a bit of confusion, and Gu Wenyan teased, can't I really thank her? You're not that easy to talk to. Yu Tingwan secretly complained in his heart, and said half doubtfully, are you really not going to settle accounts with Shi Chang? Gu Wenyan asked back, if I wanted to cause trouble for her, would I have to wait until now? Yu Tingwan thought about it and agreed. If Gu Wenyan really wanted to teach Shi Chang a lesson, the Shi family would have been in trouble long ago. Shi Chang didn't care about the twists and turns involved. She snorted coldly, you're welcome. Wan Wan is my good sister and Anan is my godson. It's my duty to take care of them. So, Mr. Gu, you'd better be nicer to Wan Wan and Anan in the future. If they are wronged, maybe I will take care of them a second time. Yu Tingwan's scalp tingled when he heard this, and he tried to wink at Shi Chang. Shi Chang curled her lips, got in her own car and left. After the car drove away, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but speak up for Shi Chang. She's just worried about me, don't bother with her. Gu Wenyan took in the uneasiness in her eyes and put his hands in his pockets. Don't worry, I'm not that stingy. Seeing that Gu Wenyan had no intention of getting into trouble with Shi Chang, Yu Tingwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to get on the bus, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Wenyan! When she chased out of the banquet hall, still holding Gu Lang's hand. Yu Tingwan's face turned slightly cold, and he said to Gu Wenyan, I'll take An back to the car first. After saying that, he took Gu Yan back to the car. Not long after, when she brought Gu Lang to them. Gu Lang was still a little afraid of Gu Wenyan because of what happened just now, so he didn't rush over to hug him like before. When she explained with a dry laugh, Xiao Lang was a little scared just now. Gu Wenyan said indifferently, he didn't participate, what is he afraid of? When she couldn't keep the smile on her face. Xiao Lang certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Gu Wenyan turned his watch nonchalantly, this is the best. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. When she bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. She explained in a low voice, Wenyan, that's not what I said in the yard just now. I'm just worried that you'll have a grudge with others. If it was Xiao Lang today, I would do the same. Gu Wenyan's gaze returned to her face. I know you have no bad intentions, but if I don't take the initiative today, have you ever thought about what will happen to them? They don't dare to talk about you to your face because they know you are the one I like. But Yu Tingwan has also been with me for 3 years. His words were not harsh, but when she felt as if she had been slapped in the face. She smiled with difficulty, you're right, I didn't think it through. Go back. Seeing Gu Wenyan about to leave, when she hurriedly called him, Wenyan. Gu Wenyan stopped and looked at her. When she pursed her lips and said, you haven't been home for several days. Can you accompany Xiao Lang tonight? Gu Wenyan did not respond, but looked over her shoulder at Yu Tingwan in the car. The streetlights shone obliquely into the car. Yu Tingwan sat in the back seat, staring at him with her clear black and white eyes without a trace of impurities. Gu Wenyan's heart moved inexplicably, and the thought that had just emerged was suppressed again, no. My child just recovered from his illness, and this happened again today. I stayed at home with him. I'll go over when I have time. When she stood there, looking at the car going away, and the calmness on his face could no longer be maintained. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but ever since Yu Tingwan came back, Gu Wenyan seemed to become increasingly cold towards her and Gu Lang. After returning to the villa, Uncle Zhang took Gu Yan upstairs, and Yu Tingwan followed Gu Wenyan back to the room. Gu Wenyan took off his suit jacket, and Yu Tingwan caught a glimpse of the blue on his shirt, which should be the cream he had rubbed off on it in the yard just now. Yu Tingwan stretched out her finger and pointed quietly, Mr. Gu, your clothes are dirty. Gu Wenyan lowered his head following her gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, go get me some clean clothes. Yu Tingwan uttered a dry "oh." After Gu Wenyan entered the bathroom, she turned around and went to the cloakroom. Having lived here for 3 years, she knew everything here very well. Holding pajamas and coming to the bathroom, Yu Tingwan reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. Gu Wenyan's deep voice came from inside. Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter the bathroom. Surrounded by mist, Gu Wenyan leaned back in the bathtub, with his wet black hair pushed back, revealing his sexy Adam's apple, exuding an inexplicable sexiness. After not hearing any footsteps for a while, he glanced sideways and saw Yu Tingwan standing at the door, looking a little hesitant. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows, don't come over? Since he had spoken, Yu Tingwan had no choice but to go over and put the clothes on the rack. Just as he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to slip away, Gu Wenyan said, help me see where else the cream is stained. What Yu Tingwan wanted to say finally turned into the word okay, and she moved slowly to Gu Wenyan like a snail. Cream didn't see anything, but instead saw the well-defined abdominal muscles, with sexy and tight lines. Yu Tingwan's gaze downwards seemed to be burned, so she quickly looked away and changed the subject, saying, Boss Gu, thank you for today. If it weren't for Gu Wenyan, things definitely wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly. Gu Wenyan turned to look at her after hearing this. There was a hazy mist lingering behind her, making Yu Tingwan's lips look even redder. Her watery eyes were curved inwards and outwards, revealing a hint of charm. Gu Wenyan suddenly had a bad idea and raised his eyebrows, is this how you plan to thank me? Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Yu Tingwan's ears suddenly turned red. Well, I'm going out first. Yu Tingwan subconsciously wanted to leave, but the next second a strong arm grabbed her waist. Before she could react, she was pulled into the bathtub. From the bathroom to the cloakroom, and then to the bed. After it was over, Yu Tingwan felt like her whole body was falling apart. The lights in the room were turned off at some point. Yu Tingwan leaned in Gu Wenyan's arms, feeling his hot and firm chest muscles. She was so close that she could almost hear his heartbeat. "You're not going to sleep yet, do you want to do it again?" Gu Wenyan's dangerous voice sounded above his head, like a jaguar lurking in the dark night. Yu Tingwan shivered and felt a dull pain in his waist again, so he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Looking at her slightly trembling eyelashes, a smile quickly flashed across Gu Wenyan's eyes. He tightened his long arms and brought the soft body in his arms closer. As the night deepened, the whole city seemed to have come to a standstill. In the middle of the night, the sound of a cell phone ringing suddenly broke the quiet air. Yu Tingwan was woken up in a daze. She opened her eyes and saw Gu Wenyan took the phone and leaned against the head of the bed to answer the call. The next second, she clearly saw the remaining sleepiness on Gu Wenyan's face fade away, and he regained his daytime clarity. He then threw back the quilt, got out of bed and put on his clothes. Yu Tingwan's heart couldn't help but rise and fall. "Where are you going?" Hearing the voice behind him, Gu Wenyan turned around and saw Yu Tingwan looking at him. There was a hint of haziness and dreaminess in her eyes, adding a touch of misty softness, like a cat that had just woken up. Gu Wenyan's eyes softened a little, and he bent down and kissed her on the cheek. "When she is injured, I'll go over and take a look." With just one sentence, the warmth from Yu Tingwan disappeared completely. Chapter 40. Spend more time with him these days. After Gu Wenyan left, Yu Tingwan lost all desire to sleep. Her body, which had been warm just now, seemed to be completely wrapped in an ice cave. She couldn't help but shrink into the quilt, but still couldn't relieve the coldness. She knew that Gu Wenyan would not come back tonight. In Gu Wenyan's heart, only when she and Gu Lang are the most important. As long as the other party calls, they can call Gu Wenyan away in the middle of the night. Yu Tingwan smiled bitterly and closed his eyes, but he couldn't fall asleep. I don't know how long it took, but the light outside started to grow dim. Yu Tingwan looked at the time and it was already 8 o'clock. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she rubbed her bloodshot eyes and got up to CNN. Gu Yan was already awake and was playing with himself on the bed. When he heard the door open, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. His fluttering eyelashes betrayed him. Yu Tingwan walked over and kissed Gu Yan on the head. "Baby, wake up." The hair made Gu Yan feel a little itchy, so he opened his eyes and smiled to avoid it. "Mom, where's Dad?" Yu Tingwan's smile cracked for a moment, but she said calmly, "Dad is out." Gu Yan thought Gu Wenyan had gone to the company and looked a little disappointed. After what happened at yesterday's birthday party, he unknowingly became more dependent on Gu Wenyan. Yu Tingwan diverted her attention. "Mom will make you your favorite scrambled eggs today, okay?" As expected, Gu Yan's attention was diverted, and his eyes lit up. "Okay." Yu Tingwan hadn't cooked for a long time, but luckily her hands were still fresh and she made some beautiful pancakes in no time. When she was in Shanghua, she often made this for Gu Yan as breakfast. Gu Yan ate with such relish that he didn't even notice the crumbs stuck to the corners of his mouth. Yu Tingwan smiled helplessly and was about to use a tissue to wipe the corners of his mouth when the phone on the table suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, Yu Tingwan's hand holding the tissue slowly dropped down, her fingertips curled up, and then she picked up the phone. "Woke up?" A man's deep and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Yu Tingwan stared at the bowl in front of him and hummed softly. Gu Wenyan heard her voice was lifeless, so he thought she was still asleep. "Where's Anan?" Yu Tingwan glanced at Gu Yan, who was standing opposite him, and said, "I'm having breakfast." Gu Wenyan hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll say a few words to him." Yu Tingwan handed the phone to Gu Yan's ear. When he heard Gu Wenyan's voice, his eyes lit up. "Dad." Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, Gu Yan didn't even have time to eat breakfast and was talking excitedly to Gu Wenyan. After a while, Gu Yan handed the phone back and said in a baby voice, "Mom, Dad asked you to answer the phone." Yu Tingwan paused, took the phone back from him, and said calmly, "Hurry up and eat breakfast, it's cold." Gu Yan nodded obediently. His mood became very good, and he ate the pancake with big mouthfuls. Yu Tingwan put the phone back to her ear. "Hello?" Gu Wenyan said on the other end of the phone, "When she is injured and is in the hospital. I will stay with her in the hospital for the next few days and will not go back for the time being." Although he had prepared himself mentally, Yu Tingwan's heart still skipped a beat. She whispered, "I know. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, Yu Tingwan said first, Mr. Gu, I still have to take care of Anan's dinner, so I'll hang up first. She quickly pressed the end button, and the expression reflected on the screen gradually dimmed. Looking at the disconnected screen in front of him, Gu Wenyan's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wenxi's weak voice suddenly came from beside him. Wenyan, am I disturbing you? Gu Wenyan put his phone back into his pocket and turned to look at Wenxi on the bed. No. Wenxi sighed, it's all my fault for being careless and causing you trouble. Yesterday at midnight, when she went downstairs to drink water, but because the light was too dim and he couldn't see clearly, he fell down the stairs. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, just a sprained foot, and I need to rest for a few days. Gu Wenyan returned to the bed and sat down, his voice steady, you are injured, don't think about it. When she looked down at Gu Lang, who was sleeping soundly on top of her, and said helplessly, I told Xiao Lang that everything was fine, but he still insisted on calling you. Last night, Gu Lang was awakened by the noise outside. When he walked out of the room, he saw Wenxi lying at the stairs. He made that phone call to Gu Wenyan while crying. Gu Wenyan didn't take it to heart, he also cares about you. When she forced a smile, her eyes fell on Gu Wenyan's cell phone, and she hesitated, did you just call miss you? Gu Wenyan thought of the hung-up call and hummed heavily. When she observed Gu Wenyan's expression and said, if you are busy, you can leave first. I can do it alone. Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows, are you planning to let Gu Lang take care of you? These words diluted the solemnity in the atmosphere. When she laughed, then thought of something and bit her lip, I thought you were still angry with me because of what happened last time and didn't want to pay attention to me. She was referring to the time when Yu Tingwan called and asked her to tell Gu Yayan. Gu Wenyan said calmly, I'm not angry with you. Really? When she blinked, you haven't come to see Xiao Lang for a while, I thought you. She didn't finish her words, but Gu Wenyan knew what she meant and reached out to tuck the corner of the quilt for her. It was because Gu Yayan was sick some time ago that I stayed with him for a while longer. It has nothing to do with you. When she seemed to be relieved. That's good. I was worried that Miss Yu would be unhappy. Gu Wenyan didn't respond, don't think too much, just take a rest. A hint of disappointment flashed through Wenxi's heart, and he hummed meekly, then will you stay here with Xiao Lang and me for the next few days? She looked at Gu Wenyan expectantly and said, Xiao Lang hasn't played with you for several days. Although he didn't say it, he has been unhappy these days. Gu Wenyan remained silent. When she secretly clutched the bedsheet under her body, I know Xiao Lang has not behaved well recently, but you have to understand. Xiao Lang was originally an only child, and now he suddenly has a brother. In addition, you have been accompanying Miss Yu and her child all this time. Xiao Lang can't help but feel that the other party has taken away his love, so he can't let it go for a while. But now he has figured it out. When he went back yesterday, he was still worried about his brother. He said that if he had been there, his brother would not have been bullied. Gu Wenyan's brows relaxed slightly, and his tone softened a bit, it's best if he has this awareness. When she reached out and tugged at the corner of Gu Wenyan's clothes, and said softly, then can you spend more time with him these few days? He will be going to school soon, and I don't want him to be unhappy. Gu Wenyan looked at Gu Lang's sleeping face for a while, then hummed. When she was delighted. Looking at the wound on his leg, the scene of him rolling down the stairs last night emerged in his mind. Where no one noticed, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Gu Wenyan didn't go home for the next few days. It was as if she had returned to the time when she had just returned to the Gu family, as if the tenderness she had felt some time ago was all Yu Tingwan's illusion. That day, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yayan to a nearby shopping mall to buy things for school. When they passed an intersection, they were blocked by a black car that suddenly stopped in front of them. A man in sunglasses got out of the car and said, Ms. Yu, please. Chapter 41, Always Thinking of Leaving Me. Yu Tingwan instinctively put Gu Yayan behind him and looked at the person in front of him defensively, who are you? The man in sunglasses said, you'll know when you get there. He made a gesture of invitation to Yu Tingwan, but his attitude was very tough. Yu Tingwan stepped back subconsciously, narrowing his eyes slightly. If you don't explain clearly, we won't get in the car with you, or are you planning to tie us up in the car in broad daylight? The man in sunglasses looked around. It was rush hour and there were people everywhere. If she shouted, things might get out of hand. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses had no choice but to say, Ms. Yu, don't worry, I don't want to hurt you, it's just that someone up there wants to see you. The person above? Yu Tingwan's heart moved. Who would be interested in someone like her? Were you sent by the Feng family? Yu Tingwan could only think of this possibility for the time being. After all, Gu Wenyan had just taught the Feng family a lesson not long ago, and the cooperation between the two families was cancelled as a result. The man in sunglasses shook his head. Since they are not from the Feng family, they are not seeking revenge. What's more, if the other party really wanted to hurt them, they would not choose a place with so many people. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Yu Tingwan had to give up resisting and carried Gu Yayan into the car. "Mom, where are we going?" Gu Yayan looked at Yu Tingwan with an innocent face. Yu Tingwan touched his head and said, "Mom doesn't know either." Gu Yayan showed a somewhat confused look. At this time, Yu Tingwan no longer cared about him. He turned his head to look out the window, and his eyes gradually became sharp. I don't know how long we drove before a luxury mansion on the top of a mountain came into view. When she saw the familiar building in front of her, Yu Tingwan guessed who wanted to see her. In the living room, a dignified and noble middle-aged woman sat on the sofa. She was surrounded by jewels, which made her look even more noble. She exuded an oppressive aura just by sitting there. Yu Tingwan greeted her neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Mrs. Xing. Long time no see." Xing Huiyun's eyes fell on Yu Tingwan. There was no contempt or disdain in her eyes, only the usual contempt of a superior. "I thought I would never miss you again." Yu Tingwan replied calmly, "I also thought I would never see Madame Xing again." 5 years ago, Yu Tingwan accompanied Gu Wenyan to deliver a birthday present and met Xing Huiyun once from a distance. Xing Huiyun sneered, "If you really don't want to see me again, you won't come back to Jinggang." Xing Huiyun has never liked the lover her son has kept. She thinks that this lover is just a substitute for when because her son can't get her. But at least Yu Tingwan was relatively well behaved and had never caused any trouble, so Xing Huiyun turned a blind eye. Who knew that not long after, Yu Tingwan disappeared? In order to find her, Gu Wenyan caused a lot of trouble in the city. This woman is more complicated than she thought. Hearing Xing Huiyun's words, Yu Tingwan's heart sank. She had already seen that Xing Huiyun came here today to call her to task. As expected, Xing Huiyun asked, "I heard you brought back a child this time?" Yu Tingwan didn't intend to lie, and since Xing Huiyun came to her, it meant that she had received the news, yes. Xing Huiyun sneered, "Ms. Yu, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect that you were as short-sighted as those women out there. Do you think that by giving birth to our Gu family's child, you can marry into the Gu family?" If she hadn't heard that Gu Wenyan took Yu Tingwan to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xie family yesterday, she wouldn't have known that Yu Tingwan had returned and had given birth to a child. Yu Tingwan pinched her fingertips, raised her head and looked directly into Xing Huiyun's eyes. "I haven't thought about it that way." "I haven't thought about it that way." Xing Huiyun's lips curled up. "Then why don't you abort the child?" Yu Tingwan originally wanted to explain, but Xing Huiyun probably wouldn't believe it. Xing Huiyun was about to make a few sarcastic remarks when she saw Gu Yayan behind Yu Tingwan. Gu Yayan poked his little head out, and his big round eyes looked at Xing Huiyun curiously. Looking at the little face in front of her that looked exactly like Gu Wenyan, Xing Huiyun's pupils trembled. This child. She had heard a long time ago that this child looked very similar to Gu Wenyan, but she didn't believe it at first. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she realized that they really looked like they were cast from the same mold. Gu Yayan hugged Yu Tingwan's thigh and asked curiously, "Mom, who is she?" Yu Tingwan was a little troubled. "You can't tell Gu Yayan that this is your grandmother." Yu Tingwan changed the way she put it, "She's your father's mother." Gu Yayan opened his eyes wide and said in a baby voice, "Grandma." Hearing the word grandma, Xing Huiyun's heart seemed to be moved. She frowned and snorted coldly, "Who is your grandma? Don't claim relatives randomly." Gu Yayan looked at Yu Tingwan somewhat helplessly. Yu Tingwan was not surprised, because the Gu family would not acknowledge Anan as their child. She touched Gu Yayan's head and corrected him, "Anan, you should call her Madame Xing." Although Gu Yayan didn't know why he couldn't call her grandma, he intuitively knew that the person in front of him didn't like him, so he pursed his lips and whispered, "Mrs. Xing." Xing Huiyun's heart suddenly tightened for some reason, as if she saw Gu Wenyan's aggrieved look when he was a child. Facing a face that looked exactly like her own son, she finally softened her heart and said, "Housekeeper, I want to talk to Miss Yu. Take the child to the restaurant to eat something." The housekeeper has worked here for decades and has practically watched Gu Wenyan grow up. Facing this child who looks exactly like Mr. Gu, his tone can't help but become loving. "Masterin, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Yu Tingwan didn't know what Xing Huiyun wanted to do, so she stood in front of Gu Yayan out of concern. Seeing through her thoughts, Xing Huiyun snorted, "After all, he has Gu family blood in his veins. I won't lay a hand on a child." Yu Tingwan thought about it and realized that if Xing Huiyun really wanted to take action, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Only then did she let down her guard and let Gu Yayan and the housekeeper go to the restaurant. "Mrs. Xing, just say whatever you want to say." After Gu Yayan left, Yu Tingwan said calmly, "I believe that you didn't come to me today to reminisce about the past." Perhaps it was because of what she saw Gu Yayan's appearance that Xing Huiyun's tone was no longer as cold and hard as it was at the beginning. She sighed, "Ms. Yu, you are a smart person. You should know that with your status, you will never be able to enter our Gu family. If Wen Yan's father knew about this, he would never let you go. You have to know that for people like us, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. So you'd better put away the thoughts that shouldn't be there." Yu Tingwan's eyelashes trembled. Of course she knows better than anyone else. From the first day she met Gu Wenyan, she knew that there would never be any possibility for the two of them. Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and smiled, "You worry too much. I am not as important to Mr. Gu as you think. And Mr. Gu has no intention of marrying me. The person he likes has always been Wen Shi. Even if he wants to marry, that person will only be Wen Shi. What's more, she gave birth to a grandson for your Gu family. So don't worry, what you are worried about will never happen." Xing Huiyun seemed thoughtful, as if considering the truth of what he said. Yu Tingwan lowered her voice, "Believe it or not, when I gave birth to this child, I never intended to threaten Mr. Gu or the Gu family. I just wanted to keep it as a thought for myself." Xing Huiyun narrowed her eyes, "How can I believe you?" Yu Tingwan's lips moved, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something bitter. It was the first time she knew that speaking could become so difficult. "On the day when Mr. Gu gets married, I will take the child and leave, and never show up again." "It seems like you've been thinking about leaving me." An icy male voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yu Tingwan felt like a balloon that had been slashed with a knife, and all the air in his body was released. She turned her head stiffly and saw Gu Wenyan walking in from outside in a suit and tie. Xing Huiyun frowned, "Son, why are you here?" When she said this, she looked at Yu Tingwan deeply, thinking that she was the one who tipped off. Yu Tingwan sighed. Xing Huiyun really misunderstood her. Gu Wenyan is taking care of Wen Shi in the hospital, so how could she bring shame upon herself by contacting him? Gu Wenyan took off his coat and threw it to the servant beside him. "You took my people away, shouldn't I come to see you?" Xing Huiyun snorted softly, "You are worried about her." Just now, for a moment, she almost believed Yu Tingwan. Now it seems that her son may not have no feelings for Yu Tingwan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Yu Tingwan was taken away by her and rushed here so quickly. Gu Wenyan didn't even look at Yu Tingwan. He walked past her and sat down next to Xing Huiyun. Yu Tingwan lowered his head and couldn't help but clench his palms. It seems that Gu Wenyan heard everything. Xing Huiyun's eyes flickered between the two of them. "You too, you actually hid her coming back from me so tightly, and what about that child?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyelids and glanced at Yu Tingwan, saying with contempt, "She's just a lover, what's there to say?" Yu Tingwan's heart couldn't help but tighten, and embarrassment suddenly surged into his chest. Xing Huiyun was not so easy to fool. "I think it's more than that. I heard yesterday that you made a scene at Mr. Xie's birthday party just to stand up for them." Gu Wenyan tugged at his tie and said, "I taught the Feng family a lesson because they slapped me in the face. It has nothing to do with other people." Xing Huiyun glanced in Yu Tingwan's direction and was now unsure. "It's really not for her? She's just a lover, why should I ruin my cooperation with the Feng family for her?" Gu Wenyan leaned back and sneered, "She doesn't have that much face." Every word he spoke was like a sharp dagger slicing through Yu Tingwan's heart, causing a stabbing pain. She lowered her eyes and stared blankly at the carpet under her feet. "So that's how it is. Because the Feng family embarrassed Gu Wenyan in public, he took action to teach them a lesson." Yu Tingwan thought to herself that it was a good thing that she did not overestimate her own abilities and ask Gu Wenyan that day, otherwise she would be the only one who would be embarrassed. Seeing that Gu Wenyan's expression didn't seem fake, Xing Huiyun felt relieved. "So how do you plan to solve this problem now?" Gu Wenyan tapped the armrest with his slender fingers and said casually, "I'm not married yet, so why would I make a fuss about having a lover?" Xing Huiyun asked tentatively, "What if you get married then?" Gu Wenyan turned a deaf ear to him. His deep black eyes fell on Yu Tingwan's direction as if they had substance. He spoke with undisguised mockery and sarcasm. "What she just said was very right. Even if there really comes a day when I get married, the person I will marry will only be Wen Shi." Chapter 42, Only a Lover to Give Me a Vent. Every word he said was like fragments of sandpaper, cutting the strings of reason bit by bit. Yu Tingwan lowered his head and everything in front of him became blurry. Xing Huiyun snorted coldly, Yu Tingwan is not suitable, and when she is even less suitable. Is she, a divorced woman, worthy of entering our Gu family? Just because she doesn't accept Yu Tingwan doesn't mean she can accept when she. Women understand women best. It is obvious at first glance that when she is a scheming person, otherwise she would not have climbed up to the big tree of Gu Wenyan as soon as she got divorced. Gu Wenyan's voice was cold, as chilling as a jade strike in the spacious hall. She is my only candidate for wife. Xing Huiyun was a little angry after hearing this. As long as I'm here, she will never be able to come in. Gu Wenyan said indifferently, then I will get married when you agree to it. The pale lips lost all their color. Yu Tingwan closed her eyes and raised her head. Her shaky smile was covered with a mask. Mrs. Xing, you heard it, Mr. Gu has no intention of marrying me. You should be relieved now. Xing Huiyun's expression became complicated. Originally, she thought that Gu Wenyan treated Yu Tingwan differently, but now it seems that her son only has one she in his heart. Xing Huiyun did not embarrass her any further, but just reminded her, Ms. Yu, don't forget what you said today. Yu Tingwan raised the corner of her mouth, don't worry, when that day comes, I will leave immediately and will definitely not cause any trouble to you and Mr. Gu. She emphasized each word, as if to emphasize it to the other person, or to herself. Without looking at Gu Wenyan's gloomy expression, Yu Tingwan stood up and said, since there is nothing for me to do here, I will leave first. She nodded to Xing Huiyun and was about to go to the restaurant to pick up Gu Yayan. At this moment, Gu Wenyan's cold voice suddenly sounded behind him, Mom, please send the child back for me later. Yu Tingwan paused abruptly. Even without turning back, she could still feel the gaze piercing her back. Xing Huiyun was a little dissatisfied, why don't you just pick him up now? I don't want to help you send the child away. Gu Wenyan stared at the stiff back and said coldly, I have some accounts to settle with her. Yu Tingwan's back stiffened, and the next second a strong arm grabbed her and she was dragged out of the villa by Gu Wenyan. Not long after the two left, Gu Yayan came out of the restaurant and found that Xing Huiyun was the only one left in the hall. He came to Xing Huiyun, looked up at her, and spoke with a soft ending, Mrs. Xing, where is mommy? Looking at Gu Yayan's cute little face, Xing Huiyun couldn't even pretend to speak in a stiff voice, your father and mother left first because of something. Gu Yayan blinked, what about an? Xing Huiyun said proudly, I'll have someone take you back later. I thought Gu Yayan would cry after hearing this, but he just nodded obediently and stared at Xing Huiyun's face. Xing Huiyun was a little unhappy, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yayan said seriously, Mrs. Xing, you are so beautiful. Xing Huiyun's cheeks flushed, don't think I will accept you just because you say these nice words. Gu Yayan's innocent and tender face turned serious, I'm telling the truth. Xing Huiyun thought, how could a child as young as Gu Yayan know what beauty is? It must have been that woman Yu Tingwan who taught her. It turns out that Yu Tingwan is a woman with a complicated mind. Xing Huiyun waved to the housekeeper and said, have someone send him back. I'm going to take a nap. Yes. The housekeeper called the family driver and gave him instructions. Gu Yayan waved to Xing Huiyun, his voice soft and sticky, like a glutinous rice dumpling, Madam Xing, bye. Xing Huiyun turned away and deliberately avoided looking at him. Only after the jumping figure left did Xing Huiyun turn her head back and look at Gu Yayan's leaving back, feeling a strange feeling in her heart. Even the housekeeper couldn't help but sigh, Madam, young Master Ren and Mr. Gu look exactly like when they were children. Yes. Xing Huiyun said with emotion, it's like seeing Wenyan when he was a child. It's just that Gu Wenyan has been as mature as his father since he was young, and rarely acts like a spoiled child with her like this. As they grew up, the mother and son became more distant. If Gu Yayan and Gu Wenyan were not so similar, Xing Huiyun would not have felt anything, but the father and son looked exactly the same, making it hard for her to be cruel to them. Xing Huiyun shook her head and got up and went upstairs before she softened her heart. She wanted to have plenty of grandchildren in the future, so she wasn't interested in Yu Ting's late-born child. The familiar Bentley was parked outside the door. Gu Wenyan threw Yu Tingwan into the car. She felt dizzy and before she could react, the tall body was already pressing down on her. Gu Wenyan's voice was filled with the chill of winter, and the suppressed storm was surging. You have even thought about when to leave. He stayed with Wenxi in the hospital for several days, thinking about going home to see Yu Tingwan and Gu Lang. But he heard from Uncle Zhang that Yu Tingwan and Gu Yayan had been out for a long time and had not returned. He asked his men to locate Yu Tingwan, and they found that she was in a mansion on the top of the mountain. I didn't even have time to answer Wenxi's call. I came all the way here, and at the door, I heard Yu Tingwan say, I will take the child and leave him. Yu Tingwan raised her head and met his gaze. Isn't what I said the truth? Gu Wenyan will get married sooner or later, and she can't be his bedmate forever. Seeing the chill on Gu Wenyan's face that almost penetrated into people's hearts, Yu Tingwan smiled fearlessly. Boss Gu, I'm just telling the truth, why are you so angry? She was called over by Xing Huiyun and humiliated, and even Inan was ignored, but she was not angry. Why should Gu Wenyan be angry? If he hadn't insisted on taking her and Inan back to Beijing and Hong Kong, none of this would have happened. Gu Wenyan stared at Yu Tingwan's mocking expression, and suddenly grinned. You're right. The violent aura on his body faded away, and was wrapped in an even colder chill. He reached out to the side and pressed the up-down button. As the partition in front of them slowly rose, in the increasingly panicked eyes of Yu Tingwan, Gu Wenyan leaned over to her ear and said in a calm and cruel tone, It's just that you forgot one thing. Even if I get married, you are not qualified to leave. If I don't want something, it won't be anyone else's turn. Yu Tingwan felt the dull pain in her heart turn into a sharp knife stirring, and the hand stuck in the seat began to tremble slightly. Gu Wenyan showed no mercy at all. He used his knees wrapped under his suit pants to push her legs apart, as if she were a low-quality commodity. Yu Tingwan, you are only worthy of being a lover for me to vent my feelings. These words were like the sharpest dagger, stabbing deeply into Yu Tingwan's heart. She did not resist and turned her head away. The scenery outside the window shattered and fell apart bit by bit in her eyes. The car circled the city again and again. After an unknown amount of time, it finally stopped in front of a building. Gu Wenyan got out of the car and said without even turning his head, Send her back. Zhang Jie glanced at the rearview mirror with a complicated expression. Yes. Yu Tingwan opened her eyes with difficulty. She looked out the window and saw the 6 big words, First People's Hospital. This is where when she is hospitalized. Chapter 43 The Most Handsome Boy in the Kindergarten. After venting his emotions with his lover, Gu Wenyan went back to accompany his girlfriend. He is truly a master of time management. Yu Tingwan wanted to raise the corners of her mouth, but unfortunately failed. She closed her eyes and curled up unconsciously, as if this could relieve the coldness in her body. Assistant Zhang. In the silence, Yu Tingwan spoke hoarsely through the partition, Could you please turn around and go back to Madame Xing? I want to pick up Inan. She was worried about leaving Inan there alone. Just like Xing Huiyun said, for a top wealthy family like them, getting rid of a person is easier than crushing an ant. She didn't care about her own life, but she couldn't let Inan become a victim. Zhang Jie did not stop the car. Ms. Yu, don't worry. Madame Xing will not do anything to Master Inan. Yu Tingwan laughed at himself. How do you know? Zhang Jie calmly narrated, If Madame Xing really wanted to harm young Master Inan, there are many ways to do it. There is no need to go through the trouble of bringing you there. Although Yu Tingwan didn't want to believe it, she had to admit that what Zhang Jie said made sense. Seeing that Yu Tingwan was somewhat relaxed, Zhang Jie said, I'll take you back to rest first. Someone should be able to send Master Inan back soon. Seeing that Zhang Jie had no intention of turning around, Yu Tingwan stopped talking and silence returned to the back seat. When the car stopped again, we had arrived at the door of the villa. Yu Tingwan put on her clothes and got out of the car, whispering, Assistant Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Looking at her pale face, Zhang Jie couldn't help but say, Miss Yu, I shouldn't meddle in other people's business, but Mr. Gu still cares about you very much. He rushed over immediately after hearing that you were taken away by Madame Xing. You mean, I should thank him? Yu Tingwan smiled, Isn't it because of him that Madame Xing came to me? Zhang Jie was speechless. Yu Tingwan said nothing more, wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and entered the villa. Not long after returning to the room, Gu Yan's voice rang out downstairs, Grandpa Zhang, I'm back. Then the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs was heard. Soon the door of the master bedroom was pushed open and Gu Yan appeared at the door. Mother! Yu Tingwan forced himself to cheer up, Inan, you're back? Gu Yan trotted to the bedside and looked at her curiously, Mom, why are you sleeping? Yu Tingwan forced a smile, Mom is fine, just a little tired. She sat up and patted the edge of the bed. Gu Yan took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and came into her arms obediently. Yu Tingwan looked down at him, Inan, did Madame Xing do anything to you just now? Gu Yan shook his head and said, Uncle Butler gave me cake and delicious milk. Yu Tingwan touched his head and said, That's good. Although Xing Huiyun didn't like her, at least she wasn't despicable enough to harm the child. Gu Yan raised his little face and asked curiously, Mom, why can't I call her Grandma? Isn't she Dad's mom? Yu Tingwan hesitated for a moment, because Madam Xing doesn't like Mom very much. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Yan looked confused. Why doesn't she like Mom? Yu Tingwan touched his head and said earnestly, Anan, you have to know that not everyone in the world likes you, but this does not mean that you are not good. Do you understand? Gu Yan nodded, not quite understanding. Yu Tingwan hugged Gu Yan in her arms. It didn't matter whether Xing Huiyun liked Anan or not. They would never have the chance to meet in the future anyway. Since that day, Gu Wenyan never came back. She knew that Gu Wenyan was still angry with her. This is better. When Gu Wenyan gets completely tired of her one day, maybe she and Anan can leave. In a blink of an eye, it was the first day of school and Gu Yan got up early in the morning. With the help of Yu Tingwan, he changed into a sky blue school uniform and carried the cyan small school bag given by Ji Mian. With his curly hair, he looked extremely cute. Even Uncle Zhang couldn't help but praise him. Master An is definitely the most handsome boy in the kindergarten. Gu Yan smiled shyly. At this time, Uncle Zhang thought of something. By the way, Mr. Gu should also send Master An to kindergarten today, right? After all, it is the first day of school. Yu Tingwan curled her fingertips and raised the corners of her mouth reluctantly. I think so. Without waiting for Uncle Zhang to ask anything else, Yu Tingwan took Gu Yan to the restaurant for breakfast. Mom, will Dad also take me to kindergarten later? Gu Yan was holding a spoon and looking at Yu Tingwan curiously. Yu Tingwan reached out to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and said calmly, Mom is not sure, but if Dad is free, he should come. Gu Yan pursed his lips. Every time Mom says this, Dad won't come. He hasn't seen his father for several days. After breakfast, Yu Tingwan checked Gu Yan's school bag again to make sure he had forgotten anything. Uncle Zhang looked at the time. It was almost 8:30, but Gu Wenyan still hadn't shown up. He said cautiously, Ms. Yu, why don't you give Mr. Gu a call? Yu Tingwan pursed her lips and shook her head. No need, I'll just take it into school. If Gu Wenyan really wanted to come back, he would have come back long ago. This shows that he doesn't care about An's schooling at all. Just when Yu Tingwan was about to take Gu Yan out, Zhang Zhe walked in from outside. Yu Tingwan's heart was slightly lifted. Uncle Zhang said happily, I told you that Mr. Gu would come. Zhang Zhe came up to them and said respectfully, Miss Yu, Mr. Gu asked me to take the young master to kindergarten. Yu Tingwan subconsciously glanced behind Zhang Zhe, but did not see the familiar figure. Uncle Zhang asked curiously, what about Mr. Gu? Zhang Zhe looked a little hesitant. Well, Mr. Gu only told me to take the young master to kindergarten, and didn't tell me anything else. Yu Tingwan's heart sank. She was not too surprised by this result. Of course, the injured when she was more important than An going to school. Yu Tingwan quickly adjusted his expression and smiled calmly, then thank you for your help. Zhang Zhe, you're welcome. Let me get the things. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. Countless luxury cars gathered on the side of the street, like a large auto show. Looking at the children dressed up beautifully, Yu Tingwan felt a little complicated. If it weren't for Gu Wenyan, Gu Yan would never have been able to attend such a good school. Yu Tingwan half knelt down and tidied up Gu Yan's school uniform. Anan, you must listen to your teachers at school and get along well with other kids. Got it? Gu Yan nodded obediently, I understand, Mom. Yu Tingwan touched Gu Yan's head with relief. Just as he was about to send him in, a familiar figure appeared in a car not far away. Yu Tingwan stopped suddenly. When she was seen leading Gu Lang out of the car, and following behind them was Gu Wenyan who had not been seen for several days. Chapter 44, She's Gone to Give Birth. When she was talking to Gu Wenyan when he suddenly met Yu Tingwan. The smile on his face froze. Especially when he saw that Gu Yan was wearing the same garden uniform as Gu Lang. Yu Tingwan also noticed it and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Gu Lang and Gu Yan attended the same kindergarten. It goes without saying that it was definitely arranged by Gu Wenyan. When she suppressed his surprise, quickly adjusted his expression, and took the initiative to greet, Miss Yu, what a coincidence. Yu Tingwan said calmly, it's a coincidence. It turns out that Gu Wenyan didn't show up today because he wanted to send Gu Lang to kindergarten. It felt like a light tap somewhere in my heart, and my chest rose and fell irregularly. When she looked at Gu Wenyan beside him, and said with a hint of anger, Wenyan, why didn't you tell me that Miss Yu's child goes to school here? Gu Wenyan put his hands in his pockets and said, 2 kids go to school together, it's just right for them to keep each other company. While saying this, Gu Wenyan kept his eyes fixed on Yu Tingwan. His deep eyes were unfathomable. Yu Tingwan pretended not to see it and looked at the bustling crowd around her. The families that came today are all families of 3. The parents are patiently comforting their children, and it is warm and happy. Only they are outliers. When she smiled gently, yes, it's a good opportunity for the 2 brothers to develop a relationship. At this time, Gu Yayan saw Gu Wenyan in the crowd, broke free from Yu Tingwan's hand and ran over. Dad. Gu Yayan threw herself into Gu Wenyan's arms, put her arms around his neck, and said coquettishly, Dad, I thought you weren't coming today. Gu Wenyan raised his hand and scratched the tip of his nose. Today is your first day of school, of course I will come to see you off. Gu Yayan laughed happily. But he didn't notice that when she's face looked a little ugly. Last night she asked Gu Wenyan whether he would send Gu Lang to school. Gu Wenyan said that there was a meeting the next day and asked the driver to take them there. Then in the morning I changed my mind. She originally thought that Gu Wenyan felt sorry for Gu Lang, but it turned out that it was for Gu Yayan. Gu Lang looked at Gu Yayan and Gu Wenyan acting coquettishly, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to push Gu Yayan away and keep him away from his father. But thinking of what happened in the yard that day, he couldn't help but shudder, and could only pull Wenxi's sleeve aggrievely, wanting her to stand up for him. When she secretly tightened his hands at his sides, and said calmly, Wenyan, it's almost time, let's go in. Yu Tingwan naturally wouldn't be so self-indulgent as to think that Gu Wen was sending them off at the banquet, so she waved to Gu Yayan, and then, it's time for us to go in. Gu Lang reluctantly got off Gu Wenyan. Bye, Dad. Gu Wenyan rubbed his head and said, go ahead. Yu Tingwan didn't look at Gu Wenyan's expression. She took Gu Yayan's hand and took him into the kindergarten. Gu Wenyan stood there, looking at the 2 figures, one big and one small, gradually going away, his deep eyes filled with unknown thoughts. Wenyan, let's go too. Wenxi's voice called him back to his thoughts. Gu Wenyan retracted his gaze and glanced at the time on his watch. I have a meeting at the company, so I won't go in with you. After saying that, Gu Wenyan bent down and rubbed Gu Lang's head, said a few words, then turned and left. There was a flash of embarrassment in Wenxi's eyes. She didn't expect that even when they reached the kindergarten gate, Gu Wenyan was unwilling to walk them even a short distance inside. What's more, this is the first day of opening. When she turned around to look in the direction where Yu Tingwan left, as if he had guessed Gu Wenyan's abnormality, and he gripped the strap of the bag so tightly that it turned white. In the classroom, the children's crying was deafening and they all wanted to go home. And then, Mom will come to pick you up in the evening. You have to be good. Do you understand? Gu Yayan held his school bag and nodded obediently. Not long after, the head teacher came out, greeted Yu Tingwan, and took Gu Yayan in. Gu Yayan turned around and waved to Yu Tingwan. Bye, Mom. Yu Tingwan stood by the window and waved to him, with a worried expression on her face. This is the first time Gu Yayan has left her, and she doesn't know if he can adapt to life in kindergarten. Worried that Gu Yayan would be affected by seeing her, Yu Tingwan did not stay long and turned around and left the classroom. When passing the corner, Yu Tingwan happened to run into Wenxi, who was going to the classroom with Gu Lang. She paused and subconsciously glanced at Wenxi. That familiar figure is no longer there. Noticing Yu Tingwan's gaze, Wenxi smiled and said, Wenyan was worried that if he accompanied Xiao Lang would act like a spoiled child and refuse to go to school, so he waited for me outside. Yu Tingwan did not respond, looked away and was about to leave. Just after walking a few steps, I heard Wenxi say apologetically, I accidentally broke my leg a few days ago, so Wenyan came to the hospital to take care of me. You shouldn't be angry, right? Yu Tingwan turned around, looked at Wenxi, and asked, why should I be angry? Wenxi said innocently, after all, if Wenyan comes to accompany me, I won't have much time to spend with you and your son. Yu Tingwan chuckled, before he was around, and I went through this too. We've gotten used to it a long time ago. She suddenly changed the subject, and the corners of her mouth curved up. I just don't know if Miss Wen can adapt. After all, if Mr. Gu marries another woman in the future, he may not have much time to accompany you. In fact, Yu Tingwan is not sure who Gu Wenyan will marry in the future, but judging from Xing Huiyan's attitude, Wenxi's chances of getting married are higher than climbing to the sky. She believed Wenxi knew this better than she did. As expected, a crack suddenly appeared on the mask on Wenxi's face. Yu Tingwan didn't waste any more time talking to her and turned away. Looking at her leaving back, Wenxi could no longer maintain the smile on his face, and his sharp fingertips left a deep mark on the bag strap. After leaving the kindergarten, Yu Tingwan took a taxi back to the villa. On the way, she received a call from her former boss. Xiao Yu, it's me. Scarlett's voice came from the other end of the line. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to work in the station? There's a suitable position right now. See if you have time to come over so we can have a face-to-face meeting. Yu Tingwan agreed, and after hanging up the phone, she asked the driver to turn around and go to the TV station. Come on, Xiao Yu. In the office, Scarlett poured her a glass of water. Yu Tingwan took the cup of water and said, "Thank you, Sister Jolin." Sure Jolin leaned against the edge of the table and looked at Yu Tingwan's face carefully. I haven't seen you for 3 years. How come you are getting more and more beautiful? Yu Tingwan used to be young and pretty, but now she has a more mature charm, just like a ripe peach that makes people want to take a big bite. Yu Tingwan smiled and said, "Don't praise me anymore." Scarlett said sincerely, "I'm telling you the truth. It would be a shame if you don't become a star with a face like yours." When Yu Tingwan first entered the TV station, it caused quite a stir. At that time, many men in the station wanted to pursue Yu Tingwan, but unfortunately she was already taken. The last time Scarlett saw Yu Tingwan on Weibo, she was really shocked. She didn't expect that she already had a son, and he was so handsome. Honestly, you didn't quit your job to have a baby, did you? Scarlett pried into the gossip. I was wondering why you suddenly quit your job. Yu Tingwan curled the corner of his mouth and said, I guess so. Scarlett nudged her with her elbow. Is it the previous boyfriend? Before, people at the TV station only knew that Yu Tingwan had a boyfriend, but they had never seen him in person. Yu Tingwan smiled reluctantly, yeah. She didn't want to talk about this topic, so she changed the subject and said, Sister Jolin, you said there is a position that is suitable for me. What position is it? Scarlett then remembered the important matter. It turned out that a female host of the station had recently withdrawn from the program due to childbirth, leaving a vacant position. So Scarlett thought of Yu Tingwan. It just so happens that her image and temperament are very suitable. Yu Tingwan had no objection. As long as there was work to do, it was fine. Besides, she had no right to be picky. Sure Jolin took Yu Tingwan to a TV station, which coincidentally was where she used to work. At this time, Yu Tingwan remembered something and asked curiously, by the way, Sister Jolin, who took over that position after I left? Speaking of this, Scarlett Johansson curled her lips and said, after you left, a host was sent down from above to take your place. Yu Tingwan blinked, airborne? Scarlett lowered her voice. It is said that there is someone behind her, and it is a big shot. Even the boss dare not offend her. From Scarlett's tone, Yu Tingwan could tell that she was somewhat dissatisfied with this paratrooper. After all, what Scarlett hates most are people with connections. Yu Tingwan didn't ask too much. She came back to the TV station for work and didn't want to get involved in too many things. After agreeing on a work time with Scarlett Johansson, Yu Tingwan left. It was already noon when she returned to the villa. Uncle Zhang saw that she came back so late and asked curiously, Miss Yu, why did you come back so late? Yu Tingwan said, I went to meet a friend, so I came back a little late. Uncle Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was because Gu Wenyan didn't come back to send the children to school during the day. That's why Yu Tingwan was in a bad mood. Lunch is ready, would you like to eat now? Yu Tingwan shook her head, no, I don't have much appetite. Ever since returning from Xinghuiyun that day, Yu Tingwan has been feeling a little uncomfortable. She guessed it was because Gu Wenyan was too harsh on her, and it hurt when she walked for the next 2 days. Gu Wenyan rarely gets so angry, and even when punishing someone, he only does so briefly and rarely is he so rough. Uncle Zhang saw that Yu Tingwan looked a little unwell and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Yu Tingwan forced out a pale smile, I'm fine, I'll come down to eat later. She went upstairs to rest for a while. She originally planned to sleep for 10 minutes, but when she opened her eyes again, an hour or 2 had passed. Yu Tingwan had a splitting headache and heat was coming out of his whole body. He felt like a cooked shrimp and even his breath was hot. She looked at the time in a daze and found that it was almost 4 o'clock. Worried that Gu Yan wouldn't be able to get used to going to kindergarten on his first day, she forced herself to get out of bed, put on some makeup to cover up her pale face, and went to the kindergarten to pick up Gu Yan after school. In the classroom, Gu Yan sat obediently on a small stool, listening to the teacher attentively. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Yu Tingwan appearing outside the window. His eyes suddenly lit up and he waved to her happily. Yu Tingwan responded with a smile and pointed at the teacher, signaling him to listen carefully. Gu Yan secretly glanced at her from time to time, as if he was afraid that Yu Tingwan would leave. I don't know how long it was before the school bell rang and Gu Yan rushed out of the classroom happily. Mother! Gu Yan, carrying his small school bag, happily rushed towards Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan was embraced and touched his head. Are you used to it today? Did you listen to the teacher? Gu Yan's soft voice was loud and clear. Yes. The head teacher smiled and said, Anan is the only child who didn't cry today. That's great. Yu Tingwan cooperated and made a surprised expression. Wow, our Anan is so great? Gu Yan puffed out his chest proudly. Yu Tingwan, to reward Anan, Mommy will take you to your favorite McDonald's today, okay? Gu Yan's eyes sparkled. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Lang ran out of the classroom. He shook off the hand of another teacher and threw himself into Wenxi's arms. Mom, I don't want to come to kindergarten tomorrow anymore. His movements attracted the attention of many parents around, but Gu Lang didn't care and kept clamoring to go home. Wenxi comforted Gu Lang helplessly, and when his eyes shifted, they happened to meet Yu Tingwan's. Yu Tingwan withdrew his gaze indifferently, picked up Gu Yan and left the kindergarten. When she bit her lip, her attention quickly diverted to the noisy Gu Lang. Seeing the parents around her giving her strange looks, she apologized awkwardly. As for Yu Tingwan, after taking Gu Yan to eat at McDonald's, she took him to play in a nearby shopping mall for a while before the mother and son returned to the villa. After handing Gu Yan over to Uncle Zhang, Yu Tingwan returned to his room. The dizziness became more and more severe, and every breath felt like swallowing a razor blade. The mirror in front of her eyes became increasingly blurry. She reached out to grab the makeup remover, but her vision went dark and she fell forward. After taking a shower, Gu Yan suddenly remembered that he had not shown his mother the red flower that his teacher gave him as a reward today. He took out a little red flower from his school bag and ran excitedly to the master bedroom. Mother! Gu Yan knocked on the door and waited for a long time, but there was no response from inside. At this time, Gu Yan found that the door was not closed tightly. He pushed the door open and found that the room was dark and the light was on in the bathroom. Mother? Gu Yan came to the bathroom door and shouted softly at the figure lying on the ground. Yu Tingwan did not respond to him. Gu Yan walked into the bathroom cautiously and came in front of Yu Tingwan. He saw that her eyes were closed, her wet eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her face was abnormally flushed. Gu Yan held the little red flower in his hand and said nervously, Mom, why don't you pay attention to Anan? He plucked up the courage to reach out his hand and gently touched Yu Tingwan's hand, but he retracted his hand because he was burned. Mom, it's so hot. Gu Yan was a little scared. At this time, he saw the mobile phone dropped aside and recognized it as his mother's. He picked up the phone, tapped the screen a few times, and successfully unlocked it. In the past, Yu Tingwan would occasionally open cartoons for Gu Yan to watch, so Gu Yan knew the password. There were several contact numbers in the address book, and Gu Yan saw the familiar character Gu at a glance. His mother had taught him to write this character before. Gu Yan wasn't sure if this was his father's call, so he pressed the dial button awkwardly. Beep. I don't know how long it took, but the call was finally connected. A deep voice came from the other end. What's the matter? Hearing the familiar tone, Gu Yan cried, Dad, Mom is sick and fainted. Chapter 45 Help You Take a Bath. When Yu Tingwan woke up again, what came into view was the familiar ceiling. My head felt like it was splitting apart, there seemed to be a fire burning in my throat, and my whole body felt limp and weak. She remembered that she was removing her makeup in the bathroom, so why did she return to bed? At this moment, a deep and steady male voice suddenly came from beside me. Awake? Yu Tingwan's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head and saw Gu Wenyan sitting beside the bed. Yu Tingwan's mind was suddenly in chaos. Why is Gu Wenyan here? Shouldn't he be with Wenxi at this time? As if seeing through her thoughts, Gu Wenyan said in a deep voice, Anan called me just now and said that you fainted. Yu Tingwan lowered her eyes, her long and thick eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes, a mixture of tenderness and fragility, revealing a fragile beauty. No wonder Gu Wenyan's banquet is here. It turned out that it was Anan who contacted Gu Wenyan. At this time, a man spoke up at the right time. Boss Gu, I have already given Miss Yuan 4 drip. During this period, she should rest, drink plenty of water, and eat a light diet. After hearing the voice, Yu Tingwan realized that there was a third person in the room, and his face was not unfamiliar. He is Gu Wenyan's exclusive family doctor. Gu Wenyan nodded indifferently. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. The family doctor glanced at Yu Tingwan, coughed lightly, and couldn't help but say something more. Mr. Gu, it's best to avoid sexual intercourse during this period to avoid secondary inflammation. After saying that, he picked up the medical kit and respectfully left the room. As soon as the family doctor left, Gu Yan came. He came to the bedside, his little face full of anxiety. "Mom, you're awake." Gu Yan was obviously frightened, his eyes were red, like a frightened little hamster. Yu Tingwan touched his head and said, "Did I scare you?" "Mom is fine, she's just sick." Gu Yan pursed his lips, but Mom fainted. Yu Tingwan forced a smile and said, "Mom is much better now. The doctor gave her in 4 and she will be well soon." Gu Yan hung his head gloomily. Gu Wenyan put his big hand on his head and said, "Okay, you should go to school, or you will be late." Uncle Zhang came over and took Gu Yan's hand. "Masterin, let's go." Gu Yan was carrying a small school bag and looked back at Yu Tingwan as he walked, with an uneasy look on his face. Soon the small figure disappeared at the door. After Gu Yan left, the room became quiet again, and even the sound of wind blowing through the curtains could be heard. "Still mad at me?" Gu Wenyan's voice broke the silence in the room. Yu Tingwan exhaled lightly, "No." She never had the right to be angry, at most she just threw a tantrum. Looking at Yu Tingwan's pale face, and thinking about what the family doctor had just said, Yu Tingwan had a fever because of the inflammation caused by the injury in that area. That could only be what he did in the car that day. Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened, and he suddenly said, "It was my fault last time." Yu Tingwan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her hands couldn't help but grasp the sheets beneath her. "But you were the one who made me unhappy first." Gu Wenyan rubbed Yu Tingwan's cheek with the back of his hand, "So don't say those words again in the future, okay?" This was a rare concession for Gu Wenyan. Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and said, "I am telling the truth." Seeing Gu Wenyan's face suddenly darken, Yu Tingwan mustered up the courage to continue, "You will get married sooner or later. Do you want me to be your bedmate for life? Isn't this good?" Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. "Whatever you want, I can satisfy you." His movements were extremely gentle, but Yu Tingwan felt as if a cold snake was entangled around her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Yu Tingwan raised her head, her eyelashes soaked by the wet mist, and every word seemed to be squeezed out with difficulty. "Have you ever thought about an? Do you want him to be an illegitimate child for the rest of his life, unable to hold his head up in front of outsiders?" There was a faint chill in Gu Wenyan's eyes. Yu Tingwan closed his eyes and said, "So, Mr. Gu, can you let an I go?" There was clearly no change in her expression, but Gu Wenyan felt that she would cry in the next second. Gu Wenyan's hand slid from her face to her neck, and it was so hot that it seemed to burn people. "Why don't you want to? If it were someone else, they would be eager to have such an opportunity." Yu Tingwan looked out the window blankly. She thought, "Because those people don't love you." Yu Tingwan avoided the main point, his voice hoarse due to the fever. "Boss Gu, not everyone likes money." Gu Wenyan raised his lips with a hint of mockery. "Didn't you like it before?" Yu Tingwan took a deep breath and said, "Yes, but I don't think money is that important anymore." She raised her head and smiled at Gu Wenyan. "So you are no longer attractive to me." A hint of coldness emanated from Gu Wenyan's eyes, bringing with it a hint of viciousness. But thinking of what the family doctor had just said, he suppressed the violent impulse in his chest and said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about this later." Yu Tingwan's heart sank, and her body, which had just warmed up, seemed to cool down again. Seeing that she hung her head and didn't speak, Gu Wenyan took her hand in his and gave her a sweet promise, "Maybe one day you will change your mind." Yu Tingwan stared at the bed sheet beneath him in a daze. This day will never come, she thought. Soon, the servant brought the cooked porridge. After Gu Wenyan took it, he asked the servant to leave. He scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew it cool, and brought it to Yu Tingwan's mouth. Gu Wenyan had never fed Yu Tingwan like this before. She turned her head away uncomfortably and said, "I can eat it myself." Gu Wenyan avoided her hand and poked her lips with the spoon, saying in an irresistible and tough tone, "Open your mouth." Seeing Gu Wenyan staring at her deeply, Yu Tingwan had to give up resisting and opened her mouth to take the porridge in. Seeing a small piece of rosy tongue tip sticking out of Yu Tingwan's mouth, Gu Wenyan's eyes darkened, and a familiar impulse surged up from his lower abdomen. He scooped another spoonful of porridge and brought it to Yu Tingwan's mouth again. The room was so quiet that the only sound was the clinking of bowls and spoons, and no one spoke. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, Yu Tingwan could no longer eat. Seeing this, Gu Wenyan did not force her and put the bowl on the bedside table. Seeing Gu Wenyan sitting there with no intention of leaving, Yu Tingwan couldn't help but say, "You don't have to go to work today?" Gu Wenyan took the documents that Zhang Jie had sent to him this morning and said, "I'll accompany you today." After hearing just this short sentence, Yu Tingwan felt a little sore in her nose. She said "oh" and shrank into the quilt. She would rather Gu Wenyan treated her as badly as usual, so that he would not be soft-hearted when she left. Yu Tingwan's illness had not yet healed, and he soon fell asleep again in a daze. When she opened her eyes again, it was dark outside. Gu Wenyan was still sitting there in the same posture, with a notebook on his legs. The fluorescent light from the screen shone on his face, but could not reach his deep eyes. Yu Tingwan's heart trembled. Gu Wenyan has been guarding her here for a whole day? Hearing the noise, Gu Wenyan raised his head and saw that Yu Tingwan had opened her eyes. He closed his notebook and asked, "Awake?" Yu Tingwan quickly retracted his gaze. "Yeah." Gu Wenyan didn't notice the complex expression in her eyes. "Eat something?" "I'm not hungry." Yu Tingwan said in a low voice, "I just feel uncomfortable." Because of her fever, all the windows in the room were closed. The quilt covering her body made her sweat, and her nightgown stuck to her body. "I want to take a bath." Gu Wenyan glanced at her and said, "The doctor said that you can't catch a cold again." Yu Tingwan bit her lip and said in a negotiating tone, "I'll wash quickly and be out soon." She fainted last night and didn't have time to take a shower. If she doesn't take a shower today, she will definitely stink. Seeing Yu Tingwan's insistence, Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows. "Do you really have to wash?" Yu Tingwan nodded without hesitation. Gu Wenyan said slowly, "In that case, I will help you wash it." Chapter 46 Chapter 45 I don't want to let you go. Yu Tingwan almost choked on her saliva. Her ears suddenly turned red. "No, I can wash myself." An imperceptible smile appeared in Gu Wenyan's eyes. "The doctor said that you can't catch a cold again. If you have a fever again, I will call him over. So I have no choice but to condescend to serve you." Yu Tingwan was already burning hot due to the fever, and Gu Wenyan happened to be talking in her ear. She shuddered unconsciously, and her voice became lower and lower. "I am an adult now, I can take care of myself." Gu Wenyan said sarcastically, "Then why did you make yourself sick this time?" Yu Tingwan felt guilty, so he simply shut up and stopped talking. "I don't know who gave it to me." Without waiting for Yu Tingwan to refuse, Gu Wenyan unbuttoned his sleeves, revealing his well-proportioned and strong arms, and picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. The nightgown on her body was crumpled and thrown on the floor. Yu Tingwan sat naked in the bathtub filled with warm water. She hugged her legs tightly with her hands, trying to block the view in front of her chest. "Boss Gu, I can really do it alone." Gu Wenyan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Where have I not seen you from head to toe?" Having said that, they had been together for so long, when had Gu Wenyan ever given her a bath? Yu Tingwan's scalp went numb when she thought about Gu Wenyan helping her wash her body. She is not a child anymore. Seeing Yu Tingwan curled up into a ball, Gu Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was cold. "If you don't cooperate, don't wash it." Yu Tingwan's heart tightened. If she didn't take a shower, she would be too uncomfortable to sleep tonight. Seeing Gu Wenyan looking at her with interest, Yu Tingwan bit her lip and slowly moved her hand away as if she had given up. Gu Wenyan's gaze moved downward from Yu Tingwan's flushed face. The further he looked downward, the deeper his gaze became, with a dangerous undercurrent of desire surging in his gaze. After taking a bath, Yu Tingwan's body turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Fortunately, Gu Wenyan didn't do anything to a patient. He simply gave Yu Tingwan a bath, wrapped her in a bath towel and carried her back to bed. Gu Wenyan's shirt had just gotten wet in the bathroom, so he simply took off his shirt, changed into silk pajamas, and lay down next to Yu Tingwan. Yu Tingwan paused barely noticeably. She thought Gu Wenyan would not stay here tonight. Yu Tingwan pursed her lips and said casually, "Aren't you going to Wenxi's place today?" Gu Wenyan stretched out his arms and took Yu Tingwan into his arms. "She has recovered and doesn't need my care." His slightly cool skin made people want to get closer. Yu Tingwan leaned on Gu Wenyan's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling indescribably complicated. She felt like a concubine waiting to be favored by the emperor, waiting for Gu Wenyan to remember her and reluctantly take time out to accompany her. Suppressing the sourness rising in his chest, Yu Tingwan closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Watching the breathing of the person in his arms gradually become steady, Gu Wenyan stared at that beautiful sleeping face, his eyes as deep as if dyed with the night. He had to admit that he didn't want to let Yu Tingwan leave. Otherwise, he could have given up on sending people to look for Yu Tingwan during the 5 years she disappeared. But he didn't want to delve into his own abnormality. With his status, even if he wanted to support 10 Yu Tingwans, no one could stop him. In the next few days, Gu Wenyan went out late and came back early to accompany Yu Tingwan. The two of them tacitly did not mention what happened in the car last time. Under Gu Wenyan's careful care, Yu Tingwan's fever soon subsided. "The first thing I did after recovering was to report to the TV station." Shirjalan took Yu Tingwan to the office and planned to introduce her to everyone. The colleagues working here are still the same people when Yu Tingwan worked. When they saw her come back, they were all a little surprised and gathered around to say hello. Sister Xiaoyu, you're back. Am I seeing right? Sister Xiaoyu, are you going back to the TV station? Great, our show is saved. Looking at the familiar faces, Yu Tingwan felt a warm feeling. After greeting everyone, Shirjalan asked everyone to return to their posts and work. You should be able to see the paratrooper later. Scarlett said, she has a backer, so try not to have conflicts with her. But she has an okay personality. Although everyone was a little dissatisfied at first, she is very good at dealing with people and often treats people to meals. In addition, her work ability is also acceptable, so everyone gradually accepted her. But her host position was originally yours. Now that you're back, she might not like you, so you'd better be careful. Yu Tingwan was very grateful for her concern and said with a smile, Sister Jalan, I know what's going on, don't worry. Shirjalan knew Yu Tingwan's personality. She was never competitive and rarely argued with others. That's why she is so popular after so many years on TV. Scarlett patted her shoulder and said, then get ready. After the handover today, it will be your turn to host tomorrow. Yu Tingwan nodded, okay. After Scarlett left, Yu Tingwan went to find the host who was about to leave to discuss the handover. An hour had passed since the handover when Yu Tingwan just came out of the office and met a familiar face. Yu Tingwan stopped and frowned little by little. Wen Shi? How did she get here? The TV station has always been a place where no one is allowed to enter, unless they are staff members. At this moment, a bold guess came to Yu Tingwan's mind. Could it be that the paratrooper that Scarlett was talking about is Wen Shi? The moment when she saw Yu Tingwan, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Yu Tingwan? Yu Tingwan had already composed his expression and nodded at her. When she suppressed the strangeness in his heart and smiled flawlessly, Miss Yu, why are you here? Before Yu Tingwan could speak, a girl suddenly ran over and hugged Yu Tingwan, little sister Yu. Yu Tingwan turned around and found that it was her assistant before she left. They used to have a good relationship. The girl's face was full of excitement. Sister Xiaoyu, I just heard that you are coming back to work here. Is it true? Yu Tingwan smiled and said, of course it's true. The girl screamed and hugged her tightly, that's great, we can work together again. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wen Shi's expression was like frozen ice. What are you talking about? What about working together? The girl didn't realize until then that Wen Shi was also there, and explained, Sister Wen Shi, you may not know this, but Sister Xiaoyu is coming back to work at the TV station, and like you, she's also a weather forecast host. A look of disbelief flashed across Wen Shi's face. What? Yu Tingwan turned around and smiled at Wen Shi. Ms. Wen, we will be colleagues from now on. Please give me your guidance.